Section 33 of The Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16 of Cheesecakes, Creams, Jellies, Whipped Syllabubs, etc. To make fine cheesecakes. Take a pint of cream, warm it, and put to it 5 quarts of milk warm from the cow. Then put runnet into it and give it a stir about. And when it is come, put the curd in a linen bag or cloth, let it drain well away from the whey, but do not squeeze it much. Then put it in a mortar and break the curd as fine as butter. Put to your curd 1/2 pound of sweet almonds blanched and beat exceeding fine, and 1/2 pound of macaroons beat very fine. If you have no macaroons, get Naples biscuits. Then add to it the yolks of 9 eggs beaten, a whole nutmeg grated, 2 perfumed plums dissolved in rose or orange flower water, 1/2 pound of fine sugar. Mix all well together, then melt 1 1/4 pounds of butter, and stir it well in it, and 1/2 pound of currants plumped, to let stand to cool till you use it. Then make your puff paste thus. Take 1 pound of fine flour, wet it with cold water, roll it out, put into it by degrees 1 pound of fresh butter, and shake a little flour on each coat as you roll it. Make it just as you use it. You may leave out the currants for change, nor need you put in the perfumed plums if you dislike them. And for variety, when you make them of macaroons, put in as much tincture of saffron as will give them a high colour, but no currants. This we call saffron cheesecakes, the other without currants, almond cheesecakes, with currants, fine cheesecakes, with macaroons, macaroon cheesecakes. To make lemon cheesecakes. Take the peel of 2 large lemons, boil it very tender. Then pound it well in a mortar, with 1/4 pound or more of loaf sugar, the yolks of 6 eggs, and 1/2 pound of fresh butter, and a little curd beat fine. Pound and mix all together. Lay a puff paste in your patty pans, fill them half full, and bake them. Orange cheesecakes are done the same way, only you boil the peel in 2 or 3 waters to take out the bitterness. A second sort of lemon cheesecakes. Take 2 large lemons, grate off the peel of both, and squeeze out the juice of one, and add to it 1/2 pound of double refined sugar, 12 yolks of eggs, 8 whites well beaten, then melt 1/2 pound of butter in 4 or 5 spoonfuls of cream, then stir it all together and set it over the fire, stirring it till it begins to be pretty thick. Then take it off, and when it is cold, fill your patty pans little more than half full. Put a paste very thin at the bottom of your patty pans. 1/2 an hour with a quick oven will bake them. To make almond cheesecakes. Take 1/2 pound of Jordan almonds and lay them in cold water all night. The next morning blanch them into cold water. Then take them out and dry them in a clean cloth. Beat them very fine in a little orange flower water. Then take 6 eggs, leave out 4 whites, beat them and strain them, then 1/2 pound of white sugar with a little beaten mace. Beat them well together in a marble mortar. Take 10 ounces of good fresh butter, melt it, a little grated lemon peel, and put them in the mortar with the other ingredients. Mix all well together and fill your patty pans. To make fairy butter. Take the yolks of 2 hard eggs and beat them in a marble mortar with a large spoonful of orange flower water and 2 teaspoonfuls of fine sugar beat to powder. Beat this all together till it is a fine paste, then mix it up with about as much fresh butter out of the churn, and force it through a fine strainer full of little holes into a plate. This is a pretty thing to set off a table at supper. To make almond custards. Take a pint of cream, blanch and beat 1/4 pound of almonds fine, with 2 spoonfuls of rosewater. Sweeten it to your palate. Beat up the yolks of 4 eggs, stir all together one way over the fire till it is thick, then pour it out into cups, or you may bake it in little china cups. To make baked custards. 1 pint of cream boiled with mace and cinnamon. When cold, take 4 eggs, 2 whites left out, a little rose and orange flower water and sack, nutmeg and sugar to your palate. Mix them well together and bake them in china cups. To make plain custards. Take 1 quart of new milk, sweeten it to your taste, grate in a little nutmeg, beat up 8 eggs, leave out half the whites, beat them up well, stir them into the milk, and bake it in china basins, or put them in a deep china dish. Have a kettle of water boiling, set the cup in, let the water come above half-way, but do not let it boil too fast, for fear of its getting into the cups, and take a hot iron and colour them at the top. You may add a little rose water. To make orange butter. Take the yolks of 10 eggs beat very well, half a pint of Rhenish, 6 ounces of sugar, and the juice of 3 sweet oranges. Set them over a gentle fire, stirring them one way till it is thick. When you take it off, stir in a piece of butter as big as a large walnut. To make steeple cream. Take 5 ounces of hartshorn and 2 ounces of ivory, and put them in a stone bottle. Fill it up with fair water to the neck. Put in a small quantity of gum arabic and gum dragon. Then tie up the bottle very close, and set it into a pot of water with hay at the bottom. Let it stand 6 hours, then take it out, and let it stand an hour before you open it, lest it fly in your face. Then strain it, and it will be a strong jelly. Then take a pound of blanched almonds, beat them very fine, mix it with a pint of thick cream, and let it stand a little. Then strain it out, and mix it with a pound of jelly. Set it over the fire till it is scalding hot. Sweeten it to your taste with double refined sugar, then take it off, put in a little amber, and pour it into small high gallipots, like a sugar loaf at top. When it is cold, turn them, and lay cold whipped cream about them in heaps. Be sure it does not boil when the cream is in. Lemon cream. Take 5 large lemons, pare them as thin as possible. Steep them all night in 20 spoonfuls of spring water with the juice of the lemons. Then strain it through a jelly bag into a silver saucepan, if you have one. The whites of 6 eggs beat well, 10 ounces of double refined sugar. Set it over a very slow charcoal fire. Stir all the time one way, skim it, and when it is as hot as you can bear your fingers in, pour it into glasses. A second lemon cream. Take the juice of 4 large lemons, half a pint of water, a pound of double refined sugar beaten fine, the whites of 7 eggs, and the yolk of 1 beaten very well. Mix all together, strain it, and set it on a gentle fire, stirring it all the while, and skim it clean. Put into it the peel of 1 lemon when it is very hot, but do not boil. Take out the lemon peel and pour it into china dishes. You must observe to keep it stirring one way all the time it is over the fire. Jelly of cream. Take 4 ounces of hartshorn, put it on in 3 pints of water. Let it boil till it is a stiff jelly, which you will know by taking a little in a spoon to cool. Then strain it off, and add to it half a pint of cream, 2 spoonfuls of rose water, 2 spoonfuls of sack, and sweeten it to your taste. Then give it a gentle boil, but keep stirring it all the time, or it will curdle. Then take it off and stir it till it is cold. Then put it into broad bottom cups. Let them stand all night, and turn them out into a dish. Take half a pint of cream, 2 spoonfuls of rosewater, and as much sack. Sweeten it to your palate, and pour over them. To make orange cream. Take and pare the rind of a Seville orange very fine, and squeeze the juice of 4 oranges. Put them into a stew pan, with half a pint of water and half a pound of fine sugar. Beat the whites of 5 eggs and mix into it, and set them on a slow fire. Stir it one way till it grows thick and white. Strain it through a gauze, and stir it till cold. Then beat the yolks of 5 eggs very fine, and put into your pan with the cream. Stir it over a gentle fire till it is ready to boil. Then put it in a basin, and stir it till it is cold, and then put it in your glasses. To make gooseberry cream. Take 2 quarts of gooseberries, put to them as much water as will cover them, scald them, and then run them through a sieve with a spoon. To a quart of the pulp you must have 6 eggs well beaten, and when the pulp is hot, put in an ounce of fresh butter. Sweeten it to your taste, put in your eggs, and stir them over a gentle fire till they grow thick. Then set it by, and when it is almost cold, put into it 2 spoonfuls of juice of spinach and a spoonful of orange flower water or sack. Stir it well together, and put it into your basin. When it is cold, serve it to the table. To make barley cream. Take a small quantity of pearl barley, boil it in milk and water till it is tender. Then strain the liquor from it, put your barley into a quart of cream, and let it boil a little. Then take the whites of 5 eggs and the yolk of 1, beaten with a spoonful of fine flour and 2 spoonfuls of orange flower water. Then take the cream off the fire and mix the eggs by degrees, and set it over the fire again to thicken. Sweeten to your taste, pour it into basins, and when it is cold, serve it up. To make pistachio cream. Take half a pound of pistachio nuts, break them, and take out the kernels. Beat them in a mortar with a spoonful of brandy. Put them in a stew pan with a pint of good cream and the yolks of 2 eggs beat very fine. Stir it gently over a slow fire till it is thick, but be sure it do not boil. Then put it into a soup plate. When it is cold, stick some kernels, cut long ways, all over it, and send it to table. Hartshorn cream. Take 4 ounces of hartshorn shavings and boil it in 3 pints of water till it is reduced to half a pint, and run it through a jelly bag. Put to it a pint of cream and 4 ounces of fine sugar, and just boil it up. Put it into cups or glasses, and let it stand till quite cold. Dip your cups or glasses in scalding water, and turn them out into your dish. Stick sliced almonds on them. It is generally eat with white wine and sugar. To make almond cream. Take a quart of cream, boil it with a nutmeg grated, a blade or 2 of mace, a bit of lemon peel, and sweeten to your taste. Then blanch a quarter of a pound of almonds, beat them very fine with a spoonful of rose or orange flower water. Take the whites of 9 eggs well beat, and strain them to your almonds. Beat them together, rub them very well through a coarse hair sieve. Mix all together with your cream. Set it on the fire, stir it all one way all the time till it almost boils. Pour it into a bowl and stir it till cold, and then put it in cups or glasses and send it to table. To make a fine cream. Take a quart of cream, sweeten it to your palate, grate a little nutmeg, put in a spoonful of orange flower water and rose water, and 2 spoonfuls of sack. Beat up 4 eggs, but 2 whites. Stir it all together one way over the fire till it is thick. Have cups ready and pour it in. To make ratafia cream. Take 6 large laurel leaves, boil them in a quart of thick cream. When it is boiled, throw away the leaves. Beat the yolks of 5 eggs with a little cold cream and sugar to your taste. Then thicken the cream with your eggs. Set it over the fire again, but do not let it boil. Keep it stirring all the while one way, and pour it into china dishes. When it is cold, it is fit for use. To make whipped cream. Take a quart of thick cream and the whites of 8 eggs beat well, with half a pint of sack. Mix it together and sweeten it to your taste with double refined sugar. You may perfume it, if you please, with a little musk or ambergris tied in a rag and steeped a little in the cream. Whip it up with a whisk and some lemon peel tied in the middle of the whisk. Take the froth with the spoon and lay it in your glasses or basins. This does well over a fine tart. To make whipped syllabubs. Take a quart of thick cream and half a pint of sack, the juice of 2 Seville oranges or lemons, grate in the peel of 2 lemons, half a pound of double refined sugar, pour it into a broad earthen pan and whisk it well. But first sweeten some red wine or sack and fill your glasses as full as you choose. Then, as the froth rises, take it off with a spoon and lay it on a sieve to drain. Then lay it carefully into your glasses till they are as full as they will hold. Do not make these long before you use them. Many use cider sweetened, or any wine you please, or lemon or orange whey, made thus. Squeeze the juice of a lemon or orange into a quarter of a pint of milk. When the curd is hard, pour the whey clear off and sweeten it to your palate. You may colour some with the juice of spinach, some with saffron, and some with cochineal, just as you fancy. To make everlasting syllabubs. Take 5 half pints of thick cream, half a pint of Rhenish, half a pint of sack, and the juice of 2 large Seville oranges. Grate in just the yellow rind of 3 lemons and a pound of double refined sugar well beat and sifted. Mix all together with a spoonful of orange flower water. Beat it well together with a whisk half an hour. Then with a spoon take it off and lay it on a sieve to drain. Then fill your glasses. These will keep above a week and is better made the day before. The best way to whip syllabub is, have a fine large chocolate mill, which you must keep on purpose, and a large deep bowl to mill them in. It is both quicker done and the froth stronger. For the thin that is left at the bottom, have ready some calf's foot jelly boiled and clarified. There must be nothing but the calf's foot boiled to a hard jelly. When cold, take off the fat, clear it with the whites of eggs, run it through a flannel bag and mix it with the clear, which you saved of the syllabubs. Sweeten it to your palate and give it a boil. Then pour it into basins or what you please. When cold, turn it out and it is a fine flummery. To make a solid syllabub. To a quart of rich cream, put a pint of white wine, the juice of 2 lemons, the rind of 1 grated. Sweeten it to your taste. Mill it with a chocolate mill till it is all of a thickness. Then put it in glasses or a bowl and set it in a cool place till next day. To make a trifle. Cover the bottom of your dish or bowl with Naples biscuits broke in pieces, macaroons broke in halves, and ratafia cakes. Just wet them all through with sack, then make a good boiled custard, not too thick, and when cold, pour it over it. Then put a syllabub over that. You may garnish it with ratafia cakes, currant jelly and flowers, and strew different coloured nonpareils over it. Note, these are bought at the confectioner's. To make hartshorn jelly. Boil half a pound of hartshorn in 3 quarts of water over a gentle fire till it becomes a jelly. If you take out a little to cool and it hangs on the spoon, it is enough. Strain it while it is hot, put it in a well-tinned saucepan, put to it a pint of Rhenish wine and 1/4 pound of loaf sugar. Beat the whites of 4 eggs or more to a froth. Stir it all together that the whites mix well with the jelly, and pour it in, as if you were cooling it. Let it boil 2 or 3 minutes. Then put in the juice of 3 or 4 lemons. Let it boil a minute or 2 longer. When it is finely curdled and a pure white colour, have ready a swanskin jelly bag over a china basin. Pour in your jelly and pour back again till it is as clear as rock water. Then set a very clean china basin under. Have your glasses as clean as possible, and with a clean spoon fill your glasses. Have ready some thin rind of the lemons, and when you have filled half your glasses, throw your peel into the basin. And when the jelly is all run out of the bag, with a clean spoon fill the rest of the glasses, and they will look of a fine amber colour. Now, in putting in the ingredients, there is no certain rule. You must put in lemon and sugar to your palate. Most people love them sweet, and indeed they are good for nothing unless they are. Orange jelly. Take half a pound of hartshorn shavings or 4 ounces of isinglass and boil it in spring water till it is of a strong jelly. Take the juice of 3 Seville oranges, 3 lemons and 6 China oranges, and the rind of 1 Seville orange and 1 lemon pared very thin. Put them to your jelly. Sweeten it with loaf sugar to your palate. Beat up the whites of 8 eggs to a froth, and mix well in. Then boil it for 10 minutes, then run it through a jelly bag till it is very clear, and put it in moulds till cold. Then dip your mould in warm water, and turn it out into a china dish or a flat glass, and garnish with flowers. To make ribbon jelly. Take out the great bones of 4 calves' feet. Put the feet into a pot with 10 quarts of water, 3 ounces of hartshorn, 3 ounces of isinglass, a nutmeg quartered, and 4 blades of mace. Then boil this till it comes to 2 quarts. Strain it through a flannel bag, let it stand 24 hours, then scrape off all the fat from the top very clean, then slice it, put to it the whites of 6 eggs beaten to a froth, boil it a little and strain it through a flannel bag. Then run the jelly into little high glasses. Run every colour as thick as your finger. One colour must be thorough cold before you put another on, and that you put on must be but blood warm, for fear it mix together. You must colour red with cochineal, green with spinach, yellow with saffron, blue with syrup of violets, white with thick cream, and sometimes the jelly by itself. You may add orange flower water, or wine and sugar, and lemon, if you please, but this is all fancy. To make calves' feet jelly. Boil 2 calves' feet in a gallon of water till it comes to a quart. Then strain it, let it stand till cold, skim off all the fat clean, and take the jelly up clean. If there is any settling in the bottom, leave it. Put the jelly into a saucepan with a pint of mountain wine, half a pound of loaf sugar, the juice of 4 large lemons. Beat up 6 or 8 whites of eggs with a whisk, then put them into a saucepan, and stir all together well till it boils. Let it boil a few minutes. Have ready a large flannel bag, pour it in, it will run through quick. Pour it in again till it runs clear, then have ready a large china basin with the lemon peels cut as thin as possible. Let the jelly run into that basin, and the peels both give it a fine amber colour and also a flavour. With a clean silver spoon, fill your glasses. To make currant jelly. Strip the currants from the stalks, put them in a stone jar, stop it close, set it in a kettle of boiling water halfway the jar, let it boil half an hour, take it out and strain the juice through a coarse hair sieve. To a pint of juice put a pound of sugar. Set it over a fine quick fire in your preserving pan or bell metal skillet. Keep stirring it all the time till the sugar is melted. Then skim the scum off as fast as it rises. When your jelly is very clear and fine, pour it into gallipots. When cold, cut white paper, just the bigness of the top of the pot, and lay on the jelly. Dip those papers in brandy. Then cover the top close with white paper and prick it full of holes. Set it in a dry place, put some into glasses and paper them. To make raspberry gam. Take a pint of this currant jelly and a quart of raspberries. Bruise them well together, set them over a slow fire, keeping them stirring all the time till it boils. Let it boil gently half an hour, and stir it round very often to keep it from sticking, and rub it through a colander. Pour it into your gallipots, paper as you do the currant jelly, and keep it for use. They will keep for 2 or 3 years, and have the full flavour of the raspberry. To make hartshorn flummery. Boil half a pound of the shavings of hartshorn in 3 pints of water till it comes to a pint, then strain it through a sieve into a basin, and set it by to cool. Then set it over the fire, let it just melt, and put to it half a pint of thick cream, scalded and grown cold again, a quarter of a pint of white wine, and 2 spoonfuls of orange flower water. Sweeten it with sugar and beat it for an hour and a half, or it will not mix well, nor look well. Dip your cups in water before you put in the flummery, or else it will not turn out well. It is best when it stands a day or 2 before you turn it out. When you serve it up, turn it out of the cups, and stick blanched almonds, cut in long narrow bits, on the top. You may eat them either with wine or cream. A second way to make hartshorn flummery. Take 3 ounces of hartshorn and put to it 2 quarts of spring water. Let it simmer over the fire 6 or 7 hours till half the water is consumed, or else put it in a jug and set it in the oven with household bread, then strain it through a sieve and beat half a pound of almonds very fine with some orange flower water in the beating. When they are beat, mix a little of your jelly with it and some fine sugar. Strain it out and mix it with your other jelly. Stir it together till it is little more than blood warm. Then pour it into half-pint basins or dishes for the purpose, and fill them up half full. When you use them, turn them out of the dish as you do flummery. If it does not come out clean, set your basin a minute or 2 in warm water. You may stick almonds in or not, just as you please. Eat it with wine and sugar. Or make your jelly this way. Put 6 ounces of hartshorn in a glazed jug with a long neck, and put to it 3 pints of soft water. Cover the top of the jug close, and put a weight on it to keep it steady. Set it in a pot or kettle of water 24 hours. Let it not boil, but be scalding hot. Then strain it out, and make your jelly. To make oatmeal flummery. Get some oatmeal, put it into a broad deep pan, then cover it with water, stir it together and let it stand 12 hours, then pour off that water clear and put on a good deal of fresh water. Shift it again in 12 hours and so on in 12 more. Then pour off the water clear and strain the oatmeal through a coarse hair sieve and pour it into a saucepan, keeping it stirring all the time with a stick till it boils and is very thick. Then pour it into dishes. When cold, turn it into plates and eat it with what you please, either wine and sugar, or beer and sugar, or milk. It eats very pretty with cider and sugar. You must observe to put a great deal of water to the oatmeal, and when you pour off the last water, pour on just enough fresh as to stain the oatmeal well. Some let it stand 48 hours, some 3 days, shifting the water every 12 hours. But that is as you love it for sweetness or tartness. Groats, once cut, does better than oatmeal. Mind to stir it together when you put in fresh water. To make a fine syllabub from the cow. Make your syllabub of either cider or wine, sweeten it pretty sweet, and grate nutmeg in. Then milk the milk into the liquor. When this is done, pour over the top half a pint or a pint of cream, according to the quantity of syllabub you make. You may make this syllabub at home, only have new milk. Make it as hot as milk from the cow, and out of a teapot or any such thing. Pour it in, holding your hand very high, and strew over some currants well washed and picked and plumped before the fire. To make a hedgehog. Take 2 pounds of blanched almonds, beat them well in a mortar with a little canary and orange flower water to keep them from oiling. Make them into stiff paste, then beat in the yolks of 12 eggs, leave out 5 of the whites, put to it a pint of cream sweetened with sugar, put in half a pound of sweet butter melted, set it on a furnace or slow fire, and keep it constantly stirring till it is stiff enough to be made in the form of a hedgehog. Then stick it full of blanched almonds, slit and stuck up like the bristles of a hedgehog, then put it into a dish. Take a pint of cream and the yolks of 4 eggs beat up, sweeten with sugar to your palate. Stir them together over a slow fire till it is quite hot. Then pour it round the hedgehog in a dish and let it stand till it is cold, and serve it up. Or a rich calf's foot jelly, made clear and good, poured into the dish round the hedgehog. When it is cold, it looks pretty and makes a neat dish. Or it looks pretty in the middle of a table for supper. To make French flummery. Take a quart of cream and half an ounce of isinglass, beat it fine and stir it into the cream. Let it boil softly over a slow fire a quarter of an hour. Keep it stirring all the time. Then take it off, sweeten it to your palate, and put in a spoonful of rose water and a spoonful of orange flower water. Strain it and pour it into a glass or basin, or what you please, and when it is cold, turn it out. It makes a fine side dish. You may eat it with cream, wine, or what you please. Lay round it baked pears. It both looks very pretty and eats fine. A buttered tort. Take 8 or 10 large codlings and scald them. When cold, skin them, take the pulp and beat it as fine as you can with a silver spoon. Then mix in the yolks of 6 eggs and the whites of 4. Beat all well together. Squeeze in the juice of a Seville orange and shred the rind as fine as possible, with some grated nutmeg and sugar to your taste. Melt some fine fresh butter and beat up with it according as it wants, till it is all like a fine thick cream, and then make a fine puff paste. Have a large tin patty that will just hold it. Cover the patty with the paste and pour in the ingredients. Do not put any cover on. Bake it a quarter of an hour, then slip it out of the patty on a dish, and throw fine sugar well beat all over it. It is a very pretty side dish for a second course. You may make this of any large apples you please. Moonshine. First have a piece of tin made in the shape of a half moon, as deep as a half-pint basin, and one in the shape of a large star, and 2 or 3 lesser ones. Boil 2 calves' feet in a gallon of water till it comes to a quart, then strain it off, and when cold, skim off the fat, take half the jelly and sweeten it with sugar to your palate. Beat up the whites of 4 eggs, stir all together over a slow fire till it boils. Then run it through a flannel bag till clear. Put it in a clean saucepan and take an ounce of sweet almonds, blanched and beat very fine in a marble mortar, with 2 spoonfuls of rose water and 2 of orange flower water. Then strain it through a coarse cloth, mix it with the jelly, stir in 4 large spoonfuls of thick cream, stir it all together till it boils. Then have ready the dish you intend it for. Lay the tin in the shape of a half moon in the middle, and the stars round it. Lay little weights on the tin to keep them in the places you would have them lie. Then pour in the above blanch manger into the dish, and when it is quite cold, take out the tin things and mix the other half of the jelly with half a pint of good white wine and the juice of 2 or 3 lemons, with loaf sugar enough to make it sweet, and the whites of 8 eggs beat fine. Stir it all together over a slow fire till it boils. Then run it through a flannel bag till it is quite clear, into a china basin, and very carefully fill up the places where you took the tin out. Let it stand till cold, and send it to table. Note: you may for change fill the dish with a fine thick almond custard, and when it is cold, fill up the half moon and stars with a clear jelly. The floating island, a pretty dish for the middle of a table at a second course, or for supper. You may take a soup dish according to the size and quantity you would make, but a pretty deep glass is best, and set it on a china dish. First take a quart of the thickest cream you can get. Make it pretty sweet with fine sugar. Pour in a gill of sack, grate the yellow rind of a lemon in, and mill the cream till it is all of a thick froth. Then carefully pour the thin from the froth into a dish. Take a French roll, or as many as you want, cut it as thin as you can, lay a layer of that as light as possible on the cream, then a layer of currant jelly, then a very thin layer of roll, and then hartshorn jelly, then French roll, and over that whip your froth which you saved off the cream very well milled up, and lay at the top as high as you can heap it. And as for the rim of the dish, set it round with fruit or sweetmeats according to your fancy. This looks very pretty in the middle of a table with candles round it, and you may make it of as many different colours as you fancy, and according to what jellies and gams or sweetmeats you have. Or at the bottom of your dish you may put the thickest cream you can get, but that is as you fancy. End of section 33. Section 34 of the Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Of Made Wines, Brewing, French Bread, Muffins, etc. To make raisin wine. Take 200 of raisins, stalks and all, and put them into a large hogshead, fill it with water, let them steep a fortnight, stirring them every day. Then pour off all the liquor, and press the raisins. Put both liquors together in a nice clean vessel that will just hold it, for it must be full. Let it stand till it has done hissing or making the least noise. Then stop it close and let it stand 6 months. Peg it, and if you find it quite clear, rack it off in another vessel. stop it close, and let it stand 3 months longer. Then bottle it, and when you use it, rack it off into a decanter. To make elder wine. Pick the elderberries when full ripe, put them into a stone jar and set them in the oven, or a kettle of boiling water till the jar is hot through. Then take them out and strain them through a coarse cloth, wringing the berries, and put the juice into a clean kettle. To every quart of juice put a pound of fine Lisbon sugar. Let it boil and skim it well. When it is clear and fine, pour it into a jar. When cold, cover it close and keep it till you make raisin wine. Then when you tun up your wine, to every gallon of wine put half a pint of the elder syrup. To make orange wine. Take 12 pounds of the best powder sugar, with the whites of 8 or 10 eggs well beaten, into 6 gallons of spring water, and boil 3/4 of an hour. When cold, put into it 6 spoonfuls of yeast, and the juice of 12 lemons, which, being pared, must stand with 2 pounds of white sugar in a tankard, and in the morning skim off the top, and then put it into the water. Then add the juice and rinds of 50 oranges, but not the white parts of the rinds, and so let it work all together 2 days and 2 nights. Then add 2 quarts of Rhenish or white wine, and put it into your vessel. To make orange wine with raisins. Take 30 pounds of new Malaga raisins picked clean, chop them small, take 20 large Seville oranges, 10 of them you must pare as thin as for preserving. Boil about 8 gallons of soft water till a third be consumed. Let it cool a little. Then put 5 gallons of it hot upon your raisins and orange peel. Stir it well together, cover it up, and when it is cold let it stand 5 days, stirring it once or twice a day. Then pass it through a hair sieve, and with a spoon press it as dry as you can. Put it in a runlet fit for it, and put to it the rind of the other 10 oranges cut as thin as the first. Then make a syrup of the juice of 20 oranges with a pound of white sugar. It must be made the day before you tun it up. Stir it well together and stop it close. Let it stand 2 months to clear, then bottle it up. It will keep 3 years and is better for keeping. To make elderflower wine, very like Frontignac. Take 6 gallons of spring water, 12 pounds of white sugar, 6 pounds of raisins of the sun chopped. Boil these together 1 hour, then take the flowers of elder when they are falling, and rub them off to the quantity of half a peck. When the liquor is cold, put them in. The next day put in the juice of 3 lemons and 4 spoonfuls of good ale yeast. Let it stand covered up 2 days. Then strain it off and put it in a vessel fit for it. To every gallon of wine put a quart of Rhenish, and put your bung lightly on a fortnight, then stop it down close. Let it stand 6 months, and if you find it is fine, bottle it off. To make gooseberry wine. Gather your gooseberries in dry weather, when they are half ripe. Pick them and bruise a peck in a tub with a wooden mallet. Then take a horsehair cloth and press them as much as possible without breaking the seeds. When you have pressed out all the juice, to every gallon of gooseberries put 3 pounds of fine dry powder sugar. Stir it all together till the sugar is dissolved. Then put it in a vessel or cask, which must be quite full. If 10 or 12 gallons, let it stand a fortnight. If a 20-gallon cask, 5 weeks. Set it in a cool place, then draw it off from the lees, clear the vessel of the lees, and pour in the clear liquor again. If it be a 10-gallon cask, let it stand 3 months. If a 20-gallon, 4 months, then bottle it off. To make currant wine. Gather your currants on a fine dry day, when the fruit is full ripe. Strip them, put them in a large pan, and bruise them with a wooden pestle. Let them stand in a pan or tub 24 hours to ferment, then run it through a hair sieve, and do not let your hand touch the liquor. To every gallon of this liquor, put 2 pounds and a half of white sugar. Stir it well together, and put it into your vessel. To every 6 gallons, put in a quart of brandy, and let it stand 6 weeks. If it is fine, bottle it. If it is not, draw it off as clear as you can into another vessel or large bottles, and in a fortnight bottle it in small bottles. To make cherry wine. Pull your cherries when full ripe off the stalks, and press them through a hair sieve. To every gallon of liquor, put 2 pounds of lump sugar beat fine. Stir it together, and put it into a vessel. It must be full. When it has done working and making any noise, stop it close for 3 months, and bottle it off. To make birch wine. The season for procuring the liquor from the birch trees is in the beginning of March, while the sap is rising and before the leaves shoot out. For when the sap is come forward and the leaves appear, the juice, by being long digested in the bark, grows thick and coloured, which before was thin and clear. The method of procuring the juice is, by boring holes in the body of the tree, and putting in soffits, which are commonly made of the branches of elder, the pith being taken out. You may, without hurting the tree, if large, tap it in several places, 4 or 5 at a time, and by that means save from a good many trees several gallons every day. If you have not enough in one day, the bottles in which it drops must be corked close, and rosined or waxed. However, make use of it as soon as you can. Take the sap and boil it as long as any scum rises, skimming it all the time. To every gallon of liquor put 4 pounds of good sugar, the thin peel of a lemon. Boil it afterwards half an hour, skimming it very well. Pour it into a clean tub, and when it is almost cold, set it to work with the yeast spread upon a toast. Let it stand 5 or 6 days, stirring it often. Then take such a cask as will hold the liquor. Fire a large match dipped in brimstone, and throw it into the cask. Stop it close till the match is extinguished. Tun your wine, lay the bung on light till you find it has done working. Stop it close, and keep it 3 months, then bottle it off. To make quince wine. Gather the quinces when dry and full ripe. Take 20 large quinces, wipe them clean with a coarse cloth, and grate them with a large grate or rasp as near the core as you can, but none of the core. Boil a gallon of spring water, throw in your quinces, let it boil softly about 1/4 of an hour. Then strain them well into an earthen pan on 2 pounds of double refined sugar. Pare the peel of 2 large lemons, throw in, and squeeze the juice through a sieve. Stir it about till it is very cool. Then toast a little bit of bread very thin and brown, rub a little yeast on it, let it stand close covered 24 hours. Then take out the toast and lemon, put it up in a keg, keep it 3 months, and then bottle it. If you make a 20-gallon cask, let it stand 6 months before you bottle it. When you strain your quinces, you are to wring them hard in a coarse cloth. To make cowslip or clary wine. Take 6 gallons of water, 12 pounds of sugar, the juice of 6 lemons, the whites of 4 eggs beat very well, put all together in a kettle, Let it boil half an hour, skim it very well. Take a peck of cowslips, if dry ones, half a peck. Put them into a tub with the thin peeling of 6 lemons, then pour on the boiling liquor and stir them about. When almost cold, put in a thin toast baked dry and rubbed with yeast. Let it stand 2 or 3 days to work. If you put in before you tun it 6 ounces of syrup of citron or lemons with a quart of Rhenish wine, it will be a great addition. The 3rd day, strain it off and squeeze the cowslips through a coarse cloth. Then strain it through a flannel bag and tun it up. Lay the bung loose for 2 or 3 days to see if it works, and if it does not, bung it down tight, let it stand 3 months, then bottle it. To make turnip wine. Take a good many turnips, pare, slice, and put them in a cider press and press out all the juice very well. To every gallon of juice, have 3 pounds of lump sugar. Have a vessel ready just big enough to hold the juice. Put your sugar into a vessel, and also to every gallon of juice, half a pint of brandy. Pour in the juice and lay something over the bung for a week to see if it works. If it does, you must not bung it down till it has done working. Then stop it close for 3 months and draw it off in another vessel. When it is fine, bottle it off. To make raspberry wine. Take some fine raspberries, bruise them with the back of a spoon, then strain them through a flannel bag into a stone jar. To each quart of juice, put a pound of double refined sugar, stir it well together, and cover it close. Let it stand 3 days, then pour it off clear. To a quart of juice, put 2 quarts of white wine, bottle it off. It will be fit to drink in a week. Brandy made thus is a very fine dram, and a much better way than steeping the raspberries. Rules for brewing. Care must be taken, in the first place, to have the malt clean, and after it is ground, it ought to stand 4 or 5 days. For strong October, 5 quarters of malt to 3 hogsheads and 24 pounds of hops. This will afterwards make 2 hogsheads of good keeping small beer, allowing 5 pounds of hops to it. For middling beer, a quarter of malt makes a hogshead of ale and 1 of small beer, or it will make 3 hogsheads of good small beer, allowing 8 pounds of hops. This will keep all the year. Or it will make 20 gallons of strong ale and 2 hogsheads of small beer that will keep all the year. If you intend your ale to keep a great while, allow a pound of hops to every bushel. If to keep 6 months, 5 pounds to a hogshead. If for present drinking, 3 pounds to a hogshead, and the softest and clearest water you can get. Observe the day before to have all your vessels very clean, and never use your tubs for any other use except to make wines. Let your casks be very clean the day before with boiling water, and if your bung is big enough, scrub them well with a little birch broom or brush. But if they be very bad, take out the heads and let them be scrubbed clean with a hand brush, sand, and fuller's earth. Put on the head again and scald them well. Throw into the barrel a piece of unslacked lime and stop the bung close. The first copper of water, when it boils, pour into your mash tub, and let it be cool enough to see your face in. Then put in your malt and let it be well mashed. Have a copper of water boiling in the meantime, and when your malt is well mashed, fill your mashing tub, stir it well again, and cover it over with the sacks. Let it stand 3 hours. Set a broad shallow tub under the cock, let it run very softly, and if it is thick, throw it up again till it runs fine. Then throw a handful of hops in the under tub, Let the mash run into it, and fill your tubs till all is run off. Have water boiling in the copper, and lay as much more on as you have occasion for, allowing 1/3 for boiling and waste. Let that stand an hour, boiling more water to fill the mash tub for small beer. Let the fire down a little, and put it into tubs enough to fill your mash. Let the second mash be run off, and fill your copper with the first wort. Put in part of your hops, and make it boil quick. About an hour is long enough. When it is half boiled, throw in a handful of salt. Have a clean white wand, and dip it into the copper, and if the wort feels clammy, it is boiled enough. Then slacken your fire, and take off your wort. Have ready a large tub. Put 2 sticks across, and set your straining basket over the tub on the sticks, and strain your wort through it. Put your other wort on to boil with the rest of the hops. Let your mash be covered again with water, and thin your wort that is cooled in as many things as you can, for the thinner it lies, and the quicker it cools, the better. When quite cool, put it into the tunning tub. Throw a handful of salt into every boil. When the mash has stood an hour, draw it off, then fill your mash with cold water. Take off the wort in the copper, and order it as before. When cool, add to it the first in the tub. So soon as you empty one copper, fill the other. So boil your small beer well. Let the last mash run off, and when both are boiled with fresh hops, order them as the 2 first boilings. When cool, empty the mash tub, and put the small beer to work there. When cool enough, work it. Set a wooden bowl full of yeast in the beer, and it will work over, with a little of the beer in the boil. Stir your tun up every 12 hours. Let it stand 2 days, then tun it, taking off the yeast. Fill your vessels full, and save some to fill your barrels. Let it stand till it has done working. Then lay on your bung lightly for a fortnight. After that, stop it as close as you can. Mind you have a vent peg at the top of the vessel. In warm weather, open it, and if your drink hisses, as it often will, loosen till it has done, then stop it close again. If you can boil your ale in one boiling, it is best, if your copper will allow of it. If not, boil it as conveniency serves. When you come to draw your beer, and find it is not fine, draw off a gallon, and set it on the fire with 2 ounces of isinglass cut small and beat. Dissolve it in the beer over the fire. When it is all melted, let it stand till it is cold, and pour it in at the bung, which must lay loose on till it has done fermenting. Then stop it close for a month. Take great care your casks are not musty, or have any ill taste. If they have, it is a hard thing to sweeten them. You are to wash your casks with cold water before you scald them, and they should lie a day or 2 soaking, and clean them well, then scald them. The best thing for rope. Mix 2 handfuls of bean flour and 1 handful of salt. Throw this into a kilderkin of beer. Do not stop it close till it has done fermenting, then let it stand a month, and draw it off, but sometimes nothing will do with it. When a barrel of beer has turned sour. To a kilderkin of beer, throw in at the bung a quart of oatmeal. Lay the bung on loose 2 or 3 days, then stop it down close, and let it stand a month. Some throw in a piece of chalk as big as a turkey's egg, and when it has done working, stop it close for a month, then tap it. Baking. To make white bread after the London way. Take a bushel of the finest flour well dressed, put it in the kneading trough at one end. Take a gallon of water, which we call liquor, and some yeast. Stir it into the liquor till it looks of a good brown colour and begins to curdle. Strain and mix it with your flour till it is about the thickness of a seed cake, then cover it with the lid of the trough and let it stand 3 hours, and as soon as you see it begin to fall, take a gallon more of liquor. Weigh 3/4 pound of salt, and with your hand mix it well with the water. Strain it, and with this liquor make your dough of a moderate thickness, fit to make up into loaves. Then cover it again with the lid, and let it stand 3 hours more. In the meantime, put the wood into the oven and heat it. It will take 2 hours heating. When your sponge has stood its proper time, clear the oven and begin to make your bread. Set it in the oven and close it up, and 3 hours will bake it. When once it is in, you must not open the oven till the bread is baked. And observe in summer that your water be milk warm, and in winter as hot as you can bear your finger in it. Note, as to the quantity of liquor your dough will take, experience will teach you in 2 or 3 times making, for all flour does not want the same quantity of liquor, and if you make any quantity, it will raise up the lid and run over. To make French bread. Take 3 quarts of water and 1 of milk, in winter scalding hot, in summer a little more than milk warm. Season it well with salt, then take 1.5 pints of good ale yeast, not bitter, lay it in a gallon of water the night before, pour it off the water, stir in your yeast into the milk and water, then with your hand break in a little more than 1/4 pound of butter. Work it well till it is dissolved, then beat up 2 eggs in a basin and stir them in. Have about 1.5 pecks of flour, mix it with your liquor. In winter make your dough pretty stiff, in summer more slack, so that you may use a little more or less of flour according to the stiffness of your dough. Mix it well, but the less you work the better. Make it into rolls and have a very quick oven. When they have lain about 1/4 hour, turn them on the other side. Let them lie about 1/4 longer, take them out and chip all your French bread with a knife, which is better than rasping it, and makes it look spongy and of a fine yellow, whereas the rasping takes off all that fine colour, and makes it look too smooth. You must stir your liquor into the flour as you do for pie crust. After your dough is made, cover it with a cloth, and let it lie to rise while the oven is heating. To make muffins and oat cakes. To a bushel of Hertfordshire white flour, take 1.5 pints of good ale yeast from pale malt, if you can get it, because it is the whitest. Let the yeast lie in water all night. The next day pour off the water clear. Make 2 gallons of water just milk warm, not to scald your yeast, and 2 ounces of salt. Mix your water, yeast and salt well together for about 1/4 hour. Then strain it and mix up your dough as light as possible, and let it lie in your trough an hour to rise. Then with your hand roll it and pull it into little pieces about as big as a large walnut. Roll them with your hand like a ball. Lay them on your table, and as fast as you do them, lay a piece of flannel over them, and be sure to keep your dough covered with flannel. When you have rolled out all your dough, begin to bake the first, and by that time they will be spread out in the right form. Lay them on your iron. As one side begins to change colour, turn the other. Take great care they do not burn, or be too much discoloured, but that you will be a judge of in 2 or 3 makings. Take care the middle of the iron is not too hot, as it will be, but then you may put a brickbat or 2 in the middle of the fire to slacken the heat. The thing you bake on must be made thus. Build a place as if it was going to set a copper, and in the stead of a copper, a piece of iron all over the top, fixed in form just the same as the bottom of an iron pot, and make your fire underneath with coal as in a copper. Observe, muffins are made the same way. Only this, when you pull them to pieces, roll them in a good deal of flour, and with a rolling pin roll them thin. Cover them with a piece of flannel, and they will rise to a proper thickness, and if you find them too big or too little, you must roll dough accordingly. These must not be the least discoloured. When you eat them, toast them crisp on both sides, then with your hand pull them open, and they will be like a honeycomb. Lay in as much butter as you intend to use, then clap them together again and set it by the fire. When you think the butter is melted, turn them, that both sides may be buttered alike, but do not touch them with a knife, either to spread or cut them open. If you do, they will be as heavy as lead. Only when they are buttered and done, you may cut them across with a knife. Note: some flour will soak up 1/4 or 3 pints more water than other flour. Then you must add more water, or shake in more flour in making up, for the dough must be as light as possible. A receipt for making bread without barm by the help of a leaven. Take a lump of dough about 2 pounds of your last making, which has been raised by barm. Keep it by you in a wooden vessel, and cover it well with flour. This is your leaven. Then the night before you intend to bake, put the said leaven to a peck of flour, and work them well together with warm water. Let it lie in a dry wooden vessel, well covered with a linen cloth and a blanket, and keep it in a warm place. This dough kept warm will rise again next morning, and will be sufficient to mix with 2 or 3 bushels of flour, being worked up with warm water and a little salt. When it is well worked up and thoroughly mixed with all the flour, let it be well covered with the linen and blanket until you find it rise. Then knead it well, and work it up into bricks or loaves, making the loaves broad and not so thick and high as is frequently done, by which means the bread will be better baked. Then bake your bread. Always keep by you 2 or more pounds of the dough of your last baking well covered with flour, to make leaven to serve from one baking day to another. The more leaven is put to the flour, the lighter and spongier the bread will be. The fresher the leaven, the bread will be the less sour. From the Dublin Society. A method to preserve a large stock of yeast, which will keep and be of use for several months, either to make bread or cakes. When you have yeast in plenty, take a quantity of it, stir and work it well with a whisk until it becomes liquid and thin. Then get a large wooden platter, cooler or tub, clean and dry, and with a soft brush lay a thin layer of the yeast on the tub, and turn the mouth downwards that no dust may fall upon it, but so the air may get under to dry it. When that coat is very dry, then lay on another till you have a sufficient quantity, even 2 or 3 inches thick, to serve for several months, always taking care the yeast in the tub be very dry before you lay more on. When you have occasion to use this yeast, cut a piece off and lay it in warm water. Stir it together, and it will be fit for use. If it is for brewing, take a large handful of birch tied together, and dip it into the yeast, and hang it up to dry. Take great care no dust comes to it, and so you may do as many as you please. When your beer is fit to set to work, throw in one of these, and it will make it work as well as if you had fresh yeast. You must whip it about in the wort, and then let it lie. When the vat works well, take out the broom and dry it again, and it will do for the next brewing. Note: in the building of your oven for baking, observe that you make it round, low-roofed, and a little mouth. Then it will take less fire and keep in the heat better than a long oven and high-roofed, and will bake the bread better. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Art of Cookery made plain and easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Jarring Cherries and Preserves, etc. To jar cherries, Lady North's way. Take 12 pounds of cherries, stone them, put them in your preserving pan with 3 pounds of double refined sugar and a quart of water. Then set them on the fire till they are scalding hot. Take them off a little while and set them on the fire again. Boil them till they are tender, then sprinkle them with half a pound of double refined sugar pounded, and skim them clean. Put them all together in a china bowl, let them stand in the syrup 3 days. Drain them through a sieve, and take them out one by one with the holes downwards on a wicker sieve, then set them in a stove to dry, and as they dry, turn them upon clean sieves. When they are dry enough, put a clean white sheet of paper in a preserving pan, then put all the cherries in, with another clean white sheet of paper on the top of them. Cover them close with a cloth, and set them over a cool fire till they sweat. Take them off the fire, then let them stand till they are cold, and put them in boxes or jars to keep. To dry cherries. To 4 pounds of cherries, put 1 pound of sugar, and just put as much water to the sugar as will wet it. When it is melted, make it boil. Stone your cherries, put them in, and make them boil. Skim them 2 or 3 times, take them off, and let them stand in the syrup 2 or 3 days, then boil your syrup and put to them again, but do not boil your cherries any more. Let them stand 3 or 4 days longer, then take them out, lay them in sieves to dry, and lay them in the sun or in a slow oven to dry. When dry, lay them in rows in papers, and sew a row of cherries and a row of white paper in boxes. To preserve cherries with the leaves and stalks green. First dip the stalks and leaves in the best vinegar boiling hot. Stick the sprig upright in a sieve till they are dry. In the meantime, boil some double refined sugar to syrup, and dip the cherries, stalks and leaves in the syrup, and just let them scald. Lay them on a sieve, and boil the sugar to a candy height. Then dip the cherries, stalks, leaves and all. Then stick the branches in sieves, and dry them as you do other sweetmeats. They look very pretty at candlelight in a dessert. To make orange marmalade. Take the clearest Seville oranges and cut them in 2. Take out all the pulp and juice into a pan, and pick all the skins and seeds out. Boil the rinds in hard water till they are very tender, and change the water 3 times while they are boiling, and then pound them in a mortar, and put in the juice and pulp. Put them in a preserving pan with double their weight of loaf sugar. Set it over a slow fire, boil it gently 40 minutes, put it into pots. Cover it with brandy paper and tie it down close. To make white marmalade. Pare and core the quinces as fast as you can, then take to a pound of quinces, being cut in pieces less than half quarters, 3/4 of a pound of double refined sugar beat small, then throw half the sugar on the raw quinces. Set it on a slow fire till the sugar is melted and the quinces tender. Then put in the rest of the sugar and boil it up as fast as you can. When it is almost enough, put in some jelly and boil it apace. Then put it up, and when it is quite cold, cover it with white paper. To make red marmalade. Take full ripe quinces, pare and cut them in quarters and core them. Put them in a saucepan, cover them with the parings, fill the saucepan nearly full of spring water, cover it close and stew them gently till they are quite soft and a deep pink colour. Then pick out the quince from the parings and beat them to a pulp in a mortar. Take their weight in loaf sugar, put in as much of the water they were boiled in as will dissolve it, and boil and skim it well. Put in your quinces and boil them gently 3/4 of an hour. Keep stirring them all the time, or it will stick to the pan and burn. Put it into flat pots, and when cold, tie it down close. To preserve oranges whole. Take the best Bermudas or Seville oranges you can get, and pare them with a penknife very thin, and lay your oranges in water 3 or 4 days, shifting them every day. Then put them in a kettle with fair water, and put a board on them to keep them down in the water, and have a skillet on the fire with water, that may be ready to supply the kettle with boiling water. As it wastes, it must be filled up 3 or 4 times while the oranges are doing, for they will take up 7 or 8 hours boiling. They must be boiled till a white straw will run through them. Then take them out and scoop the seeds out of them very carefully by making a little hole in the top, and weigh them. To every pound of oranges, put 1 3/4 pounds of double refined sugar, beat well and sifted through a clean lawn sieve. Fill your oranges with sugar and strew some on them. Let them lie a little while, and make your jelly thus. Take 2 dozen of pippins or John apples, and slice them into water, and when they are boiled tender, strain the liquor from the pulp, and to every pound of oranges you must have 1.5 pints of this liquor, and put to it 3/4 of the sugar you left in filling the oranges. Set it on the fire and let it boil. Skim it well, and put it in a clean earthen pan till it is cold. Then put it in your skillet. Put in your oranges. With a small bodkin, job your oranges as they are boiling to let the syrup into them. Strew on the rest of your sugar whilst they are boiling, and when they look clear, take them up and put them into your glasses. Put one in a glass just fit for them, and boil the syrup till it is almost a jelly. Then fill up your glasses. When they are cold, paper them up, and keep them in a dry place. Or thus. Cut a hole out of the stalk end of your orange as big as a 6pence. Scoop out all the pulp very clean. Tie them singly in muslin and lay them 2 days in spring water. Change the water twice a day, and boil them in the muslin till tender. Be careful you keep them covered with water. Weigh the oranges before you scoop them. To every pound add 2 pounds of double refined sugar and a pint of water. Boil the sugar and water with the orange juice to a syrup. Skim it well, let it stand till it is cold. Take the oranges out of the muslin and put them in, and boil them till they are quite clear, and put them by till cold. Then pare and core some green pippins, and boil them in water till it is very strong of the pippin. Do not stir them. Put them down gently with the back of a spoon, and strain the liquor through a jelly bag till it is clear. Put to every pint of liquor 1 pound of double refined sugar and the juice of a lemon, strained as clear as you can. Boil it to a strong jelly. Drain the oranges out of your syrup, and put them in glass or white stone jars, of the size of the orange, and pour the jelly on them. Cover them with brandy papers, and tie them over with a bladder. You may do lemons in the same manner. Quinces whole. Take your quinces and pare them, cut them in quarters, or leave them whole, which you please. Put them into a saucepan and cover them with hard water. Lay your parings over them to keep them under water. Cover your saucepan close that no steam can come out. Set them over a slow fire till they are soft and a fine pink colour. Then let them stand till cold. Make a syrup of double refined sugar with as much water as will wet it. Boil and skim it well. Put in your quinces, let them boil 10 minutes. Take them off and let them stand 3 hours. Then boil them till the syrup is thick and the quinces clear. Then put them in deep jars, and when cold, put brandy paper over them and tie them down close. To make conserve of red roses, or any other flowers. Take rosebuds or any other flowers and pick them. Cut off the white part from the red, and put the red flowers, and sift them through a sieve to take out the seeds. Then weigh them, and to every pound of flowers take 2 pounds and a half of loaf sugar. Beat the flowers pretty fine in a stone mortar, then by degrees put the sugar to them, and beat it very well till it is well incorporated together. Then put it into gallipots, tie it over with paper, over that a leather, and it will keep 7 years. To make conserve of hips. Gather hips before they grow soft, cut off the heads and stalks, slit them in halves, take out all the seeds and white that is in them very clean, then put them into an earthen pan and stir them every day, or they will grow mouldy. Let them stand till they are soft enough to rub them through a coarse hair sieve. As the pulp comes, take it off the sieve. They are a dry berry, and will require pains to rub them through. Then add its weight in sugar, mix them well together without boiling, and keep it in deep gallipots for use. To make syrup of roses. Infuse 3 pounds of damask rose leaves in a gallon of warm water, in a well-glazed earthen pot with a narrow mouth, for 8 hours, which stop so close that none of the virtue may exhale. When they have infused so long, heat the water again, squeeze them out, and put in 3 pounds more of rose leaves to infuse for 8 hours more. Then press them out very hard. Then to every quart of this infusion add 4 pounds of fine sugar, and boil it to a syrup. To make syrup of citron. Pare and slice your citrons thin, lay them in a basin with layers of fine sugar. The next day pour off the liquor into a glass, skim it, and clarify it over a gentle fire. To make syrup of clove gillyflowers. Clip your gillyflowers, sprinkle them with fair water, put them into an earthen pot, stop it up very close, set it in a kettle of water, and let it boil for 2 hours. Then strain out the juice, put 1.5 pounds of sugar to a pint of juice, put it into a skillet, set it on the fire, keep it stirring till the sugar is all melted, do not let it boil. Then set it by to cool, and put it into bottles. To make syrup of peach blossoms. Infuse peach blossoms in hot water, as much as will handsomely cover them. Let them stand in balneo, or in sand, for 24 hours covered close. Then strain out the flowers from the liquor, and put in fresh flowers. Let them stand to infuse as before. Then strain them out, and to the liquor put fresh peach blossoms the 3rd time, and, if you please, a 4th time. Then to every pound of your infusion add 2 pounds of double refined sugar, and, setting it in sand or balneo, make a syrup which keep for use. To make syrup of quinces. Grate quinces, pass their pulp through a cloth to extract the juice. Set their juices in the sun to settle or before the fire, and by that means clarify it. For every 4 ounces of this juice, take a pound of sugar boiled brown. If the putting in the juice of the quinces should check the boiling of the sugar too much, give the syrup some boiling till it becomes pearled. Then take it off the fire, and when cold, put it into the bottles. To preserve apricots. Take your apricots, stone and pare them thin, and take their weight in double refined sugar, beaten and sifted. Put your apricots in a silver cup or tankard, cover them over with sugar, and let them stand so all night. The next day put them in a preserving pan, set them on a gentle fire, and let them simmer a little while. Then let them boil till tender and clear, taking them off sometimes to turn and skim. Keep them under the liquor as they are doing, and with a small clean bodkin or great needle, job them, that the syrup may penetrate into them. When they are enough, take them up and put them in glasses. Boil and skim your syrup, and when it is cold, put it on your apricots. Put brandy paper over and tie them close. To preserve damsons whole. You must take some damsons and cut them in pieces. Put them in a skillet over the fire with as much water as will cover them. When they are boiled and the liquor pretty strong, strain it out. Add for every pound of the damsons wiped clean, a pound of single refined sugar. Put the third part of your sugar into the liquor. Set it over the fire, and when it simmers, put in the damsons. Let them have one good boil, and take them off for half an hour, covered up close. Then set them on again, and let them simmer over the fire after turning them. Then take them out and put them in a basin. Strew all the sugar that was left on them, and pour the hot liquor over them. Cover them up, and let them stand till next day, then boil them up again till they are enough. Take them up and put them in pots. Boil the liquor till it jellies, and pour it on them when it is almost cold, so paper them up. To candy any sort of flowers. Take the best treble refined sugar, break it into lumps, and dip it piece by piece into water. Put them into a vessel of silver and melt them over the fire. When it just boils, strain it and set it on the fire again. Then let it boil till it draws in hairs, which you may perceive by holding up your spoon. Then put in the flowers and set them in cups or glasses. When it is of a hard candy, break it in lumps and lay it as high as you please. Dry it in a stove or in the sun, and it will look like sugar candy. To preserve gooseberries whole without stoning. Take the largest preserving gooseberries, and pick off the black eye, but not the stalk. Then set them over the fire in a pot of water to scald. Cover them very close, but not boil or break. And when they are tender, take them up into cold water. Then take 1.5 pounds of double refined sugar to 1 pound of gooseberries, and clarify the sugar with water, 1 pint to 1 pound of sugar. And when your syrup is cold, put the gooseberries single in your preserving pan. Put the syrup to them and set them on a gentle fire. Let them boil, but not too fast, lest they break. And when they have boiled, and you perceive that the sugar has entered them, take them off, cover them with white paper, and set them by till the next day. Then take them out of the syrup, and boil the syrup till it begins to be ropy. Skim it, and put it to them again, then set them on a gentle fire, and let them simmer gently, till you perceive the syrup will rope. Then take them off, set them by till they are cold, cover them with paper, then boil some gooseberries in fair water, and when the liquor is strong enough, strain it out. Let it stand to settle, and to every pint take 1 pound of double refined sugar, then make a jelly of it. Put the gooseberries in glasses when they are cold. Cover them with the jelly the next day, paper them wet, and then half dry the paper that goes in the inside. It closes down better. And then white paper over the glass. Set it in your stove or a dry place. To preserve white walnuts. First pare your walnuts till the white appears, and nothing else. You must be very careful in the doing of them, that they do not turn black, and as fast as you do them, throw them into salt and water, and let them lie till your sugar is ready. Take 3 pounds of good loaf sugar, put it into your preserving pan, set it over a charcoal fire, and put as much water as will just wet the sugar. Let it boil, then have ready 10 or a dozen whites of eggs strained and beat up to a froth. Cover your sugar with the froth as it boils and skim it. Then boil it and skim it till it is as clear as crystal. Then throw in your walnuts. Just give them a boil till they are tender, then take them out and lay them in a dish to cool. When cool, put them in your preserving pan, and when the sugar is as warm as milk, pour it over them. When quite cold, paper them down. Thus clear your sugar for all preserves, apricots, peaches, gooseberries, currants, etc. To preserve walnuts green. Wipe them very clean, and lay them in strong salt and water 24 hours. Then take them out and wipe them very clean. Have ready a skillet of water boiling, throw them in, let them boil a minute, and take them out. Lay them on a coarse cloth, and boil your sugar as above. Then just give your walnuts a scald in the sugar, take them up, and lay them to cool. Put them in your preserving pot, and pour on your syrup as above. To preserve the large green plums. First dip the stalks and leaves in boiling vinegar. When they are dry, have your syrup ready, and first give them a scald, and very carefully with a pin take off the skin. Boil your sugar to a candy height, and dip in your plums. Hang them by the stalk to dry, and they will look finely transparent, and, by hanging that way to dry, will have a clear drop at the top. You must take great care to clear your sugar nicely. To preserve peaches. Take the largest peaches you can get, not overripe. Rub off the lint with a cloth and run them down the seam with a pin skin deep. Cover them with French brandy. Tie a bladder over them and let them stand a week. Make a strong syrup and boil and skim it well. Take the peaches out of the brandy and put them in and boil them till they look clear. Then take them out, put them in glasses, mix the syrup with the brandy, and when cold, pour it over your peaches. Tie them close down with a bladder and leather over it. To make quince cakes. You must let a pint of the syrup of quinces with a quart or 2 of raspberries be boiled and clarified over a clear, gentle fire, taking care that it be well skimmed from time to time. Then add 1.5 pounds of sugar. Cause as much more to be brought to a candy height and poured in hot. Let the whole be continually stirred about till it is almost cold, then spread it on plates and cut it out into cakes. End of section 35. Section 36 of The Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. To make anchovies, vermicelli, ketchup, vinegar, and to keep artichokes, French beans, etc. To make anchovies. To a peck of sprats, 2 pounds of common salt, 1/4 pound of bay salt, 4 pounds of saltpetre, 2 ounces of sal prunella, 2 pennyworth of cochineal. Pound all in a mortar, Put them into a stone pot, a row of sprats, a layer of your compound, and so on to the top alternately. Press them hard down, cover them close, let them stand 6 months, and they will be fit for use. Observe that your sprats be very fresh, and do not wash or wipe them, but just take them as they come out of the water. To pickle smelts where you have plenty. Take 1/4 of a peck of smelts, half an ounce of pepper, half an ounce of nutmeg, 1/4 of an ounce of mace, half an ounce of saltpetre, 1/4 of a pound of common salt, beat all very fine, wash and clean the smelts, gut them, then lay them in rows in a jar, and between every layer of smelts strew the seasoning with 4 or 5 bay leaves. Then boil red wine, and pour over them enough to cover them. Cover them with a plate, and when cold, tie them down close. They exceed anchovies. To make vermicelli. Mix yolks of eggs and flour together in a pretty stiff paste, so as you can work it up cleverly, and roll it as thin as it is possible to roll the paste. Let it dry in the sun. When it is quite dry, with a very sharp knife, cut it as thin as possible, and keep it in a dry place. It will run up like little worms, as vermicelli does, though the best way is to run it through a coarse sieve, whilst the paste is soft. If you want some to be made in haste, dry it by the fire, and cut it small. It will dry by the fire in 1/4 of an hour. This far exceeds what comes from abroad, being fresher. To make ketchup. Take the large flaps of mushrooms gathered dry, and bruise them. Put some at the bottom of an earthen pan. Strew some salt over, then mushrooms, then salt, till you have done. Put in half an ounce of cloves and mace, and the like of allspice. Let them stand 6 days. Stir them up every day, then send them to the oven, and bake them gently for 4 hours. Take them out, and strain the liquor through a cloth or fine sieve. To every gallon of liquor add 1 quart of red wine. If not salt enough, add a little more, a race or 2 of ginger cut small. Boil it till 1 quart is wasted. Strain it into a pan, and let it be cold. Pour it from the settlings. Bottle it, and cork it tight. Another way to make ketchup. Take the large flaps and salt them as above. Boil the liquor, strain it through a thick flannel bag. To 1 quart of that liquor put 1 quart of stale beer, a large stick of horseradish cut in little slips, 5 or 6 bay leaves, an onion stuck with 20 or 30 cloves, 1/4 of an ounce of mace, 1/4 of an ounce of nutmegs beat, 1/4 of an ounce of black and white pepper, 1/4 of an ounce of allspice, and 4 or 5 races of ginger. Cover it close, and let it simmer very softly till about 1/3 is wasted. Then strain it through a flannel bag. When it is cold, bottle it in pint bottles. Cork it close, and it will keep a great while. The other receipt you have in the chapter for the sea. Artichokes to keep all the year. Boil as many artichokes as you intend to keep. Boil them so as just the leaves will come out. Then pull off all the leaves and choke. Cut them from the strings, lay them on a tin plate, and put them in an oven where tarts are drawn. Let them stand till the oven is heated again. Take them out before the wood is put in, and set them in again after the tarts are drawn. So do till they are as dry as a board. Then put them in a paper bag, and hang them in a dry place. You should lay them in warm water 3 or 4 hours before you use them, shifting the water often. Let the last water be boiling hot. They will be very tender, and eat as fine as fresh ones. You need not dry all your bottoms at once, as the leaves are good to eat. so boil a dozen at a time and save the bottoms for this use. To keep French beans all the year. Take fine young beans, gather them on a very fine day. Have a large stone jar ready, clean and dry, lay a layer of salt at the bottom, and then a layer of beans, then salt, and then beans, and so on till the jar is full. Cover them with salt, tie a coarse cloth over them, and a board on that, and then a weight to keep it close from all air. Set them in a dry cellar, and when you use them, cover them close again. Wash them you took out very clean, and let them lie in soft water 24 hours, shifting the water often. When you boil them, do not put any salt in the water. The best way of dressing them is, boil them with just the white heart of a small cabbage, then drain them, chop the cabbage, and put both into a saucepan with a piece of butter as big as an egg rolled in flour. Shake a little pepper, put in 1/4 pint of good gravy, let them stew 10 minutes, and then dish them up for a side dish. You may do more or less, just as you please. To keep green peas till Christmas. Take fine young peas, shell them, throw them into boiling water with some salt in, and let them boil 5 or 6 minutes. Throw them into a colander to drain. Then lay a cloth 4 or 5 times double on a table and spread them on. Dry them very well, and have your bottles ready. Fill them and cover them with mutton fat tried. When it is a little cool, fill the necks almost to the top, cork them, tie a bladder and a lath over them, and set them in a cool, dry place. When you use them, boil your water, put in a little salt, some sugar, and a piece of butter. When they are boiled enough, throw them into a sieve to drain. Then put them into a saucepan with a good piece of butter. Keep shaking it round all the time till the butter is melted. Then turn them into a dish and send them to table. Another way to preserve green peas. Gather your peas on a very dry day, when they are neither old nor too young. Shell them, and have ready some quart bottles with little mouths, being well dried. Fill the bottles and cork them well. Have ready a pipkin of rosin melted, into which dip the necks of the bottles and set them in a very dry place that is cool. To keep green gooseberries till Christmas. Pick your large green gooseberries on a dry day. Have ready your bottles clean and dry. Fill the bottles and cork them. Set them in a kettle of water up to the neck. Let the water boil very softly till you find the gooseberries are coddled. Take them out and put in the rest of the bottles till all are done. Then have ready some rosin melted in a pipkin. Dip the necks of the bottles in, and that will keep all air from coming at the cork. Keep them in a cold, dry place where no damp is, and they will bake as red as a cherry. You may keep them without scalding, but then the skins will not be so tender, nor bake so fine. To keep red gooseberries. Pick them when full ripe. To each quart of gooseberries, put 1/4 pound of Lisbon sugar, and to each 1/4 pound of sugar, put 1/4 pint of water. Let it boil, then put in your gooseberries, and let them boil softly 2 or 3 minutes. Then pour them into little stone jars. When cold, cover them up, and keep them for use. They make fine pies with little trouble. You may press them through a colander. To a quart of pulp, put 1/2 pound of fine Lisbon sugar. Keep stirring over the fire till both be well mixed and boiled, and pour it into a stone jar. When cold, cover it with white paper, and it makes very pretty tarts or puffs. To keep walnuts all the year. Take a large jar, a layer of sea sand at the bottom, then a layer of walnuts, then sand, then the nuts, and so on till the jar is full. and be sure they do not touch each other in any of the layers. When you would use them, lay them in warm water for an hour, shift the water as it cools. Then rub them dry, and they will peel well and eat sweet. Lemons will keep thus covered better than any other way. Another way to keep lemons. Take the fine large fruit that are quite sound and good, and take a fine pack thread about 1/4 yard long, run it through the hard nib at the end of the lemon. Then tie the string together and hang it on a little hook in an airy, dry place. So do many as you please, but be sure they do not touch one another, nor anything else, but hang as high as you can. Thus you may keep pears, etc., only tying the string to the stalk. To keep white bullace, pear plums, or damsons, etc., for tarts or pies. Gather them when full grown, and just as they begin to turn. Pick all the largest out, save about 2/3 of the fruit. The other third put as much water to as you think will cover the rest. Let them boil and skim them. When the fruit is boiled very soft, then strain it through a coarse hair sieve, and to every quart of this liquor put 1.5 pounds of sugar. Boil it and skim it very well. Then throw in your fruit. Just give them a scald. Take them off the fire, and when cold, put them into bottles with wide mouths. Pour your syrup over them, lay a piece of white paper over them, and cover them with oil. Be sure to take the oil well off when you use them, and do not put them in larger bottles than you think you shall make use of at a time, because all these sorts of fruits spoil with the air. To make vinegar. To every gallon of water put 1 pound of coarse Lisbon sugar, let it boil and keep skimming it as long as the scum rises. Then pour it into tubs, and when it is as cold as beer to work, toast a good toast and rub it over with yeast. Let it work 24 hours. Then have ready a vessel iron hooped and well painted, fixed in a place where the sun has full power, and fix it so as not to have any occasion to move it. When you draw it off, then fill your vessels. Lay a tile on the bung to keep the dust out. Make it in March, and it will be fit to use in June or July. Draw it off into little stone bottles the latter end of June or beginning of July. Let it stand till you want to use it, and it will never foul any more. But when you go to draw it off, and you find it is not sour enough, let it stand a month longer before you draw it off. For pickles to go abroad, use this vinegar alone. But in England you will be obliged, when you pickle, to put 1/2 cold spring water to it, and then it will be full sour with this vinegar. You need not boil unless you please for almost any sort of pickles. It will keep them quite good. It will keep walnuts very fine without boiling, even to go to the Indies. But then do not put water to it. For green pickles, you may pour it scalding hot on 2 or 3 times. All other sort of pickles, you need not boil it. Mushrooms, only wash them clean, dry them, put them into little bottles with a nutmeg just scalded in vinegar and sliced, whilst it is hot, very thin, and a few blades of mace. Then fill up the bottle with the cold vinegar and spring water. Pour the mutton fat tried over it, and tie a bladder and leather over the top. These mushrooms will not be so white, but as finely tasted as if they were just gathered, and a spoonful of this pickle will give sauce a very fine flavour. White walnuts, suckers, and onions, and all white pickles do in the same manner after they are ready for the pickle. To fry smelts. Let your smelts be fresh caught, wipe them very dry with a cloth, beat up yolks of eggs and rub over them, strew crumb of bread on. Have some clear dripping boiling in a frying pan, and fry them quick of a fine gold colour. Put them on a plate to drain, and then lay them in your dish. Garnish with fried parsley, with plain butter in a cup. To dress whitebait. Take your whitebait fresh caught, and put them in a cloth with a handful of flour, and shake them about till they are separated and quite dry. Have some hog's lard boiling quick. Fry them 2 minutes, drain them, and dish up with plain butter and soy. To roast a pound of butter. Lay it in salt and water 2 or 3 hours, then spit it, and rub it all over with crumbs of bread, with a little grated nutmeg. Lay it to the fire, and as it roasts, baste it with the yolks of 2 eggs, and then with crumbs of bread, all the time it is a roasting. But have ready a pint of oysters stewed in their own liquor, and lay in the dish under the butter. When the bread has soaked up all the butter, brown the outside, and lay it on your oysters. Your fire must be very slow. End of section 36. Section 37 of the Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20 of Distilling. To distill walnut water. Take a peck of fine green walnuts, bruise them well in a large mortar, put them in a pan with a handful of baum bruised, put 2 quarts of good French brandy to them, cover them close, and let them lie 3 days. The next day distill them in a cold still. From this quantity draw 3 quarts, which you may do in a day. How to use this ordinary still. You must lay the plate, then wood ashes thick at the bottom, then the iron pan, which you are to fill with your walnuts and liquor. Then put on the head of the still. Make a pretty brisk fire till the still begins to drop, then slacken it so as just to have enough to keep the still at work. Mind all the time to keep a wet cloth all over the head of the still all the time it is at work, and always observe not to let the still work longer than the liquor is good, and take great care you do not burn the still. And thus you may distill what you please. If you draw the still too far, it will burn, and give your liquor a bad taste. To make treacle water. Take the juice of green walnuts 4 pounds, of rue, carduus, marigold, and baum, of each 3 pounds, roots of butterbur ½ pound, roots of burdock 1 pound, Angelica and masterwort, of each ½ pound, leaves of scordium 6 handfuls, Venice treacle and mithridate, of each ½ pound, old canary wine 2 pounds, white wine vinegar 6 pounds, juice of lemon 6 pounds, and distill this in an alembic. To make black cherry water. Take 6 pounds of black cherries and bruise them small. Then put to them the tops of rosemary, sweet marjoram, spearmint, angelica, baum, marigold flowers, of each a handful, dried violets 1 ounce, aniseeds and sweet fennel seeds, of each ½ an ounce bruised. Cut the herbs small, mix all together, and distill them off in a cold still. To make hysterical water. Take betony, roots of lovage, seeds of wild parsnips, of each 2 ounces, roots of single peony 4 ounces, of mistletoe of the oak 3 ounces, myrrh 1/4 ounce, castor ½ an ounce. Beat all these together, and add to them 1/4 pound of dried millipedes. Pour on these 3 quarts of mugwort water and 2 quarts of brandy. Let them stand in a close vessel 8 days, Then distill it in a cold still pasted up. You may draw off 9 pints of water and sweeten it to your taste. Mix all together and bottle it up. To distil red rosebuds. Wet your roses in fair water. 4 gallons of roses will take near 2 gallons of water. Then still them in a cold still. Take the same stilled water and put into it as many fresh roses as it will wet. Then still them again. Mint, balm, parsley, and pennyroyal water distill the same way. To make plague water, from the following types of ingredients, being roots, flowers, and seeds. Roots used in plague water: Angelica, dragon, maywort, mint, rue, carduus, origany, winter savoury, broad thyme, rosemary, pimpernel, sage, fumitory, coltsfoot, scabious, borage, saxifrage, betony, liverwort, germander. Flowers used in plague water: wormwood, succory, hyssop, agrimony, fennel, cowslips, poppies, plantain, setfoil, vocvane, maidenhair, motherwort, cowage, goldenrod, gromwell, dill. Seeds used in plague water: hart's tongue, horehound, fennel, melilot, St. John's wort, comfrey, feverfew, red rose leaves, wood sorrel, pellitory of the wall, heartsease, centaury, sea drink, a good handful of each of the aforesaid things, gentian root, dock root, butterbur root, peony root, bayberries, juniper berries, of each of these a pound. 1 ounce of nutmegs, 1 ounce of cloves, and half an ounce of mace. Pick the herbs and flowers and shred them a little. Cut the roots, bruise the berries, and pound the spices fine. Take a peck of green walnuts and chop them small. Mix all these together and lay them to steep in sack lees, or any white wine lees, if not in good spirits. But wine lees are best. Let them lie a week or better. Be sure to stir them once a day with a stick, and keep them close covered, then still them in an alembic with a slow fire, and take care your still does not burn. The first, second, and third running is good, and some of the fourth. Let them stand till cold, then put them together. To make surfeit water. You must take scurvy grass, brook lime, watercresses, Roman wormwood, rue, mint, balm, sage, clovers, of each 1 handful. Green Mary 2 handfuls. Poppies, if fresh, half a peck; if dry, 1/4 of a peck. Cochineal 6 pennyworth. Saffron 6 pennyworth. Aniseeds, caraway seeds, coriander seeds, cardamom seeds, of each 1 ounce. Licorice 2 ounces scraped. Figs split 1 pound. Raisins of the sun stoned 1 pound. Juniper berries 1 ounce bruised. Nutmeg 1 ounce beat. Mace 1 ounce bruised. Sweet fennel seeds 1 ounce bruised. A few flowers of rosemary, marigold, and sage flowers. Put all these into a large stone jar, and put to them 3 gallons of French brandy. Cover it close, and let it stand near the fire for 3 weeks. Stir it 3 times a week, and be sure to keep it close stopped, and then strain it off. Bottle your liquor, and pour on the ingredients 1 gallon more of French brandy. Let it stand a week, stirring it once a day, then distill it in a cold still, and this will make a fine white surfeit water. You may make this water at any time of the year if you live at London, because the ingredients are always to be had either green or dry, but it is best made in summer. To make milk water. Take 2 good handfuls of wormwood, as much carduus, as much rue, 4 handfuls of mint, as much baum, half as much angelica. Cut these a little, put them into a cold still, and put to them 3 quarts of milk. Let your fire be quick till your still drops, and then slacken your fire. You may draw off 2 quarts. The first quart will keep all the year. How to distil vinegar you have in the chapter of pickles. End of section 37. Section 38 of the Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. How to market and the seasons of the year for butcher's meat, poultry, fish, herbs, roots, etc., and fruit. Pieces in a bullock. The head, tongue, palate. The entrails are the sweetbreads, kidneys, skirts, and tripe. There is the double, the roll, and the reed tripe. The fore quarter. First is the haunch, which includes the clod, marrowbone, shin, and the sticking piece, that is, the neck end. The next is the leg of mutton piece, which has part of the blade bone. Then the chuck, the brisket, the fore ribs, and the middle rib, which is called the chuck rib. The hind quarter. First, sirloin and rump, the thin and thick flank, the veiny piece, then the isk bone or chuck bone, buttock and leg. In a sheep. The head and pluck, which includes the liver, lights, heart, sweetbreads and melt. The fore quarter. The neck, breast and shoulder. The hind quarter. The leg and loin. The 2 loins together is called a chine of mutton, which is a fine joint when it is the little fat mutton. In a calf. The head and inwards are the pluck, which contains the heart, liver, lights, nut and melt, and what they call the skirts, which eat finely broiled, the throat sweetbread and the windpipe sweetbread, which is the finest. The fore quarter is the shoulder, neck and breast. The hind quarter is the leg, which contains the knuckle and fillet, then the loin. In a house lamb. The head and pluck, that is, the liver, lights, heart, nut and melt. Then there is the fry, which is the sweetbreads, lambstones and skirts, with some of the liver. The fore quarter is the shoulder, neck and breast together. The hind quarter is the leg and loin. This is in high season at Christmas, but lasts all the year. Grass lamb comes in April or May according to the season of the year, and holds good till the middle of August. In a hog. The head and inwards, and that is the haslet, which is the liver and crow, kidney and skirts. It is mixed with a great deal of sage and sweet herbs, pepper, salt and spice, so rolled in the caul and roasted. Then there are the chitterling and the guts, which are cleaned for sausages. The fore quarter is the foreloin and spring. If a large hog, you may cut a spare rib off. The hind quarter, only leg and loin. A bacon hog. This is cut different because of making hams, bacon and pickled pork. Here you have fine spare ribs, chines and griskins and fat for hog's lard. The liver and crow is much admired fried with bacon. The feet and ears are both equally good soused. Pork comes in season at Bartholomew tide and holds good till Lady Day. How to choose butcher's meat. To choose lamb. In a forequarter of lamb, mind the neck vein. If it be an azure blue, it is new and good, but if greenish or yellowish, it is near tainting, if not tainted already. In the hinder quarter, smell under the kidney and try the knuckle. If you meet with a faint scent, and the knuckle be limber, it is stale killed. For a lamb's head, mind the eyes. If they be sunk or wrinkled, it is stale. If plump and lively, it is new and sweet. Veal. If the bloody vein in the shoulder looks blue, or a bright red, it is new killed. But if blackish, greenish, or yellowish, it is flabby and stale. If wrapped in wet cloths, smell whether it be musty or not. The loin first taints under the kidney, and the flesh, if stale killed, will be soft and slimy. The breast and neck taints first at the upper end, and you will perceive some dusky, yellowish, greenish appearance. The sweetbread on the breast will be clammy, otherwise it is fresh and good. The leg is known to be new by the stiffness of the joint. If limber and the flesh seems clammy and has green or yellowish specks, it is stale. The head is known as the lamb's. The flesh of a bull calf is more red and firm than that of a cow calf, and the fat more hard and curdled. Mutton. If the mutton be young, the flesh will pinch tender. If old, it will wrinkle and remain so. If young, the fat will easily part from the lean. If old, it will stick by strings and skins. If ram mutton, the fat feels spongy, the flesh close-grained and tough, not rising again when dented with your finger. If ewe mutton, the flesh is paler than wedder mutton, a closer grain, and easily parting. If there be a rot, the flesh will be palish, and the fat a faint whitish, inclining to yellow, and the flesh will be loose at the bone. If you squeeze it hard, some drops of water will stand up like sweat. As to the newness and staleness, the same is to be observed as by lamb. Beef. If it be right ox beef, it will have an open grain. If young, a tender and oily smoothness. If rough and spongy, it is old or inclining to be so, except neck, brisket, and such parts as are very fibrous, which in young meat will be more rough than in other parts. A carnation pleasant colour betokens good spending meat, the suet a curious white, yellowish is not so good. Cow beef is less bound and closer grained than the ox, the fat whiter, but the lean somewhat paler. If young, the dent you make with your finger will rise again in a little time. Bull beef is of a close grain, deep dusky red, tough in pinching, the fat skinny, hard, and has a rammish, rank smell. And for newness and staleness, this flesh, bought fresh, has but few signs. The more material is its clamminess, and the rest your smell will inform you. If it be bruised, these places will look more dusky or blackish than the rest. Pork. If it be young, the lean will break in pinching between your fingers, and if you nip the skin with your nails, it will make a dent. Also, if the fat be soft and pulpy, in a manner like lard. If the lean be tough, and the fat flabby and spongy, feeling rough, it is old, especially if the rind be stubborn and you cannot nip it with your nails. If of a boar, though young, or of a hog gelded at full growth, the flesh will be hard, tough, reddish, and rammish of smell. The fat skinny and hard, the skin very thick and tough and pinched up, will immediately fall again. As for old and new killed, try the legs, hands and springs by putting your finger under the bone that comes out. For if it be tainted, you will there find it by smelling your finger. Besides, the skin will be sweaty and clammy when stale, but cool and smooth when new. If you find little kernels in the fat of the pork, like hail shot, if many, it is measly and dangerous to be eaten. How to choose brawn, venison, Westphalia hams, etc. Brawn is known to be old or young by the extraordinary or moderate thickness of the rind. The thick is old, the moderate is young. If the rind and fat be very tender, it is not boar brawn, but barrow or sow. Venison. Try the haunches or shoulders under the bones that come out with your finger or knife, and as the scent is sweet or rank, it is new or stale. And the like of the sides in the most fleshy parts. If tainted, they will look greenish in some places, or more than ordinary black. Look on the hoofs, and if the clefts are very wide and rough, it is old. If close and smooth, it is young. The season for venison. The buck venison begins in May, and is in high season till All Hallows Day. The doe is in season from Michaelmas to the end of December, or sometimes to the end of January. Westphalia hams and English bacon. Put a knife under the bone that sticks out of the ham, and if it comes out in a manner clean, and has a curious flavour, it is sweet and good. If much smeared and dulled, it is tainted or rusty. English gammons are tried the same way, and for other parts try the fat. If it be white, oily in feeling, does not break or crumble, good. But if the contrary, and the lean has some little streaks of yellow, it is rusty or will soon be so. To choose butter, cheese and eggs. When you buy butter, trust not to that which will be given you to taste, but try in the middle, and if your smell and taste be good, you cannot be deceived. Cheese is to be chosen by its moist and smooth coat. If old cheese be rough coated, rugged, or dry at top, beware of little worms or mites. If it be over full of holes, moist or spongy, it is subject to maggots. If any soft or perished place appear on the outside, try how deep it goes, for the greater part may be hid within. Eggs. Hold the great end to your tongue. If it feels warm, be sure it is new. If cold, it is bad, and so in proportion to the heat and cold, so is the goodness of the egg. Another way to know a good egg is to put the egg into a pan of cold water. The fresher the egg, the sooner it will fall to the bottom. If rotten, it will swim at the top. This is also a sure way not to be deceived. As to the keeping of them, pitch them all with the small end downwards in fine wood ashes, turning them once a week endways, and they will keep some months. Poultry in season. January. Hen turkeys, capons, pullets with eggs, fowls, chickens, hares, all sorts of wild fowl, tame rabbits and tame pigeons. February. Turkeys and pullets with eggs, capons, fowls, small chickens, hares, all sorts of wild fowl, which in this month begin to decline, tame and wild pigeons, tame rabbits, green geese, young ducklings and turkey poults. March. This month the same as the preceding month, and in this month wild fowl goes quite out. April. Pullets, spring fowls, chickens, pigeons, young wild rabbits, leverets, young geese, ducklings and turkey poults. May and June. The same. July. The same, with young partridges, pheasants and wild ducks, called flappers or moulters. August, the same. September, October, November and December. In these months all sorts of fowl, both wild and tame, are in season, and in the 3 last is the full season for all manner of wild fowl. How to choose poultry. To know whether a capon is a true one, young or old, new or stale. If he be young, his spurs are short and his legs smooth. If a true capon, a fat vein on the side of his breast, the comb pale, and a thick belly and rump. If new, he will have a close hard vent, if stale, a loose open vent. A cock or hen turkey, turkey poults. If the cock be young, his legs will be black and smooth, and his spurs short. If stale, his eyes will be sunk in his head, and the feet dry. If new, the eyes lively, and feet limber. Observe the like by the hen. And moreover, if she be with egg, she will have a soft open vent. If not, a hard close vent. Turkey poults are known the same way, and their age cannot deceive you. A cock, hen, etc. If young, his spurs are short and dubbed, but take particular notice they are not pared nor scraped. If old, he will have an open vent, but if new, a close hard vent. And so of a hen, for newness or staleness, if old, her legs and comb are rough, if young, smooth. A tame goose, wild goose, and bran goose. If the bill be yellowish, and she has but few hairs, she is young, but if full of hairs, and the bill and foot red, she is old. If new, limber-footed, if stale, dry-footed, and so of a wild goose and bran goose. Wild and tame ducks. The duck, when fat, is hard and thick on the belly, but if not, thin and lean. If new, limber-footed. If stale, dry-footed. A true wild duck has a reddish foot, smaller than the tame one. Godwits, marl, knots, ruffs, gull, dotterels, and wheatears. If these be old, their legs will be rough. If young, smooth. If fat, a fat rump. If new, limber-footed. If stale, dry-footed. Pheasant, cock, and hen. The cock, when young, has dubbed spurs. When old, sharp small spurs. If new, a fat vent. And if stale, an open flabby one. The hen, if young, has smooth legs, and her flesh of a curious grain. If with egg, she will have a soft open vent, and if not, a close one. For newness or staleness, as the cock. Heath and pheasant poults. If new, they will be stiff and white in the vent, and the feet limber. If fat, they will have a hard vent. If stale, dry-footed and limber, and if touched, they will peel. Heathcock and hen. If young, they have smooth legs and bills, and if old, rough. For the rest, they are known as the foregoing. Partridge, cock and hen. The bill white and the legs bluish shew age, for if young, the bill is black and the legs yellowish. If new, a fast vent. If stale, a green and open one. If their crops be full, and they have fed on green wheat, they may taint there, and for this smell in their mouth. Woodcock and snipe. The woodcock, if fat, is thick and hard, if new, limber-footed, when stale, dry-footed, or if their noses are snotty and their throats muddy and moorish, they are naught. A snipe if fat, has a fat vein in the side under the wing, and in the vent feels thick. For the rest, like the woodcock. Doves and pigeons. To know the turtle dove, look for a bluish ring round his neck, and the rest mostly white. The stock dove is bigger, and the ring dove is less than the stock dove. The dove-house pigeons, when old, are red-legged. If new and fat, they will feel full and fat in the vent, and are limber-footed. But if stale, a flabby and green vent. And so, green or grey plover, fieldfare, blackbird, thrush, larks, etc. Of hare, leveret or rabbit. Hare will be whitish and stiff, if new and clean killed. If stale, the flesh blackish in most parts, and the body limber. If the cleft in her lips spread very much, and her claws wide and ragged, she is old, and the contrary young. If the hare be young, the ears will tear like a piece of brown paper. If old, dry and tough. To know a true leveret, feel on the foreleg near the foot, and if there be a small bone or knob, it is right. If not, it is a hare. For the rest, observe as in a hare. A rabbit, if stale, will be limber and slimy. If new, white and stiff. If old, her claws are very long and rough, the wool mottled with grey hairs. If young, the claws and wool smooth. Fish in season. Candlemas quarter. Lobsters, crabs, crawfish, river crawfish, guardfish, mackerel, bream, barbel, roach, shad or alloc, lamprey or lamper eels, dace, bleak, prawns and horse mackerel. The eels that are taken in running water are better than pond eels. Of these, the silver ones are most esteemed. Midsummer quarter. Turbots and trouts, soles, grigs and shaflings and glout, teens, salmon, dolphin, flying fish, sheephead, tollis, both land and sea, sturgeon, seal, chub, lobsters and crabs. Sturgeon is a fish commonly found in the northern seas, but now and then we find them in our great rivers, the Thames, the Severn and the Tyne. This fish is of a very large size and will sometimes measure 18 feet in length. They are much esteemed when fresh, cut in pieces, roasted, baked or pickled for cold treats. The caviar is esteemed a dainty, which is the spawn of this fish. The latter end of this quarter come smelts. Michaelmas quarter. Cod and haddock, coalfish, white and pelting hake, ling, tusk and mullet, red and grey, weaver, gurnet, rocket, herrings, sprats, soles and flounders, plaice, dabs and smear dabs, eels, chars, skate, thornback and homlin, kinson, oysters and scallops, sea perch, and carp, pike, tench, and sea tench. Skate maids are black, and thornback maids white. Grey bass comes with the mullet. In this quarter are fine smelts, and hold till after Christmas. There are two sorts of mullets, the sea mullet and river mullet, both equally good. Christmas quarter. Dory, brile, gudgeons, gollin, smelts, crouch, perch, anchovy and loach, scallop and wilks, periwinkles, cockles, mussels, gear, bearbet and hollabet. How to choose fish. To choose salmon, pike, trout, carp, tench, grayling, barbel, chub, ruff, eel, whiting, smelt, shad, etc. All these are known to be new or stale by the colour of their gills and the easiness or hardness to open, the hanging or keeping up of their fins, the standing out or sinking of their eyes, etc., and by smelling their gills. Turbot. He is chosen by his thickness and plumpness, and if his belly be of a cream colour, he must spend well, but if thin and his belly of a bluish white, he will eat very loose. Cod and Codling. Choose him by his thickness towards his head, and the whiteness of his flesh when it is cut, and so of a codling. Ling. For dried ling, choose that which is thickest in the poll, and the flesh of the brightest yellow. Skate and Thornback. These are chosen by their thickness, and the she-skate is the sweetest, especially if large. Soles. These are chosen by their thickness and stiffness. When their bellies are of a cream colour, they spend the firmer. Sturgeon. If it cuts without crumbling, and the veins and gristles give a true blue where they appear, and the flesh a perfect white, then conclude it to be good. Fresh herrings and mackerel. If their gills are of a lively shining redness, and their eyes stand full, and the fish is stiff, then they are new. But if dusky and faded, or sinking and ringled, and tails limber, they are stale. Lobsters. Choose them by their weight. The heaviest are best, if no water be in them. If new, the tail will pull smart, like a spring. If full, the middle of the tail will be full of hard or reddish-skinned meat. Cock lobster is known by the narrow back part of the tail, and the two uppermost fins within his tail are stiff and hard, but the hen is soft and the back of her tail broader. Prawns, shrimps, and crabfish. The two first, if stale, will be limber, and cast a kind of slimy smell, their colour fading, and they slimy. The latter will be limber in their claws and joints, their red colour turn blackish and dusky, and will have an ill smell under their throats. Otherwise, all of them are good. Plaice and flounders. If they are stiff, and their eyes be not sunk or look dull, they are new. The contrary when stale. The best sort of plaice look bluish on the belly. Pickled salmon. If the flesh feels oily and the scales are stiff and shining, and it comes in flakes and parts without crumbling, then it is new and good, and not otherwise. Pickled and red herrings. For the first, open the back to the bone, and if the flesh be white, sleeky and oily, and the bones white or a bright red, they are good. If red herrings carry a good gloss, part well from the bone, and smell well, then conclude them to be good. Fruits and garden stuff throughout the year. January. Fruits yet lasting are some grapes, the Kentish, russet, golden, French, curtain, and Dutch pippins, John apples, winter queenings, the marigold and Harvey apples pom water, golden Dorset, renneting, love's pearmain and the winter pearmain, winter bergamot, winter boncretian, winter mask, winter Norwich, and great serene pears. All garden things much the same as in December. February. Fruits yet lasting. The same as in January, except the golden pippin and pom water, also the pommery, and the winter peppering and Dagobent pear. March. Fruits yet lasting. The golden ducat Dorset, pippins, rennetings, love's pearmain and John apples, the latter boncretian and double blossom pear. April. Fruits yet lasting. You have now in the kitchen garden and orchard autumn carrots, winter spinach, sprouts of cabbage and cauliflowers, turnip tops, asparagus, young radishes, Dutch brown lettuce and cresses, burnet, young onions, scallions, leeks, and early kidney beans. On hotbeds, purslane, cucumbers, and mushrooms. Some cherries, green apricots, and gooseberries for tarts. Pippins, d'On, Westbury apple, russeting, gillyflower, the latter Bonchrétien, oak pear, etc. May, the product of the kitchen and fruit garden. Asparagus, cauliflowers, imperial, silesia, royal and cabbage lettuces, burnet, purslane, cucumbers, nasturtium flowers, peas and beans sown in October, artichokes, scarlet strawberries, and kidney beans. Upon the hotbeds, May cherries, May dukes. On walls, green apricots and gooseberries. Pippins, Devons or John apple, Westbury apples, russeting, gillyflower apples, the codlin, etc. The great Carvile, winter Bonchrétien, black Worcester pear, Surin, and double blossom pear. Now is the proper time to distill herbs, which are in their greatest perfection. June, the product of the kitchen and fruit garden. Asparagus, garden beans and peas, kidney beans, cauliflowers, artichokes, Battersea and Dutch cabbage, melons on their first ridges, young onions, carrots and parsnips sown in February, purslane, borage, burnet, the flowers of nasturtium, the Dutch brown, the imperial, the royal, the silesia, and cos lettuces, some blanched endive and cucumbers, and all sorts of pot herbs. Green gooseberries, strawberries, some raspberries, currants, white and black, duke cherries, red hearts, the Flemish and carnation cherries, codlins, janetings, and the masculine apricot, and in the forcing frames, all the forward kind of grapes. July, the product of the kitchen and fruit garden. Ronceville and winged pears, garden and kidney beans, cauliflowers, cabbages, artichokes, and their small suckers, all sorts of kitchen and aromatic herbs. Salads such as cabbage lettuce, purslane, burnet, young onions, cucumbers, blanched endive, carrots, turnips, beets, nasturtium flowers, musk melons, wood strawberries, currants, gooseberries, raspberries, red and white janetings, the Margaret apple, the primate russet, summer green chisel and pearl pears, the carnation morella, great bearer, Morocco, orgeat, and Begarot cherries. The nutmeg, Isabella, Persian, Newington, violet, muscal, and Rambouillet peaches. Nectarines, the primordial, myrobalant red, blue, amber, damask pear. Apricot and cinnamon plums, also the King's and Lady Elizabeth's plums, etc., some figs and grapes. Walnuts in high season to pickle, and rock samphire. The fruit yet lasting of the last year is the d'On and winter russeting. August, the product of the kitchen and fruit garden. Cabbages and their sprouts, cauliflowers, artichokes, cabbage lettuces, beets, carrots, potatoes, turnip, some beans, peas, kidney beans, and all sorts of kitchen herbs, radishes, horseradish, cucumbers, cresses, some tarragon, onions, garlic, rocamboles, melons, and cucumbers for pickling. Gooseberries, raspberries, currants, grapes, figs, mulberries and filberts, apples. The Windsor Sovereign, orange bergamot slipper, red Catherine, King Catherine, penny Prussian, summer poppening, sugar and louding pears, Crown Bordeaux, Laveur, Disput, Savoy and Walacotta peaches, the Moroi, Tawny, Red Roman, Little Green Cluster and yellow nectarines, Imperial Blue Dates, Yellow Late Pear, Black Pear, White Nutmeg Late Pear, Great Anthony or Turkey and Jane plums, Cluster, Muscadin and Cornelian grapes. September, the product of the kitchen and fruit garden. Garden and some kidney beans, Ronceville peas, artichokes, radishes, cauliflowers, cabbage lettuce, cresses, chervil, onions, tarragon, burnet, celery, endive, mushrooms, carrots, turnips, skirrets, beets, scorzonera, horseradish, garlic, shallots, rocambole, cabbage and their sprouts, with savoys, which are better when more sweetened with the frost, peaches, grapes, figs, pears, plums, walnuts, filberts, almonds, quinces, melons and cucumbers. October, the product of the kitchen and fruit garden. Some cauliflowers, artichokes, peas, beans, cucumbers and melons. Also July sown kidney beans, turnips, carrots, parsnips, potatoes, skirrets, scorzonera, beets, onions, garlic, shallots, rocambole, chardons, cresses, chervil, mustard, radish, rape, spinach, lettuce small and cabbage, burnet, tarragon, blanched celery and endive, late peaches and plums, grapes and figs, mulberries, filberts and walnuts, the bullace, pines and arbutus, and great variety of apples and pears. November, the product of the kitchen and fruit garden. Cauliflowers in the greenhouse, and some artichokes, carrots, parsnips, turnips, beets, skirrets, scorzonera, horseradish, potatoes, onions, garlic, shallots, rocambole, celery, parsley, sorrel, thyme, savoury, sweet marjoram dry, and clary cabbages and their sprouts, Savoy cabbage, spinach, late cucumbers. Hot herbs on the hotbed, burnet, cabbage, lettuce, endive blanched, several sorts of apples and pears, some bullaces, medlars, arbutas, walnuts, hazelnuts and chestnuts. December, the product of the kitchen and fruit garden. Many sorts of cabbages and savoys, spinach and some cauliflowers in the conservatory and artichokes in sand. Roots we have as in the last month. Small herbs on the hotbeds for salads, also mint, tarragon and cabbage lettuce preserved under glasses, chervil, celery and endive blanched, sage, thyme, savoury, beet leaves, tops of young beets, parsley, sorrel, spinach, leeks and sweet marjoram, marigold flowers and mint dried. Asparagus on the hotbed and cucumbers on the plants sown in July and August, and plenty of pears and apples. End of section 38. Section 39 of The Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. A Certain Cure for the Bite of a Mad Dog. Let the patient be blooded at the arm 9 or 10 ounces. Take of the herb called in Latin Lichen cinereus terrestris. In English, ash-coloured ground liverwort, cleaned, dried and powdered 1/2 ounce. Of black pepper powdered 2 drachms. Mix these well together, and divide the powder into 4 doses, one of which must be taken every morning fasting, for 4 mornings successively, in half a pint of cow's milk warm. After these 4 doses are taken, the patient must go into the cold bath or a cold spring or river every morning, fasting for a month. He must be dipped all over, but not to stay in, with his head above water, longer than half a minute, if the water be very cold. After this, he must go in 3 times a week for a fortnight longer. Note well, the lichen is a very common herb, and grows generally in sandy and barren soils all over England. The right time to gather it is in the months of October and November. From D. Mead. Another for the bite of a mad dog. For the bite of a mad dog, for either man or beast, take 6 ounces of rue clean picked and bruised, 4 ounces of garlic peeled and bruised, 4 ounces of Venice treacle, and 4 ounces of filed pewter or scraped tin. Boil these in 2 quarts of the best ale in a pan covered close over a gentle fire for the space of an hour. Then strain the ingredients from the liquor. Give 8 or 9 spoonfuls of it warm to a man or a woman 3 mornings fasting. 8 or 9 spoonfuls is sufficient for the strongest. A lesser quantity to those younger or of a weaker constitution, as you may judge of their strength. 10 or 12 spoonfuls for a horse or a bullock, 3, 4, or 5 to a sheep, hog, or dog. This must be given within 9 days after the bite. It seldom fails in man or beast. If you bind some of the ingredients on the wound, it will be so much the better. Receipt against the plague. Take of rue, sage, mint, rosemary, wormwood, and lavender a handful of each. Infuse them together in a gallon of white wine vinegar. Put the whole into a stone pot closely covered up, upon warm wood ashes for 4 days. After which draw off, or strain through fine flannel, the liquid, and put it into bottles well corked. And into every quart bottle put 1/4 ounce of camphor. With this preparation wash your mouth and rub your loins and your temples every day. Snuff a little up your nostrils when you go into the air, and carry about you a bit of sponge dipped in the same, in order to smell too, upon all occasions, especially when you are near any place or person that is infected. They write that 4 malefactors, who had robbed the infected houses and murdered the people during the course of the plague, owned, when they came to the gallows, that they had preserved themselves from the contagion by using the above medicine only, and that they went the whole time from house to house without any fear of the distemper. How to keep clear from bugs. First take out of your room all silver and gold lace, then set the chairs about the room, shut up your windows and doors, tack a blanket over each window and before the chimney, and over the doors of the room. Set open all closets and cupboard doors, all your drawers and boxes, hang the rest of your bedding on the chair backs, lay the feather bed on a table, then set a large broad earthen pan in the middle of the room, and in that set a chafing dish that stands on feet, full of charcoal well lighted. If your room is very bad, a pound of rolled brimstone. If only a few, half a pound. Lay it on the charcoal and get out of the room as quick as possibly you can, or it will take away your breath. Shut your door close with the blanket over it, and be sure to set it so as nothing can catch fire. If you have any India pepper, throw it in with the brimstone. You must take great care to have the door open whilst you lay in the brimstone, that you may get out as soon as possible. Do not open the door under 6 hours, and then you must be very careful how you go in to open the windows. Therefore, let the door stand open an hour before you open the windows. Then brush and sweep your room very clean. Wash it well with boiling ley, or boiling water with a little unslacked lime in it. Get a pint of spirits of wine, a pint of spirits of turpentine, and an ounce of camphor. Shake all well together, and with a bunch of feathers wash your bedstead very well, and sprinkle the rest over the feather bed and about the wainscot and room. If you find great swarms about the room, and some not dead, do this over again, and you will be quite clear. Every spring and fall, wash your bedstead with half a pint, and you will never have a bug. But if you find any come in with new goods or boxes, etc., only wash your bedstead and sprinkle all over your bedding and bed, and you will be clear. But be sure to do it as soon as you find one. If your room is very bad, it will be well to paint the room after the brimstone is burnt in it. This never fails, if rightly done. An effectual way to clear your bedstead of bugs. Take quicksilver and mix it well in a mortar with the white of an egg till the quicksilver is well mixed, and there is no blubbers. Then beat up some white of an egg very fine, and mix with the quicksilver till it is like a fine ointment. Then, with a feather, anoint the bedstead all over in every creak and corner, and about the lacing and binding, where you think there is any. Do this 2 or 3 times. It is a certain cure, and will not spoil anything. Directions to the housemaid. Always when you sweep a room, throw a little wet sand all over it, and that will gather up all the slue and dust, prevent it from rising, clean the boards, and save the bedding, pictures, and all other furniture from dust and dirt. End of section 39. Section 40 of the Art of Cookery made plain and easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Editions. First printed in the 5th edition and now enlarged and improved. To dress a turtle the West India way. Take the turtle out of water the night before you dress it, and lay it on its back. In the morning cut its head off, and hang it up by its hind fins for it to bleed till the blood is all out. Then cut the callipee, which is the belly, round, and raise it up. Cut as much meat to it as you can. Throw it into spring water with a little salt. Cut the fins off and scald them with the head. Take off all the scales, cut all the white meat out, and throw it into spring water and salt. The guts and lungs must be cut out. Wash the lungs very clean from the blood. Then take the guts and maw, and slit them open, wash them very clean, and put them on to boil in a large pot of water, and boil them till they are tender. Then take off the inside skin, and cut them in pieces of 2 or 3 inches long. Have ready a good veal broth made as follows. Take 1 large or 2 small knuckles of veal, and put them on in 3 gallons of water. Let it boil, skim it well, season with turnips, onions, carrots, and celery, and a good large bundle of sweet herbs. Boil it till it is half wasted, then strain it off. Take the fins and put them in a stew pan, cover them with veal broth, season with an onion chopped fine, all sorts of sweet herbs chopped very fine, half an ounce of cloves and mace, half a nutmeg beat very fine. Stew it very gently till tender. Then take the fins out, and put in a pint of Madeira wine, and stew it for 15 minutes. Beat up the whites of 6 eggs, with the juice of 2 lemons. Put the liquor in, and boil it up. Run it through a flannel bag. Make it hot, Wash the fins very clean and put them in. Take a piece of butter and put at the bottom of a stew pan. Put your white meat in and sweat it gently till it is almost tender. Take the lungs and heart and cover them with veal broth, with an onion, herbs and spice. As for the fins, stew them till tender. Take out the lungs, strain the liquor off, thicken it and put in a bottle of Madeira wine. Season with cayenne pepper and salt pretty high. Put in the lungs and white meat. Stew them up gently for 15 minutes. Have some forcemeat balls made out of the white part instead of veal, as for Scotch collops. If any eggs, scald them. If not, take 12 hard yolks of eggs made into egg balls. Have your calapash, or deep shell, done round the edges with paste. Season it in the inside with cayenne pepper and salt, and a little Madeira wine. Bake it half an hour, then put in the lungs and white meat, forcemeat, and eggs over, and bake it half an hour. Take the bones and 3 quarts of veal broth, seasoned with an onion, a bundle of sweet herbs, 2 blades of mace. Stew it an hour, strain it through a sieve, thicken it with flour and butter, put in half a pint of Madeira wine, stew it half an hour. Season with cayenne pepper and salt to your liking. This is the soup. Take the callipee, run your knife between the meat and shell, and fill it full of forcemeat. Season it all over with sweet herbs chopped fine, a shallot chopped, cayenne pepper and salt, and a little Madeira wine. Put a paste round the edge, and bake it an hour and a half. Take the guts and maw, put them in a stew pan with a little broth, a bundle of sweet herbs, 2 blades of mace beat fine. Thicken with a little butter rolled in flour. Stew them gently for half an hour, season with cayenne pepper and salt. Beat up the yolks of 2 eggs in half a pint of cream, put it in, and keep stirring it one way till it boils up. Then dish them up as follows. First the callipee, then the fricassee, soup and fins, followed by the calapash. The fins eat fine when cold, put by in the liquor. Another way to dress a turtle. Kill your turtle as before, then cut the belly shell clean off, cut off the fins, take all the white meat out and put it into spring water. Take the guts and lungs out. Do the guts as before. Wash the lungs well, scald the fins, head and belly shell. Take a saw and saw the shell all round about 2 inches deep. Scald it and take the shell off, cut it in pieces. Take the shells, fins and head and put them in a pot, cover them with veal broth. Season with 2 large onions chopped fine, all sorts of sweet herbs chopped fine, half an ounce of cloves and mace, a whole nutmeg. Stew them till tender. Take out all the meat and strain the liquor through a sieve. Cut the fins in 2 or 3 pieces. Take all the brawn from the bones. Cut it in pieces of about 2 inches square. Take the white meat, put some butter at the bottom of a stew pan, put your meat in, and sweat it gently over a slow fire till almost done. Take it out of the liquor and cut it in pieces about the bigness of a goose's egg. Take the lungs and heart and cover them with veal broth. Season with an onion, sweet herbs, and a little beet spice. Always observe to boil the liver by itself. Stew it till tender, take the lungs out and cut them in pieces. Strain off the liquor through a sieve. Take a pound of butter and put in a large stew pan, big enough to hold all the turtle, and melt it. Put half a pound of flour in and stir it till it is smooth. Put in the liquor and keep stirring it till it is well mixed. If lumpy, strain it through a sieve. Put in your meat of all sorts, a great many forcemeat balls and egg balls, and put in 3 pints of Madeira wine. Season with pepper and salt and cayenne pepper pretty high. Stew it 3/4 of an hour. Add the juice of 2 lemons. Have your deep shell baked, put some into the shells, and bake it, or brown it with a hot iron, and serve the rest in tureens. Note well, this is for a turtle of 60 pounds weight. To make a mock turtle. Take a large calf's head with the skin on, well scalded and cleaned. Boil it 3/4 of an hour. Take it out and slit it down the face. Take all the skin and meat from the bones as clean as possible. Be careful you do not break off the ears. Lay it on a dresser and fill the ears full of forcemeat. Tie them round with a cloth. Take out the eyes and pick all the meat from the bones. Put it in a large stew pan with the best and fattest parts of another head without the skin, boiled as long as the above, and 3 quarts of veal gravy. Lay the skin on the meat with the flesh side up, and cover the pan close. Let it stew 1 hour over a moderate fire. Put in 3 sweetbreads cut in pieces, 2 ounces of truffles and morels, 4 artichoke bottoms boiled and cut in 4 pieces each, an anchovy boned and chopped small. Season it pretty high with salt and cayenne pepper. Put in half a lemon, 3 pints of Madeira wine, 2 spoonfuls of catchup, 1 of lemon pickle, half a pint of pickled or fresh mushrooms, 1/4 pound of butter rolled in flour, and let it all stew half an hour longer. Take the yolks of 4 eggs boiled hard, and the brains of both heads boiled. Cut the brains in pieces of the size of a nutmeg, make a rich forcemeat, and roll it up in a veal caul, and then in a cloth, and boil it 1 hour. Cut it in 3 parts, the middle piece the largest. Put the meat into the dish, and lay the head over it, the skin side uppermost. Put the largest piece of forcemeat between the ears, the other 2 slices at the narrow end, opposite each other. Put the brains, eggs, mushrooms, etc. over and round it, and pour the liquor hot upon it, and send it up as quick as possible, as it soon gets cold. To make ice cream. Pare and stone 12 ripe apricots and scald them. Beat them fine in a mortar. Add to them 6 ounces of double refined sugar and a pint of scalding cream, and work it through a sieve. Put it in a tin with a close cover, and set it in a tub of ice broken small, with 4 handfuls of salt mixed among the ice. When you see your cream grows thick round the edges of your tin, stir it well, and put it in again till it is quite thick. When the cream is all froze up, take it out of the tin, and put it into the mould you intend to turn it out of. Put on the lid, and have another tub of salt and ice ready as before. Put the mould in the middle, and lay the ice under and over it. Let it stand 4 hours, and never turn it out till the moment you want it. Then dip the mould in cold spring water, and turn it into a plate. You may do any sort of fruit the same way. A turkey, etc. in jelly. Boil a turkey or a fowl as white as you can. Let it stand till cold, and have ready a jelly made thus. Take a fowl, skin it, take off all the fat. Do not cut it to pieces, nor break the bones. Take 4 pounds of a leg of veal, without any fat or skin. Put it into a well-tinned saucepan, put to it full 3 quarts of water. Set it on a very clear fire till it begins to simmer. Be sure to skim it well, but take great care it does not boil. When it is well skimmed, set it so as it will but just seem to simmer. Put to it 2 large blades of mace, half a nutmeg, and 20 corns of white pepper, a little bit of lemon peel as big as a sixpence. This will take 6 or 7 hours doing. When you think it is a stiff jelly, which you will know by taking a little out to cool, be sure to skim off all the fat, if any, and be sure not to stir the meat in the saucepan. A quarter of an hour before it is done, throw in a large teaspoonful of salt, squeeze in the juice of half a fine Seville orange or lemon. When you think it is enough, strain it off through a clean sieve, but do not pour it off quite to the bottom for fear of settlings. Lay the turkey or fowl in the dish you intend to send it to the table in. Beat up the whites of 6 eggs to a froth, and put the liquor to it, then boil it 5 or 6 minutes, and run it through a jelly bag till it is very clear. Then pour the liquor over it, let it stand till quite cold. Colour some of the jelly in different colours, and when it is near cold, with a spoon sprinkle it over in what form or fancy you please, and send it to table. A few nasturtium flowers stuck here and there look pretty if you can get them, but lemon and all those things are entirely fancy. This is a very pretty dish for a cold collation or a supper. All sorts of birds or fowls may be done this way. To make citron. Quarter your melon and take out all the inside, then put into the syrup as much as will cover the coat. Let it boil in the syrup till the coat is as tender as the inward part, then put them in the pot with as much syrup as will cover them. Let them stand for 2 or 3 days, that the syrup may penetrate through them, and boil your syrup to a candy height, with as much mountain wine as will wet your syrup. Clarify it, and then boil it to a candy height. Then dip in the quarters and lay them on a sieve to dry, and set them before a slow fire, or put them in a slow oven till dry. Observe that your melon is but half ripe, and when they are dry, put them in deal boxes in paper. To candy cherries or greengages. Dip the stalks and leaves in white wine vinegar boiling, then scald them in syrup. Take them out and boil the syrup to a candy height. Dip in the cherries and hang them to dry with the cherries downwards. Dry them before the fire or in the sun. Then take the plums. After boiling them in a thin syrup, peel off the skin and candy them, and so hang them up to dry. To take iron moulds out of linen. Take sorrel, bruise it well in a mortar, squeeze it through a cloth, bottle it, and keep it for use. Take a little of the above juice in a silver or tin saucepan. Boil it over a lamp. As it boils, dip in the iron mould. Do not rub it, but only squeeze it. As soon as the iron mould is out, throw it into cold water. To make India pickle. To a gallon of vinegar, 1 pound of garlic, 3/4 pound of long pepper, a pint of mustard seed, 1 pound of ginger, and 2 ounces of turmeric. The garlic must be laid in salt 3 days, then wiped clean and dried in the sun. The long pepper broke, and the mustard seed bruised. Mix all together in the vinegar. Then take 2 large hard cabbages and 2 cauliflowers, cut them in quarters and salt them well. Let them lie 3 days, and dry them well in the sun. Note well, the ginger must lie 24 hours in salt and water, then cut small and laid in salt 3 days. To prevent the infection among horned cattle. Make an issue in the dewlap, put in a peg of black hellebore, and rub all events both behind and before with tar. End of section 40. Section 41 of the Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Necessary directions whereby the reader may easily attain the useful art of carving. To cut up a turkey. Raise the leg, open the joint, but be sure not to take off the leg. Lace down both sides of the breast, and open the pinion of the breast, but do not take it off. Raise the merrythought between the breastbone and the top. Raise the brawn, and turn it outward on both sides, but be careful not to cut it off, nor break it. Divide the wing pinions from the joint next the body, and stick each pinion where the brawn was turned out. Cut off the sharp end of the pinion, and the middle piece will fit the place exactly. A bustard, capon, or pheasant is cut up in the same manner. To rear a goose. Cut off both legs in the manner of shoulders of lamb. Take off the belly piece close to the extremity of the breast. Lace the goose down both sides of the breast about 1/2 inch from the sharp bone. Divide the pinions and the flesh first laced with your knife, which must be raised from the bone, and taken off with the pinion from the body. Then cut off the merrythought, and cut another slice from the breastbone, quite through. Lastly, turn up the carcass, cutting it asunder, the back above the loin bones. To unbrace a mallard or duck. First, raise the pinions and legs, but cut them not off. Then raise the merrythought from the breast, and lace it down both sides with your knife. To unlace a coney. The back must be turned downward, and the apron divided from the belly. This done, slip in your knife between the kidneys, loosening the flesh on each side. Then turn the belly, cut the back crossways between the wings, draw your knife down both sides of the backbone, dividing the sides and leg from the back. Observe not to pull the leg too violently from the bone when you open the side, but with great exactness lay open the sides from the scut to the shoulder, and then put the legs together. To wing a partridge or quail. After having raised the legs and wings, use salt and powdered ginger for sauce. To allay a pheasant or teal. This differs in nothing from the foregoing, but that you must use salt only for sauce. To dismember a hern. Cut off the legs, lace the breast down each side, and open the breast pinion without cutting it off. Raise the merrythought between the breastbone and the top of it. Then raise the brawn, turning it outward on both sides, but break it not, nor cut it off. Sever the wing pinion from the joint nearest the body, sticking the pinions in the place where the brawn was. Remember to cut off the sharp end of the pinion, and supply the place with the middle piece. In this manner, some people cut up a capon or pheasant, and likewise a bittern, using no sauce but salt. To thigh a woodcock. The legs and wings must be raised in the manner of a fowl, only open the head for the brains. And so you thigh curlews, plover, or snipe, using no sauce but salt. To display a crane. After his legs are unfolded, cut off the wings. Take them up and sauce them with powdered ginger, vinegar, salt, and mustard. To lift a swan. Slit it fairly down the middle of the breast, clean through the back, from the neck to the rump. Divide it in 2 parts, neither breaking or tearing the flesh. Then lay the halves in a charger, the slit sides downwards. Throw salt upon it and set it again on the table. The sauce must be chouder served up in saucers. End of section 41. Section 42 of The Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Appendix-Part 1. Observations on preserving salt meat, so as to keep it mellow and fine for 3 or 4 months, and to preserve potted butter. Take care when you salt your meat in the summer, that it be quite cool after it comes from the butcher's. The way is to lay it on cold bricks for a few hours, and when you salt it, lay it upon an inclining board to drain off the blood. Then salt it afresh. Add to every pound of salt half a pound of Lisbon sugar, and turn it in the pickle every day. At the month's end it will be fine. The salt which is commonly used hardens and spoils all the meat. The right sort is that called Lowndes salt. It comes from Nantwich in Cheshire. There is a very fine sort that comes from Maldon in Essex, and from Suffolk, which is the reason of that butter being finer than any other. And if everybody would make use of that salt in potting butter, we should not have so much bad come to market, observing all the general rules of a dairy. If you keep your meat long in salt, half the quantity of sugar will do, and then bestow loaf sugar. It will eat much finer. This pickle cannot be called extravagant, because it will keep a great while. At 3 or 4 months' end, boil it up. If you have no meat in the pickle, skim it, and when cold, only add a little more salt and sugar to the next meat you put in, and it will be good a 12-month longer. Take a leg of mutton piece, veiny or thick flank piece, without any bone, pickled as above. Only add to every pound of salt an ounce of saltpetre. After being a month or 2 in the pickle, take it out and lay it in soft water a few hours, then roast it. It eats fine. A leg of mutton or shoulder of veal does the same. It is a very good thing where a market is at a great distance, and a large family obliged to provide a great deal of meat. As to the pickling of hams and tongues, you have the receipt in the foregoing chapters, but use either of these fine salts, and they will be equal to any Bayonne hams, provided your porkling is fine and well fed. To make mock turtle soup. Take a calf's head and scald the hair off as you would a pig, and wash it very clean. Boil it in a large pot of water half an hour, then cut all the skin off by itself. Take the tongue out. Take the broth made of a knuckle of veal, put in the tongue and skin, with 3 large onions, half an ounce of cloves and mace, and half a nutmeg beat fine, all sorts of sweet herbs chopped fine, and 3 anchovies. Stew it till tender, then take out the meat, and cut it in pieces about 2 inches square, and the tongue in slices. Mind to skin the tongue. Strain the liquor through a sieve. Take half a pound of butter, and put in the stew pan. Melt it, and put in 1/4 pound of flour. Keep it stirring till it is smooth, then put in the liquor. Keep it stirring till all is in. If lumpy, strain it through a sieve. Then put to your meat a bottle of Madeira wine. Season with pepper and salt, and cayenne pepper pretty high. Put in forcemeat balls and egg balls boiled, the juice of 2 lemons. Stew it 1 hour gently, and then serve it up in tureens. Note well, if it is too thick, put some more broth in before you stew it the last time. To dress haddocks after the Spanish way. Take a haddock, washed very clean and dried, and broil it nicely. Then take 1/4 pint of oil in a stew pan, season it with mace, cloves and nutmeg, pepper and salt, 2 cloves of garlic, some love apples when in season, a little vinegar. Put in the fish, cover it close, and let it stew half an hour over a slow fire. Flounders done the same way are very good. To dress haddocks the Jew's way. Take 2 large fine haddocks, Wash them very clean, cut them in slices about 3 inches thick, and dry them in a cloth. Take a gill either of oil or butter in a stew pan, a middling onion cut small, a handful of parsley washed and cut small. Let it just boil up in either butter or oil, then put in the fish. Season it with beaten mace, pepper and salt, half a pint of soft water. Let it stew softly till it is thoroughly done. Then take the yolks of 2 eggs, beat up with the juice of a lemon, and just as it is done enough, throw it over and send it to table. A Spanish Peas Soup. Take 1 pound of Spanish peas and lay them in water the night before you use them. Then take a gallon of water, 1 quart of fine sweet oil, a head of garlic. Cover the pot close and let it boil till the peas are soft. Then season with pepper and salt. Then beat the yolk of an egg and vinegar to your palate. Poach some eggs, lay on the dish on sippets, and pour the soup on them. Send it to table. To make onion soup the Spanish way. Take 2 large Spanish onions, peel and slice them. Let them boil very softly in half a pint of sweet oil till the onions are very soft. Then pour on them 3 pints of boiling water. Season with beaten pepper, salt, a little beaten clove and mace, 2 spoonfuls of vinegar, a handful of parsley washed clean and chopped fine. Let it boil fast 1/4 hour. In the meantime, get some sippets to cover the bottom of the dish, fried quick, not hard. Lay them in the dish and cover each sippet with a poached egg. Beat up the yolks of 2 eggs and throw over them. Pour in your soup and send it to table. Garlic and sorrel done the same way eats well. Milk Soup the Dutch way. Take a quart of milk, boil it with cinnamon and moist sugar. Put sippets in the dish, pour the milk over it, and set it over a charcoal fire to simmer till the bread is soft. Take the yolks of 2 eggs, beat them up, and mix it with a little of the milk, and throw it in. Mix it all together, and send it up to table. Fish pasties the Italian way. Take some flour and knead it with oil. Take a slice of salmon, season it with pepper and salt, and dip into sweet oil. Chop an onion and parsley fine, and strew over it. Lay it in the paste, and double it up in the shape of a slice of salmon. Take a piece of white paper, oil it, and lay under the pasty, and bake it. It is best cold, and will keep a month. Mackerel done the same way, head and tail together, folded in a pasty, eats fine. Asparagus dressed the same way. Take the asparagus, break them in pieces, then boil them soft, and drain the water from them. Take a little oil, water, and vinegar. Let it boil, season it with pepper and salt, throw in the asparagus, and thicken with yolks of eggs. Endive done this way is good. The Spaniards add sugar, but that spoils them. Green peas done as above are very good. Only add a lettuce cut small, and 2 or 3 onions, and leave out the eggs. Red cabbage dressed after the Dutch way, good for a cold in the breast. Take the cabbage, cut it small, and boil it soft. Then drain it and put it in a stew pan with a sufficient quantity of oil and butter, a little water and vinegar, and an onion cut small. Season it with pepper and salt, and let it simmer on a slow fire till all the liquor is wasted. Cauliflowers dressed the Spanish way. Boil them, but not too much, then drain them, and put them into a stew pan. To a large cauliflower, put 1/4 pint of sweet oil, and 2 or 3 cloves of garlic. Let them fry till brown. Then season them with pepper and salt, 2 or 3 spoonfuls of vinegar. Cover the pan very close, and let them simmer over a very slow fire an hour. Carrots and French beans dressed the Dutch way. Slice the carrots very thin, and just cover them with water. Season them with pepper and salt. Cut a good many onions and parsley small, a piece of butter. Let them simmer over a slow fire till done. Do French beans the same way. Beans dressed the German way. Take a large bunch of onions, peel and slice them, a great quantity of parsley washed and cut small. Throw them into a stew pan with a pound of butter. Season them well with pepper and salt. Put in 2 quarts of beans. Cover them close and let them do till the beans are brown, shaking the pan often. Do peas the same way. Artichoke suckers dressed the Spanish way. Clean and wash them and cut them in halves. Then boil them in water, drain them from the water, and put them into a stew pan with a little oil, a little water, and a little vinegar. Season them with pepper and salt. Stew them a little while, and then thicken them with yolks of eggs. They make a pretty garnish done thus. Clean them and half boil them, then dry them, flour them, and dip them in yolks of eggs and fry them brown. To dry pears without sugar. Take the Norwich pears, pare them with a knife, and put them in an earthen pot, and bake them not too soft. Put them into a white plate pan, and put dry straw under them, and lay them in an oven after bread is drawn, and every day warm the oven to the degree of heat as when the bread is newly drawn. Within 1 week they must be dry. Ginger tablet. Melt a pound of loaf sugar with a little bit of butter over the fire, and put in an ounce of pounded ginger. Keep it stirring till it begins to rise into a froth, then pour it into pewter plates and let it stand to cool. The platter must be rubbed with a little oil, and then put them in a china dish and send them to table. Garnish with flowers of any kind. Artichokes preserved the Spanish way. Take the largest you can get, cut the tops of the leaves off, wash them well and drain them. To every artichoke pour in a large spoonful of oil. Season with pepper and salt. Send them to the oven and bake them. They will keep a year. Note well, the Italians, French, Portuguese and Spaniards have variety of ways of dressing fish, which we have not, namely, as making fish soups, ragouts, pies, etc. For their soups they use no gravy, nor in their sauces, thinking it improper to mix flesh and fish together, but make their fish soups with fish, especially either of crawfish, lobsters, etc., taking only the juice of them. For example, take your crawfish, tie them up in a muslin rag, and boil them, then press out their juice for the above said use. For their pies. They make some of carp, others of different fish, and some they make like our minced pies. In other words, they take a carp and cut the flesh from the bones and mince it, adding currants, etc. Almond rice. Blanch the almonds and pound them in a marble or wooden mortar, and mix them in a little boiling water. Press them as long as there is any milk in the almonds, adding fresh water every time. To every quart of almond juice, 1/4 pound of rice, and 2 or 3 spoonfuls of orange flower water. Mix them all together and simmer it over a very slow charcoal fire. Keep stirring it often. When done, sweeten it to your palate. Put it into plates and throw beaten cinnamon over it. Sham chocolate. Take a pint of milk, boil it over a slow fire with some whole cinnamon, and sweeten it with Lisbon sugar. Beat up the yolks of 3 eggs. Throw all together into a chocolate pot and mill it one way, or it will turn. Serve it up in chocolate cups. Marmalade of eggs the Jew's way. Take the yolks of 24 eggs, beat them for an hour. Clarify 1 pound of the best moist sugar, 4 spoonfuls of orange flower water, 1 ounce of blanched and pounded almonds. Stir all together over a very slow charcoal fire, keeping stirring it all the while one way, till it comes to a consistence. Then put it into coffee cups, and throw a little beaten cinnamon on the top of the cups. This marmalade, mixed with pounded almonds, with orange peel and citron, are made in cakes of all shapes, such as birds, fish, and fruit. A cake the Spanish way. Take 12 eggs, 3/4 pound of the best moist sugar, mill them in a chocolate mill till they are all of a lather. Then mix in 1 pound of flour, 1/2 pound of pounded almonds, 2 ounces of candied orange peel, 2 ounces of citron, 4 large spoonfuls of orange water, 1/2 ounce of cinnamon, and a glass of sack. It is better when baked in a slow oven. Another way. Take 1 pound of flour, 1 pound of butter, 8 eggs, 1 pint of boiling milk, 2 or 3 spoonfuls of ale yeast, or a glass of French brandy. Beat all well together, then set it before the fire in a pan, where there is room for it to rise. Cover it close with a cloth and flannel, that no air comes to it. When you think it is raised sufficiently, mix 1/2 pound of the best moist sugar, 1 ounce of cinnamon beat fine, 4 spoonfuls of orange flower water, 1 ounce of candied orange peel, 1 ounce of citron, mix all well together, and bake it. To dry plums. Take pear plums, fair and clear coloured, weigh them and slit them up the sides. Put them into a broad pan, and fill it full of water. Set them over a very slow fire. Take care that the skin does not come off. When they are tender, take them up, and to every pound of plums put a pound of sugar. Strew a little on the bottom of a large silver basin. Then lay your plums in, one by one, and strew the remainder of your sugar over them. Set them into your stove all night with a good warm fire the next day. Heat them, and set them into your stove again, and let them stand 2 days more, turning them every day. Then take them out of the syrup, and lay them on glass plates to dry. To make sugar of pearl. Take damask rosewater 1/2 pint, 1 pound of fine sugar, 1/2 ounce of prepared pearl beat to powder, 8 leaves of beaten gold. Boil them together according to art. Add the pearl and gold leaves when just done, then cast them on a marble. To make fruit wafers of codlings, plums, etc. Take the pulp of any fruit rubbed through a hair sieve, and to every 3 ounces of fruit take 6 ounces of sugar finely sifted. Dry the sugar very well till it be very hot. Heat the pulp also till it be very hot. Then mix it and set over a slow charcoal fire till it be almost a boiling. Then pour it into glasses or trenchers, and set it in the stove till you see it will leave the glasses. But before it begins to candy, turn them on papers in what form you please. You may colour them red with clove-gilly flowers steeped in the juice of lemon. To make white wafers. Beat the yolk of an egg and mix it with 1/4 pint of fair water. Then mix 1/2 pound of best flour and thin it with damask rosewater till you think it of a proper thickness to bake. Sweeten it to your palate with fine sugar finely sifted. To make brown wafers. Take a quart of ordinary cream, then take the yolks of 3 or 4 eggs and as much fine flour as will make it into a thin batter. Sweeten it with 3/4 pound of fine sugar finely seared, and as much pounded cinnamon as will make it taste. Do not mix them till the cream be cold. Butter your pans and make them very hot before you bake them. How to dry peaches. Take the fairest and ripest peaches, pare them into fair water. Take their weight in double refined sugar, of 1/2 make a very thin syrup. Then put in your peaches, boiling them till they look clear, then split and stone them. Boil them till they are very tender. Lay them a-draining, take the other half of the sugar and boil it almost to a candy. Then put in your peaches and let them lie all night, then lay them on a glass and set them in a stove till they are dry. If they are sugared too much, wipe them with a wet cloth a little. Let the first syrup be very thin, a quart of water to a pound of sugar. How to make almond knots. Take 2 pounds of almonds and blanch them in hot water. Beat them in a mortar to a very fine paste with rose water. Do what you can to keep them from oiling. Take a pound of double refined sugar, sifted through a lawn sieve. Leave out some to make up your knots. Put the rest into a pan upon the fire till it is scalding hot. At the same time, have your almonds scalding hot in another pan. Then mix them together with the whites of 3 eggs beaten to froth, and let it stand till it is cold. Then roll it with some of the sugar you left out and lay them in platters of paper. They will not roll into any shape, but lay them as well as you can, and bake them in a cool oven. It must not be too hot, neither must they be coloured. To preserve apricots. Take your apricots and pare them, then stone what you can whole. Then give them a light boiling in a pint of water, or according to your quantity of fruit. Then take the weight of your apricots in sugar, and take the liquor which you boil them in and your sugar, and boil it till it comes to a syrup, and give them a light boiling, taking off the scum as it rises. When the syrup jellies, it is enough. Then take up the apricots and cover them with the jelly, and put cut paper over them, and lay them down when cold. How to make almond milk for a wash. Take 5 ounces of bitter almonds, blanch them and beat them in a marble mortar very fine. You may put in a spoonful of sack when you beat them. Then take the whites of 3 new laid eggs, 3 pints of spring water and 1 pint of sack. Mix them all very well together, then strain it through a fine cloth and put it into a bottle and keep it for use. You may put in lemon or powder of pearl when you make use of it. How to make gooseberry wafers. Take gooseberries before they are ready for preserving. Cut off the black heads and boil them with as much water as will cover them all, to mash. Then pass the liquor and all, as it will run, through a hair sieve, and put some pulp through with a spoon, but not too near. It is to be pulped neither too thick nor too thin. Measure it, and to a gill of it take 1/2 pound of double refined sugar. Dry it, put it to your pulp, and let it scald on a slow fire, not to boil at all. Stir it very well, and then will rise a frothy white scum, which take clear off as it rises. You must scald and skim it till no scum rises, and it comes clean from the pan side. Then take it off and let it cool a little. Have ready sheets of glass very smooth, about the thickness of parchment, which is not very thick. You must spread it on the glasses with a knife very thin, even and smooth, then set it in the stove with a slow fire. If you do it in the morning, at night you must cut it into long pieces with a broad case knife, and put your knife clear under it, and fold it 2 or 3 times over, and lay them in a stove, turning them sometimes till they are pretty dry. But do not keep them too long, for they will lose their colour. If they do not come clean off your glasses at night, keep them till next morning. How to make the thin apricot chips. Take your apricots or peaches, pare them and cut them very thin into chips, and take 3/4 of their weight in sugar, it being finely seared. Then put the sugar and the apricots into a pewter dish, and set them upon coals. And when the sugar is all dissolved, turn them upon the edge of the dish out of the syrup, and so set them by. Keep them turning till they have drank up all the syrup. Be sure they never boil. They must be warmed in the syrup once every day, and so laid out upon the edge of the dish till the syrup be drank. To preserve golden pippins. Take the rind of an orange and boil it very tender. Lay it in cold water for 3 days. Take 2 dozen of golden pippins, pare, core, quarter them, and boil them to a strong jelly, and run it through a jelly bag till it is clear. Take the same quantity of pippins, pare them, and take out the cores. Put 3 pounds of loaf sugar in a preserving pan with 3 half pints of spring water. When it boils, skim it well, and put in your pippins, with the orange rind cut in long thin slips. Let them boil fast till the sugar is thick, and will almost candy. Then put in 3 half pints of pippin jelly, and boil it fast till the jelly is clear. Then squeeze in the juice of a lemon, give it a boil, and put them in pots or glasses with the orange peel. You may use lemon peel instead of orange, but then you must only boil it, not soak it. To preserve grapes. Get some fine grapes, not overripe, either red or white, but very close, and pick all the specked ones. Put them in a jar with 1/4 pound of sugar candy, and fill the jar with common brandy. Tie them down close, and keep them in a dry, cold place. You may do morello cherries the same way. End of section 42. Section 43 of the Art of Cookery made plain and easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Appendix-Part 2 from To Preserve Green Codlings. Gather your codlings when they are the size of a walnut, with the stalks and a leaf or 2 on. Put a handful of vine leaves into a preserving pan, then a layer of codlings, then vine leaves, and then codlings till it is full, and vine leaves pretty thick at top, and fill it with spring water. Cover it close to keep in the steam, and set it on a slow fire till they grow soft. Then take them out and take off the skins with a penknife, and then put them in the same water again with the vine leaves, which must be quite cold, or it will make them crack. Put in a little rock alum and set them over a slow fire till they are green. Then take them out and lay them on a sieve to drain. Make a good syrup and give them a gentle boil for 3 days. Then put them in small jars with brandy paper over them and tie them down tight. How to make blackberry wine. Take your berries when full ripe. Put them into a large vessel of wood or stone with a spigot in it, and pour upon them as much boiling water as will just appear at the top of them. As soon as you can endure your hand in them, bruise them very well, till all the berries be broke. Then let them stand close covered till the berries be well wrought up to the top, which usually is 3 or 4 days. Then draw off the clear juice into another vessel, and add to every 10 quarts of this liquor 1 pound of sugar. Stir it well in, and let it stand to work in another vessel like the first, a week or 10 days. Then draw it off at the spigot through a jelly bag into a large vessel. Take 4 ounces of isinglass, lay it in steep 12 hours in a pint of white wine. The next morning boil it till it be all dissolved, upon a slow fire. Then take a gallon of your blackberry juice, put in the dissolved icing glass, give it a boil together, and put it in hot. The best way to make raisin wine. Take a clean wine or brandy hogshead. Take great care it is very sweet and clean. Put in 200 of raisins, stalks and all, and then fill the vessel with fine clear spring water. Let it stand till you think it is done hissing, then throw in 2 quarts of fine French brandy. Put in the bung slightly, and in about 3 weeks or a month, if you are sure it has done fretting, stop it down close. Let it stand 6 months, peg it near the top, and if you find it very fine and good, fit for drinking, bottle it off, or else stop it up again and let it stand 6 months longer. It should stand 6 months in the bottle. This is by much the best way of making it, as I have seen by experience, as the wine will be much stronger, but less of it. The different sorts of raisins make quite a different wine, and after you have drawn off all the wine, throw on 10 gallons of spring water. Take off the head of the barrel, and stir it well twice a day, pressing the raisins as well as you can. Let it stand a fortnight or 3 weeks, then draw it off into a proper vessel to hold it, and squeeze the raisins well. Add 2 quarts of brandy and 2 quarts of syrup of elderberries. Stop it close when it has done working, and in about 3 months it will be fit for drinking. If you do not choose to make this second wine, fill your hogshead with spring water and set it in the sun for 3 or 4 months, and it will make excellent vinegar. How to preserve white quinces whole. Take the weight of your quinces in sugar, and put a pint of water to a pound of sugar, make it into a syrup, and clarify it. Then cool your quince and pare it. Put it into your syrup, and let it boil till it be all clear. Then put in 3 spoonfuls of jelly, which must be made thus. Overnight lay your quince kernels in water, then strain them, and put them into your quinces, and let them have but 1 boil afterward. How to make orange wafers. Take the best oranges and boil them in 3 or 4 waters till they be tender. Then take out the kernels and the juice, and beat them to a pulp in a clean marble mortar, and rub them through a hair sieve. To a pound of this pulp, take 1.5 pounds of double refined sugar, beaten and searced. Take half of your sugar, and put it into your oranges, and boil it till it ropes. Then take it from the fire, and when it is cold, make it up in a paste with the other half of your sugar. Make but a little at a time, for it will dry too fast. Then with a little rolling pin, roll them out as thin as Tiffany upon papers. Cut them round with a little drinking glass, and let them dry, and they will look very clear. How to make orange cakes. Take the peels of 4 oranges, being first pared, and the meat taken out. Boil them tender, and beat them small in a marble mortar. Then take the meat of them, and 2 more oranges, your seeds and skins being picked out, and mix it with the peelings that are beaten. Set them on the fire with a spoonful or 2 of orange flower water, keeping it stirring till that moisture be pretty well dried up. Then have ready to every pound of that pulp 4 pounds and a quarter of double refined sugar, finely seared. Make your sugar very hot, and dry it upon the fire, and then mix it and the pulp together, and set it on the fire again, till the sugar be very well melted, but be sure it does not boil. You may put in a little peel, small, shred, or grated, and when it is cold, draw it up in double papers. Dry them before the fire, and when you turn them, put 2 together. or you may keep them in deep glasses or pots, and dry them as you have occasion. How to make white cakes like china dishes. Take the yolks of 2 eggs and 2 spoonfuls of sack, and as much rosewater, some caraway seeds, and as much flour as will make it a paste stiff enough to roll very thin. If you would have them like dishes, you must bake them upon dishes buttered. Cut them out into what work you please to candy them. Take a pound of fine Sear sugar perfumed, and the white of an egg, and 3 or 4 spoonfuls of rosewater. Stir it till it looks white, and when that paste is cold, do it with a feather on one side. This candied, let it dry, and do the other side so, and dry it also. To make lemon honeycomb. Take the juice of 1 lemon, and sweeten it with fine sugar to your palate. Then take a pint of cream and the white of an egg, and put in some sugar and beat it up. And as the froth rises, take it off and put it on the juice of the lemon till you have taken all the cream off upon the lemon. Make it the day before you want it, in a dish that is proper. How to dry cherries. Take 8 pounds of cherries, 1 pound of the best powdered sugar, stone the cherries over a great deep basin or glass, and lay them one by one in rows, and strew a little sugar. Thus do till your basin is full to the top, and let them stand till the next day. Then pour them out into a great posnip, set them on the fire, let them boil very fast 1/4 of an hour or more. Then pour them again into your basin, and let them stand 2 or 3 days. Then take them out, and lay them one by one on hair sieves, and set them in the sun or an oven till they are dry, turning them every day upon dry sieves. If in the oven, it must be as little warm as you can just feel it, when you hold your hand in it. How to make fine almond cakes. Take a pound of Jordan almonds, blanch them, beat them very fine with a little orange flower water to keep them from oiling. Then take 1.25 pounds of fine sugar, boil it to a candy height. Then put in your almonds. Then take 2 fresh lemons, grate off the rind very thin, and put as much juice as to make it of a quick taste. Then put it into your glasses, and set it into your stove, stirring them often, that they do not candy. So when it is a little dry, put it into little cakes upon sheets of glass to dry. How to make Uxbridge cakes. Take a pound of wheat flour, 7 pounds of currants, half a nutmeg, 4 pounds of butter. Rub your butter cold very well amongst the meal. Dress your currants very well in the flour, butter, and seasoning, and knead it with so much good new yeast as will make it into a pretty high paste. Usually 2 pennyworth of yeast to that quantity. After it is kneaded well together, let it stand an hour to rise. You may put ½ pound of paste in a cake. How to make mead. Take 10 gallons of water and 2 gallons of honey, a handful of raced ginger. Then take 2 lemons, cut them in pieces, and put them into it. Boil it very well. Keep it skimming. Let it stand all night in the same vessel you boil it in. The next morning barrel it up with 2 or 3 spoonfuls of good yeast. About 3 weeks or a month after, you may bottle it. Marmalade of cherries. Take 5 pounds of cherries, stoned, and 2 pounds of hard sugar. Shred your cherries, wet your sugar with the juice that runneth from them, then put the cherries into the sugar, and boil them pretty fast till it be a marmalade. When it is cold, put it up in glasses for use. To dry damosins. Take 4 pounds of damosins, take 1 pound of fine sugar, Make a syrup of it with about a pint of fair water. Then put in your damosins. Stir it into your hot syrup, so let them stand on a little fire to keep them warm for half an hour. Then put all into a basin and cover them. Let them stand till the next day. Then put the syrup from them and set it on the fire. And when it is very hot, put it on your damosins. This do twice a day for 3 days together. Then draw the syrup from the damosins and lay them in an earthen dish, and set them in an oven after bread is drawn. When the oven is cold, take them and turn them, and lay them upon clean dishes. Set them in the sun or in another oven till they are dry. Marmalade of Quince White. Take the quinces, pare them and core them. Put them into water as you pare them, to be kept from blacking. Then boil them so tender that a quarter of straw will go through them. Then take their weight of sugar and beat them, break the quinces with the back of a spoon. And then put in the sugar and let them boil fast uncovered, till they slide from the bottom of the pan. You may make paste of the same, only dry it in a stove, drawing it out into what form you please. To preserve apricots or plums green. Take your plums before they have stones in them, which you may know by putting a pin through them. Then coddle them in many waters till they are as green as grass. Peel them and coddle them again. You must take the weight of them in sugar and make a syrup. Put to your sugar a jack of water, then put them in. Set them on a fire to boil slowly till they be clear, skimming them often, and they will be very green. Put them up in glasses and keep them for use. To preserve cherries. Take 2 pounds of cherries, 1 pound and a half of sugar, half a pint of fair water, melt your sugar in it. When it is melted, put in your other sugar and your cherries, then boil them softly till all the sugar be melted. Then boil them fast, and skim them. Take them off 2 or 3 times, and shake them, and put them on again, and let them boil fast. And when they are of a good colour, and the syrup will stand, they are enough. To preserve barberries. Take the ripest and best barberries you can find. Take the weight of them in sugar. Then pick out the seeds and tops. Wet your sugar with the juice of them, and make a syrup. Then put in your barberries, and when they boil, take them off and shake them, and set them on again and let them boil, and repeat the same till they are clean enough to put into glasses. Wigs. Take 3 pounds of well-dried flour, 1 nutmeg, a little mace and salt, and almost half a pound of caraway comfits. Mix these well together, and melt half a pound of butter in a pint of sweet thick cream, 6 spoonfuls of good sack, 4 yolks and 3 whites of eggs, and near a pint of good light yeast. Work these well together, and cover it, and set it down to the fire to rise. Then let them rest, and lay the remainder, the half pound of caraways, on the top of the wigs, and put them upon papers well floured and dried, and let them have as quick an oven as for tarts. To make fruit wafers. Codlings or plums do best. Take the pulp of fruit, rub through a hair sieve, and to 3 ounces of pulp take 6 ounces of sugar finely seared. Dry your sugar very well till it be very hot. Heat the pulp also very hot, and put it to your sugar, and heat it on the fire till it be almost at boiling. Then pour it on the glasses or trenchers, and set it on the stove, till you see it will leave the glasses, but before it begins to candy, take them off, and turn them upon papers, in what form you please. You may colour them red, with clove gillyflowers steeped in the juice of lemon. To make German puffs. Take 2 spoonfuls of fine flour, 2 eggs beat well, half a pint of cream or milk, 2 ounces of melted butter, stir it all well together, and add a little salt and nutmeg. Put them in teacups or little deep tin moulds, half full, and bake them 1/4 of an hour in a quick oven, but let it be hot enough to colour them at top and bottom. Turn them into a dish, and strew powdered sugar over them. Cracknels. Take half a pound of the whitest flour, and a pound of sugar beaten small, 2 ounces of butter cold, 1 spoonful of caraway seeds steeped all night in vinegar. Then put in 3 yolks of eggs and a little rose water. Work your paste together, and after that beat it with a rolling pin till it be light. Then roll it out thin and cut it with a glass. Lay it in thin on plates buttered, and prick them with a pin. Then take the yolks of 2 eggs, beaten with rose water, and rub them over with it. Then set them into a pretty quick oven, and when they are brown, take them out, and lay them in a dry place. To make orange loaves. Take your orange and cut a round hole in the top. Take out all the meat, and as much of the white as you can, without breaking the skin. Then boil them in water till tender, shifting the water till it is not bitter. Then take them up and wipe them dry. Then take a pound of fine sugar, a quart of water, or in proportion to the oranges. Boil it, and take off the scum as it riseth. Then put in your oranges, and let them boil a little, and let them lie a day or 2 in the syrup. Then take the yolks of 2 eggs, 1/4 of a pint of cream, or more, beat them well together, then grate in 2 Naples biscuits, or white bread, 1/4 of a pound of butter, and 4 spoonfuls of sack. Mix it all together till your butter is melted, then fill the oranges with it, and bake them in a slow oven as long as you would a custard, then stick in some cut citron, and fill them up with sack, butter, and sugar grated over. To make a lemon tower or pudding. Grate the outward rind of 3 lemons. Take 3/4 of a pound of sugar, and the same of butter, the yolks of 8 eggs, beat them in a marble mortar at least an hour, then lay a thin rich crust in the bottom of the dish you bake it in, as you may something also over it. 3/4 of an hour will bake it. Make an orange pudding the same way, but pare the rinds, and boil them first in several waters till the bitterness is boiled out. How to make the clear lemon cream. Take a gill of clear water, infuse it in the rind of a lemon till it tastes of it, then take the whites of 6 eggs, the juice of 4 lemons. Beat all well together, and run them through a hair sieve. Sweeten them with double refined sugar, and set them on the fire, not too hot, keeping stirring, and when it is thick enough, take it off. How to make chocolate. Take 6 pounds of cocoa nuts, 1 pound of anise seeds, 4 ounces of long pepper, 1 of cinnamon, 1/4 of a pound of almonds, 1 pound of pistachios, as much achiote as will make it the colour of brick, 3 grains of musk, and as much ambergrease, 6 pounds of loaf sugar, 1 ounce of nutmegs, dry and beat them, and searce them through a fine sieve. Your almonds must be beat to a paste, and mixed with the other ingredients. Then dip your sugar in orange flour or rose water, and put it in a skillet on a very gentle charcoal fire. Then put in the spice, and stew it well together, then the musk and ambergrease, then put in the cocoa nuts last of all, then angiote, wetting it with the water the sugar was dipped in. Stew all these very well together over a hotter fire than before. Then take it up and put it into boxes, or what form you like, and set it to dry in a warm place. The pistachios and almonds must be a little beat in a mortar, then ground upon a stone. Another way to make chocolate. Take 6 pounds of the best Spanish nuts, when parched and cleaned from the hulls. Take 3 pounds of sugar, 2 ounces of the best cinnamon, beaten and sifted very fine. To every 2 pound of nuts, put in 3 good vanillas, or more or less as you please. To every pound of nuts, half a dram of cardamom seeds, very finely beaten and seared. Cheesecakes without currants. Take 2 quarts of new milk, set it as it comes from the cow, with as little runnet as you can. When it is come, break it as gently as you can, and weigh it well. Then pass it through a hair sieve, and put it into a marble mortar, and beat into it a pound of new butter washed in rose water. When that is well mingled in the curd, take the yolks of 6 eggs and the whites of 3, beat them very well with a little thick cream and salt. And after you have made the coffins, just as you put them into the crust, which must not be till you are ready to set them into the oven, then put in your eggs and sugar, and a whole nutmeg finely grated. Stir them all well together, and so fill your crusts, and if you put a little fine sugar seared into the crust, it will roll the thinner and cleaner. 3 spoonfuls of thick sweet cream will be enough to beat up your eggs with. How to preserve white pear plums. Take the finest and clearest from specks you can get. To a pound of plums, take 1 pound and 1/4 of sugar, the finest you can get, 1 pint and 1/4 of water. Slit the plums and stone them, and prick them full of holes, saving some sugar beat fine, laid in a basin. As you do them, lay them in, and strew sugar over them. When you have thus done, have half a pound of sugar and your water ready made into a thin syrup, and a little cold. Put in your plums with the slit side downwards, set them on the fire, keep them continually boiling, neither too slow nor too fast. Take them often off, shake them round and skim them well. Keep them down into the syrup continually, for fear they lose their colour. When they are thoroughly scalded, strew on the rest of your sugar, and keep doing so till they are enough, which you may know by their glassing. Towards the latter end, boil them up quickly. To preserve currants. Take the weight of the currants in sugar, pick out the seeds, take to 1 pound of sugar half a jack of water, let it melt, then put in your berries, and let them do very leisurely. Skim them and take them up, let the syrup boil. Then put them on again, and when they are clear, and the syrup thick enough, take them off, and when they are cold, put them up in glasses. To preserve raspberries. Take of the raspberries that are not too ripe, and take the weight of them in sugar. Wet your sugar with a little water, and put in your berries, and let them boil softly. Take heed of breaking them. When they are clear, take them up, and boil the syrup till it be thick enough, then put them in again, and when they are cold, put them up in glasses. To make biscuit bread. Take half a pound of very fine wheat flour, and as much sugar finely seared, and dry them very well before the fire. Dry the flour more than the sugar. Then take 4 new laid eggs. Take out the strains, then swing them very well. Then put the sugar in, and swing it well with the eggs. Then put the flour in it, and beat all together half an hour at the least. Put in some anise seeds or caraway seeds, and rub the plates with butter, and set them into the oven. End of section 43. Section 44 of the Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From To Candy Angelica. Take it in April, Boil it in water till it be tender, then take it up and drain it from the water very well. Then scrape the outside of it and dry it in a clean cloth, and lay it in the syrup and let it lie in 3 or 4 days, and cover it close. The syrup must be strong of sugar, and keep it hot a good while, and let it not boil. After it is heated a good while, lay it upon a pie plate, and so let it dry. Keep it near the fire, lest it dissolve. To preserve cherries. Take their weight in sugar before you stone them. When stoned, make your syrup, then put in your cherries. Let them boil slowly at the first, till they be thoroughly warmed. Then boil them as fast as you can. When they are boiled clear, put in the jelly with almost the weight in sugar. Strew the sugar on the cherries. For the colouring, you must be ruled by your eye. To a pound of sugar, put a jack of water. Strew the sugar on them before they boil, and put in the juice of currants soon after they boil. To barrel morello cherries. To 1 pound of full ripe cherries, picked from the stems and wiped with a cloth, take half a pound of double refined sugar and boil it to a candy height, but not a high one. Put the cherries into a small barrel, then put in the sugar by a spoonful at a time till it is all in, and roll them about every day till they have done fermenting. Then bung it up close, and they will be fit for use in a month. It must be an iron-hooped barrel. To dry pear plums. Take 2 pounds of pear plums to 1 pound of sugar. Stone them, and fill every one with sugar. Lay them in an earthen pot. Put to them as much water as will prevent burning them. Then set them in an oven after bread is drawn. Let them stand till they be tender. Then put them into a sieve to drain well from the syrup. Then set them in an oven again until they be a little dry. Then smooth the skins as well as you can, and so fill them. Then set them in the oven again to harden. Then wash them in water scalding hot, and dry them very well. Then put them in the oven again very cool, to blue them. Put them between 2 pewter dishes, and set them in the oven. The filling for the aforesaid plums. Take the plums, wipe them, prick them in the seams, put them in a pitcher, and set them in a little boiling water. Let them boil very tender, then pour most of the liquor from them, then take off the skins and the stones. To a pint of the pulp, a pound of sugar well dried in the oven. Then let it boil till the scum rises, which take off very clean, and put into earthen plates, and dry it in an oven, and so fill the plums. To candy cassia. Take as much of the powder of brown cassia as will lie upon 2 broad shillings, with what musk and ambergris you think fitting. The cassia and perfume must be powdered together. Then take 1/4 pound of sugar and boil it to a candy height. Then put in your powder and mix it well together, and pour it in pewter saucers or plates, which must be buttered very thin, and when it is cold it will slip out. The cassia is to be bought at London. Sometimes it is in powder, and sometimes in a hard lump. To make caraway cakes. Take 2 pounds of white flour and 2 pounds of coarse loaf sugar well dried and fine sifted. After the flour and sugar are sifted and weighed, then mingle them together. Sift the flour and sugar together through a hair sieve into the bowl you use it in. To them you must have 2 pounds of good butter, 18 eggs, leaving out 8 of the whites. To these you must have 4 ounces of candied orange, 5 or 6 ounces of caraway comfits. You must first work the butter with rose water till you can see none of the water, and your butter must be very soft. Then put in flour and sugar, a little at a time, and likewise your eggs. But you must beat your eggs very well, with 10 spoonfuls of sack, so you must put in each as you think fit, keeping it constantly beating with your hand, till you have put it into the hoop for the oven. Do not put in your sweetmeats and seeds till you are ready to put it into your hoops. You must have 3 or 4 doubles of cap paper under the cakes, and butter the paper and hoop. You must sift some fine sugar upon your cake when it goes into the oven. To preserve pippins in slices. When your pippins are prepared but not cored, cut them in slices and take the weight of them in sugar. Put to your sugar a pretty quantity of water. Let it melt and skim it. Let it boil again very high, then put them into the syrup when they are clear. Lay them in shallow glasses in which you mean to serve them up. Then put into the syrup a candied orange peel cut in little slices very thin, and lay about the pippin. Cover them with syrup and keep them about the pippin. Sack cream like butter. Take a quart of cream, boil it with mace, put to it 6 egg yolks well beaten, so let it boil up. Then take it off the fire and put in a little sack and turn it. Then put it in a cloth and let the whey run from it. Then take it out of the cloth and season it with rose water and sugar, being very well broken with a spoon. Serve it up in the dish, and pink it as you would do a dish of butter, so send it in with cream and sugar. Barley cream. Take a quart of French barley, boil it in 3 or 4 waters till it be pretty tender. Then set a quart of cream on the fire with some mace and nutmeg. When the water begins to boil, drain out the barley from it. Put in the cream and let it boil till it be pretty thick and tender. Then season it with sugar and salt. When it is cold, serve it up. Almond butter. Take a quart of cream, put in some mace whole and a quartered nutmeg, the yolks of 8 eggs well beaten, and 3/4 pound of almonds well blanched and beaten extremely small, with a little rose water and sugar. And put all these together, set them on the fire, and stir them till they begin to boil. Then take it off, and you will find it a little cracked. So lay a strainer in the colander, and pour it into it, and let it drain a day or 2, till you see it is firm like butter. Then run it through a colander, then it will be like little comfits, and so serve it up. Sugar cakes. Take 1.5 pounds of very fine flour, 1 pound of cold butter, half a pound of sugar, work all these well together into a paste, then roll it with the palms of your hands into balls, and cut them with a glass into cakes. Lay them in a sheet of paper, with some flour under them. To bake them you may make tumblets, only blanch in almonds, and beat them small, and lay them in the midst of a long piece of paste, and roll it round with your fingers, and cast them into knots in what fashion you please. Prick them and bake them. Sugar cakes, another way. Take ½ pound of fine sugar searced, and as much flour, 2 eggs beaten with a little rose water, a piece of butter about the bigness of an egg. Work them well together till they be a smooth paste. Then make them into cakes, working every one with the palms of your hands. Then lay them in plates, rubbed over with a little butter. So bake them in an oven little more than warm. You may make knots of the same the cakes are made of, but in the mingling you must put in a few caraway seeds. When they are wrought to paste, roll them with the ends of your finger into small rolls, and make it into knots. Lay them upon pie plates rubbed with butter, and bake them. Clouted cream. Take 4 quarts of new milk from the cow, and put it in a broad earthen pan, and let it stand till the next day, then put it over a very slow fire for half an hour. Make it nearly hot to set the cream, then put it away till it is cold, and take the cream off, and beat it smooth with a spoon. It is accounted in the west of England very fine for tea or coffee, or to put over fruit tarts or pies. Quince cream. Take your quinces and put them in boiling water unpared. Boil them apace uncovered, lest they discolour when they are boiled. Pare them, beat them very tender with sugar. Then take cream and mix it till it be pretty thick. If you boil your cream with a little cinnamon, it will be better, but let it be cold before you put it to your quince. Citron cream. Take a quart of cream and boil it with 3 pennyworth of good clear isinglass, which must be tied up in a piece of thin Tiffany. Put in a blade or 2 of mace strongly boiled in your cream and isinglass, till the cream be pretty thick. Sweeten it to your taste with perfumed hard sugar. When it is taken off the fire, put in a little rose water to your taste. Then take a piece of your green freshest citron, and cut it in little bits the breadth of point dales, and about half as long, and the cream being first put into dishes when it is half cold, put in your citron, so as it may but sink from the top, that it may not be seen, and may lie before it be at the bottom. If you wash your citron before in rose water, it will make the colour better and fresher. So let it stand till the next day, where it may get no water, and where it may not be shaken. Cream of apples, quince, gooseberries, prunes, or raspberries. Take to every quart of cream 4 eggs, being first well beat and strained, and mix them with a little cold cream, and put it to your cream, being first boiled, with whole mace. Keep it stirring till you find it begins to thicken at the bottom and sides. Your apples, quinces, and berries must be tenderly boiled, so as they will crush in the pulp. Then season it with rose water and sugar to your taste, putting it into dishes. And when they are cold, if there be any rose water and sugar which lies waterish at the top, let it be drained out with a spoon. This pulp must be made ready before you boil the cream, and when it is boiled, cover over your pulp a pretty thickness with your egg cream, which must have a little rose water and sugar put to it. Sugar loaf cream. Take a quarter of a pound of hartshorn, and put it to a pottle of water, and set it on the fire in a pipkin, covered till it be ready to seethe. Then pour off the water, and put a pottle of water more to it, and let it stand simmering on the fire till it be consumed to a pint, and with it 2 ounces of isinglass washed in rose water, which must be put in with the second water. Then strain it and let it cool. Then take 3 pints of cream and boil it very well with a bag of nutmeg, cloves, cinnamon, and mace. Then take a quarter of a pound of Jordan almonds, and lay them one night in cold water to blanch. And when they are blanched, let them lie 2 hours in cold water. Then take them out and dry them in a clean linen cloth, and beat them in a marble mortar, with fair water or rose water. Beat them to a very fine pulp, then take some of the aforesaid cream well warmed, and put the pulp by degrees into it, straining it through a cloth with the back of a spoon, till all the goodness of the almonds be strained out into the cream. Then season the cream with rose water and sugar. Then take the aforesaid jelly, warm it till it dissolves, and season it with rose water and sugar, and a grain of ambergris or musk, if you please. Then mix your cream and jelly together very well, and put it into glasses well warmed, like sugar loaves, and let it stand all night. Then put them out upon a plate or two, or a white china dish, and stick the cream with peony kernels, or serve them in glasses, one on every trencher. Conserve of roses, boiled. Take red roses, take off all the whites at the bottom or elsewhere. Take 3 times the weight of them in sugar. Put to a pint of roses a pint of water. Skim it well, shred your roses a little before you put them into water. Cover them and boil the leaves tender in the water, and when they are tender, put in your sugar. Keep them stirring, lest they burn when they are tender and the syrup be consumed. Put them up, and so keep them for your use. How to make orange biscuits. Pare your oranges, not very thick, put them into water, but first weigh your peels. Let it stand over the fire, and let it boil till it be very tender. Then beat it in a marble mortar till it be a very fine smooth paste. To every ounce of peels put 2 ounces and a half of double refined sugar well searced. Mix them well together with a spoon in the mortar. Then spread it with a knife upon pie plates, and set it in an oven a little warm, or before the fire. When it feels dry upon the top, cut it into what fashion you please, and turn them into another plate, and set them in a stove till they be dry. Where the edges look rough, when it is dry, they must be cut with a pair of scissors. How to make yellow varnish. Take a quart of spirit of wine, and put to it 8 ounces of sandarac. Shake it half an hour. Next day it will be fit for use, but strain it first. Take lampblack and put in your varnish about the thickness of a pancake. Mix it well, but stir it not too fast. Then do it 8 times over, and let it stand still the next day. Then take some burnt ivory and oil of turpentine as fine as butter. Then mix it with some of your varnish till you have varnished it fit for polishing. Then polish it with Tripoli in fine flour. Then lay it on the wood smooth with one of the brushes, then let it dry, and do it so 8 times at the least. When it is very dry, lay on your varnish that is mixed, and when it is dry, polish it with a wet cloth dipped in Tripoli, and rub it as hard as you would do platters. How to make a pretty varnish to colour little baskets, bowls, or any board where nothing hot is set on. Take either red, black, or white wax, which colour you want to make. To every 2 ounces of sealing wax, 1 ounce of spirit of wine. Pound the wax fine, then sift it through a fine lawn sieve till you have made it extremely fine. Put it into a large phial with the spirits of wine, shake it, let it stand within the air of the fire 48 hours, shaking it often. Then with a little brush, rub your baskets all over with it. Let it dry and do it over a second time, and it makes them look very pretty. How to clean gold or silver lace. Take alabaster finely beaten and seared, and put it into an earthen pipkin, and set it upon a chafing dish of coals, and let it boil for some time, stirring it often with a stick first. When it begins to boil, it will be very heavy. When it is enough, you will find it in the stirring very light. Then take it off the fire, lay your lace upon a piece of flannel, and strew your powder upon it. Knock it well in with a hard cloth brush. When you think it is enough, brush the powder out with a clean brush. How to make sweet powder for clothes. Take orris roots, 2 pounds and a half, of Lignum rhodicum, 6 ounces, of scraped cypress roots, 3 ounces, of damask roses, carefully dried, 1 pound and a half, of benjamin, 4 ounces and a half, of storax 2 ounces and a half, of sweet marjoram 3 ounces, of labdanum 1 ounce, and a dram of calamus aromaticus, and 1 dram of muscods, 6 drams of lavender and flowers, and melilot flowers, if you please. 2 clean white satins, flowered silks, with gold and silver in them. Take stale bread crumbled very fine, mixed with powder blue. Rub it very well over the silk or satin. Then shake it well, and with clean soft cloths dust it well. If any gold or silver flowers, afterwards take a piece of crimson in grain velvet, and rub the flowers with it. To keep arms, iron or steel, from rusting. Take the filings of lead or dust of lead, finely beaten in an iron mortar, putting to it oil of spike, which will make the iron smell well. And if you oil your arms, or anything that is made of iron or steel, you may keep them in moist airs from rusting. The Jew's way to pickle beef, which will go good to the West Indies, and keep a year good in the pickle, and with care will go to the East Indies. Take any piece of beef without bones, or take the bones out if you intend to keep it above a month. Take mace, cloves, nutmeg and pepper, and juniper berries beat fine, and rub the beef well. Mix salt and Jamaica pepper and bay leaves. Let it be well seasoned. Let it lie in this seasoning a week or 10 days. Throw in a good deal of garlic and shallot. Boil some of the best white wine vinegar. Lay your meat in a pan or good vessel for the purpose with the pickle. And when the vinegar is quite cold, pour it over, cover it close. If it is for a voyage, cover it with oil, and let the cooper hoop up the barrel very well. This is a good way in a hot country where meat will not keep. Then it must be put into the vinegar directly with the seasoning. Then you may either roast or stew it, but it is best stewed. And add a good deal of onion and parsley chopped fine, some white wine, a little catchup, truffles and morels, a little good gravy, a piece of butter rolled in flour or a little oil, in which the meat and onions ought to stew a quarter of an hour before the other ingredients are put in. Then put all in and stir it together, and let it stew till you think it is enough. This is a good pickle in a hot country to keep beef or veal that is dressed to eat cold. How to make cider. After all your apples are bruised, take half your quantity and squeeze them, and the juice you press from them pour upon the others half bruised but not squeezed, in a tub for the purpose, having a tap at the bottom. Let the juice remain upon the apples 3 or 4 days. Then pull out your tap and let your juice run into some other vessel set under the tub to receive it. And if it runs thick, as at the first it will, pour it upon the apples again till you see it run clear. And as you have a quantity, put it into your vessel, but do not force the cider, but let it drop as long as it will of its own accord. Having done this, after you perceive that the sides begin to work, take a quantity of isinglass, an ounce will serve 40 gallons. Infuse this in some of the cider till it be dissolved. Put to an ounce of isinglass a quart of cider, and when it is so dissolved, pour it into the vessel, and stop it close for 2 days, or something more. Then draw off the cider into another vessel. This do so often till you perceive your cider to be free from all manner of sediment that may make it ferment and fret itself. After Christmas you may boil it. You may, by pouring water on the apples and pressing them, make a pretty small cider. If it be thick and muddy, by using isinglass, you may make it as clear as the rest. You must dissolve the isinglass over the fire till it be jelly. For fining cider. Take 2 quarts of skim milk, 4 ounces of isinglass, cut the isinglass in pieces and work it lukewarm in the milk over the fire. And when it is dissolved, then put it cold into the hogshead of cider and take a long stick and stir it well from top to bottom for half a quarter of an hour. After it has fined. Take 10 pounds of raisins of the sun, 2 ounces of turmeric, half an ounce of ginger beaten. Then take a quantity of raisins and grind them as you do mustard seed in a bowl with a little cider, and so the rest of the raisins. Then sprinkle the turmeric and ginger amongst it. Then put all into a fine canvas bag, and hang it in the middle of the hogshead close, and let it lie. After the cider has stood thus a fortnight or a month, then you may bottle it at your pleasure. End of section 44. Section 45 of the Art of Cookery made plain and easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Appendix-Part 4. From To make Chouder, a sea dish. Take a belly piece of pickled pork, slice off the fatter parts and lay them at the bottom of the kettle. Strew over it onions and such sweet herbs as you can procure. Take a middling large cod, bone and slice it as for crimping. Pepper, salt, allspice, and flour it a little. Make a layer with part of the slices, upon that a slight layer of pork again, and on that a layer of biscuit, and so on, pursuing the like rule, until the kettle is filled to about 4 inches. Cover it with a nice paste, pour in about a pint of water, lute down the cover of the kettle, and let the top be supplied with live wood embers. Keep it over a slow fire about 4 hours. When you take it up, lay it in the dish, pour in a glass of hot Madeira wine and a very little India pepper. If you have oysters or truffles and morels, it is still better. Thicken it with butter. Observe, before you put this sauce in, to skim the stew, and then lay on the crust, and send it to table reverse, as in the kettle. Cover it close with the paste, which should be brown. To clarify sugar after the Spanish way. Take 1 pound of the best Lisbon sugar, 19 pounds of water, mix the white and shell of an egg, then beat it up to a lather. Let it boil and strain it off. You must let it simmer over a charcoal fire till it diminish to half a pint. Then put in a large spoonful of orange flower water. To make Spanish fritters. Take the inside of a roll and slice it in 3, then soak it in milk. Then pass it through a batter of eggs, fry them in oil. When almost done, repass them in another batter, then let them fry till they are done. Draw them off the oil and lay them in a dish. Over every pair of fritters you must throw cinnamon, small coloured sugar plums, and clarified sugar. To fricassee pigeons the Italian way. Quarter them and fry them in oil. Take some green peas and let them fry in the oil till they are almost ready to burst. Then put some boiling water to them. Season it with salt, pepper, onions, garlic, parsley, and vinegar. Veal and lamb do the same way, and thicken with yolk of eggs. Pickled beef for present use. Take the rib of beef, stick it with garlic and cloves. Season it with salt, Jamaica pepper, mace, and some garlic pounded. Cover the meat with white wine vinegar and Spanish thyme. You must take care to turn the meat every day, and add more vinegar, if required, for a fortnight. Then put it in a stew pan and cover it close, and let it simmer on a slow fire for 6 hours, adding vinegar and white wine. If you choose, you may stew a good quantity of onions. It will be more palatable. Beefsteaks after the French way. Take some beefsteaks, broil them till they are half done. While the steaks are doing, have ready in a stew pan some red wine, a spoonful or two of gravy, season it with salt, pepper, some shallots. Then take the steaks and cut in squares, and put in the sauce. You must put some vinegar, cover it close, and let it simmer on a slow fire half an hour. A capon done after the French way. Take a quart of white wine, season the capon with salt, cloves and whole pepper, a few shallots. Then put the capon in an earthen pan. You must take care it has not room to shake. It must be covered close and done on a slow charcoal fire. To make Hamburg sausages. Take a pound of beef, mince it very small with half a pound of the best suet. Then mix 3/4 pound of suet cut in large pieces. Then season it with pepper, cloves, nutmeg, a great quantity of garlic cut small, some white wine vinegar, some bay salt and common salt, a glass of red wine, and one of rum. Mix all these very well together. Then take the largest gut you can find and stuff it very tight. Then hang it up in a chimney and smoke it with sawdust for a week or 10 days. Hang them in the air till they are dry, and they will keep a year. They are very good boiled in peas pottage, and roasted with toasted bread under it, or in an amelet. Sausages after the German way. Take the crumb of a twopenny loaf, 1 pound of suet, half a lamb's lights, a handful of parsley, some thyme, marjorie, and onion. Mince all very small, then season it with salt and pepper. These must be stuffed in a sheep's gut. They are fried in oil or melted suet, and are only fit for immediate use. A turkey stuffed after the Hamburg way. Take 1 pound of beef, 3/4 pound of suet, mince it very small. Season it with salt, pepper, cloves, mace, and sweet marjoram. Then mix 2 or 3 eggs with it. Loosen the skin all round the turkey and stuff it. It must be roasted. Chickens dressed the French way. Take them and quarter them, then broil. Crumble over them a little bread and parsley. When they are half done, put them in a stew pan with 3 or 4 spoonfuls of gravy, and double the quantity of white wine, salt and pepper, some fried veal balls, and some suckers, onions, shallots, and some green gooseberries or grapes when in season. Cover the pan close, and let it stew on a charcoal fire for an hour. Thicken the liquor with the yolks of eggs and the juice of lemon. Garnish the dish with fried suckers, sliced lemon, and the livers. A calf's head dressed after the Dutch way. Take half a pound of Spanish peas, lay them in water a night. Then 1 pound of whole rice, mix the peas and rice together, and lay it round the head in a deep dish. Then take 2 quarts of water, seasoned with pepper and salt, and coloured with saffron. Then send it to bake. Chickens and turkeys dressed after the Dutch way. Boil them, season them with salt, pepper, and cloves. Then to every quart of broth put 1/4 pound of rice or vermicelli. It is eat with sugar and cinnamon. The 2 last may be left out. To make a fricassee of calf's feet and chaldron after the Italian way. Take the crumb of a threepenny loaf, 1 pound of suet, a large onion, 2 or 3 handfuls of parsley, mince it very small, season it with salt and pepper, 3 or 4 cloves of garlic, mix with 8 or 10 eggs. Then stuff the chaldron. Take the feet and put them in a deep stew pan. It must stew upon a slow fire till the bones are loose. Then take 2 quarts of green peas and put in the liquor, and when done you must thicken it with the yolks of 2 eggs and the juice of a lemon. It must be seasoned with pepper, salt, mace and onion, some parsley and garlic. You must serve it up with the above said pudding in the middle of the dish, and garnish the dish with fried suckers and sliced onion. To pickle the fine purple cabbage, so much admired at the great tables. Take 2 cauliflowers, 2 red cabbages, half a peck of kidney beans, 6 sticks, with 6 cloves of garlic on each stick. Wash all well, give them 1 boil up, then drain them on a sieve, and lay them leaf by leaf upon a large table, and salt them with bay salt. Then lay them a-drying in the sun, or in a slow oven, until as dry as cork. To make the pickle. Take a gallon of the best vinegar, with 1 quart of water and a handful of salt, and an ounce of pepper. Boil them, let it stand till it is cold. Then take 1/4 pound of ginger, cut in pieces, salt it, let it stand a week. Take half a pound of mustard seed, wash it, and lay it to dry. When very dry, bruise half of it. When half is ready for the jar, lay a row of cabbage, a row of cauliflowers and beans, and throw betwixt every row your mustard seed, some black pepper, some Jamaica pepper, some ginger, mix an ounce of the root of turmeric powdered. Put in the pickle, which must go over all. It is best when it hath been made 2 years, though it may be used the first year. To raise mushrooms. Cover an old hotbed 3 or 4 inches thick with fine garden mould, and cover that 3 or 4 inches thick with mouldy long muck of a horse muck hill, or old rotten stubble. When the bed has lain some time thus prepared, boil any mushrooms that are not fit for use in water, and throw the water on your prepared bed. In a day or 2 after, you will have the best small button mushrooms. The stag's heart water. Take baum, 4 handfuls, sweet marjoram, 1 handful, rosemary flowers, clove gillyflowers dried, dried rosebuds, borage flowers, of each an ounce. Marigold flowers, half an ounce, lemon peel, 2 ounces, mace and cardamom, of each 30 grains, of cinnamon 60 grains, or yellow and white sanders, of each 1/4 ounce, shavings of hartshorn an ounce. Take 9 oranges and put in the peel, then cut them in small pieces. Pour upon these 2 quarts of the best Rhenish, or the best white wine. Let it infuse 3 or 4 days, being very close stopped in a cellar or cool place. If it infuse 9 or 10 days, it is better. Take a stag's heart and cut off all the fat, and cut it very small, and pour in so much Rhenish or white wine as will cover it. Let it stand all night close covered in a cool place. The next day add the aforesaid things to it, mixing it very well together, adding to it a pint of the best rose water and a pint of the juice of celandine. If you please, you may put in 10 grains of saffron, and so put it in a glass still, distilling in water, raising it well to keep in the steam, both of the still and receiver. To make Angelica water. Take 8 handfuls of the leaves, wash them and cut them, and lay them on a table to dry. When they are dry, put them into an earthen pot, and put to them 4 quarts of strong wine lees. Let it stay for 24 hours, but stir it twice in the time. Then put it into a warm still, or an alembic, and draw it off. Cover your bottles with a paper and prick holes in it. So let it stand 2 or 3 days. Then mingle it all together and sweeten it, and when it is settled, bottle it up and stop it close. To make milk water. Take the herbs agrimony, endive, fumitory, baum, elderflowers, white nettles, watercresses, bank cresses, sage, each 3 handfuls, eyebright, brook lime, and celandine, each 2 handfuls. The roses of yellow dock, red madder, fennel, horseradish, and licorice, each 3 ounces. Raisins stoned, 1 pound. Nutmegs sliced. Winter's bark, turmeric, galangal, each 2 drachms. Caraway and fennel seed, 3 ounces. 1 gallon of milk. Distill all with a gentle fire in 1 day. You may add a handful of May wormwood. To make slipcote cheese. Take 6 quarts of new milk hot from the cow, the strokings, and put to it 2 spoonfuls of rennet, and when it is hard coming, lay it into the fat with a spoon, not breaking it all. Then press it with a 4-pound weight, turning of it with a dry cloth once an hour, and every day shifting it into fresh grass. It will be ready to cut, if the weather be hot, in 14 days. To make a brickbat cheese. It must be made in September. Take 2 gallons of new milk and a quart of good cream. Heat the cream, put in 2 spoonfuls of rennet, and when it is come, break it a little, then put it into a wooden mould in the shape of a brick. It must be half a year old before you eat it. You must press it a little, and so dry it. To make cordial poppy water. Take 2 gallons of very good brandy, and a peck of poppies, and put them together in a wide-mouthed glass, and let them stand 48 hours, and then strain the poppies out. Take a pound of raisins of the sun, stone them, and an ounce of coriander seed, an ounce of sweet fennel seeds, and an ounce of licorice sliced. Bruise them all together, and put them into the brandy, with a pound of good powder sugar, and let them stand 4 or 8 weeks, shaking it every day, and then strain it off, and bottle it close up for use. To make white mead. Take 5 gallons of water, add to that 1 gallon of the best honey, then set it on the fire, boil it together well, and skim it very clean. Then take it off the fire and set it by. Then take 2 or 3 races of ginger, the like quantity of cinnamon and nutmegs, bruise all these grossly, and put them in a little holland bag in the hot liquor, and so let it stand close covered till it be cold. Then put as much ale yeast to it as will make it work. Keep it in a warm place, as they do ale, and when it hath wrought well, tun it up. At 2 months you may drink it, having been bottled a month. If you keep it 4 months, it will be the better. To make brown pottage. Take a piece of lean gravy beef, and cut it into thin collops, and hack them with the back of a cleaver. Have a stew pan over the fire, with a piece of butter, a little bacon cut thin. Let them be brown over the fire, and put in your beef. Let it stew till it be very brown. Put in a little flour, and then have your broth ready, and fill up the stew pan. Put in 2 onions, a bunch of sweet herbs, cloves, mace, and pepper. Let all stew together an hour covered. Then have your bread ready toasted hard to put in your dish, and strain some of the broth to it through a fine sieve. Put a fowl of some sort in the middle, with a little boiled spinach minced in it, garnishing your dish with boiled lettuces, spinach, and lemon. To make white barley pottage with a large chicken in the middle. First make your stock with an old hen, a knuckle of veal, a scrag end of mutton, some spice, sweet herbs, and onions. Boil all together till it be strong enough, then have your barley ready boiled very tender and white, and strain some of it through a colander. Have your bread ready toasted in your dish, with some fine green herbs, minced chervil, spinach, sorrel, and put into your dish some of the broth to your bread, herbs, and chicken, then barley strained and restrained. Stew all together in the dish a little while, Garnish your dish with boiled lettuces, spinach and lemon. To make a frongasse incapades. Take 3/4 pound of lean bacon or ham, 2 large onions sliced, 4 shallots, and 2 quarts of water with a little beaten pepper, cloves and mace, and a pennyworth of saffron. Stew it gently till it is reduced to 3 pints, and strain it through a sieve. Cut 2 fowls, as for a fricassee, and stew them in the broth till they are tender. Mix 2 spoonfuls of flour in 2 spoonfuls of vinegar, and beat it up with some of the liquor till it is quite smooth, and mix the whole together, and boil it for 10 minutes gently. Put sippets in a soup dish, and pour it all over them. You may add small forcemeat balls, if you please, in it, or you make it of veal made in the form of veal olives, and you may send it in a tureen, if you like. To make a Scotch haggis. Take the lights, heart and chitterlings of a calf, chop them very fine, and a pound of suet chopped fine. Season with pepper and salt to your palate. Mix in a pound of flour or oatmeal. Roll it up and put it into a calf's bag, and boil it. An hour and a half will do it. Some add a pint of good thick cream, and put in a little beaten mace, cloves or nutmeg, or allspice is very good in it. To make it sweet with fruit. Take the meat and suet as above, and flour with beaten mace, cloves and nutmeg to your palate, a pound of currants washed very clean, a pound of raisins stoned and chopped fine, half a pint of sack. Mix all well together, and boil it in the calf's bag 2 hours. You must carry it to table in the bag it was boiled in. End of section 45. Section 46 of the Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Appendix-Part 5. From To Make Sour Crout. Take your fine hard white cabbage, cut them very small, have a tub on purpose with the head out, according to the quantity you intend to make. Put them in the tub. To every 4 or 5 cabbages, throw in a large handful of salt. When you have done as many as you intend, lay a very heavy weight on them to press them down as flat as possible. Throw a cloth on them and lay on the cover. Let them stand a month, then you may begin to use it. It will keep 12 months, but be sure to keep it always close covered and the weight on it. If you throw a few caraway seeds pounded fine amongst it, they give it a fine flavour. The way to dress it is with a fine fat piece of beef stewed together. It is a dish much made use of amongst the Germans and in the North countries, where the frost kills all the cabbages. Therefore they preserve them in this manner before the frost takes them. Cabbage stalks, cauliflower stalks, and artichoke stalks, peeled and cut fine down in the same manner, are very good. To keep green peas, beans, etc., and fruit fresh and good till Christmas. Observe to gather all your things on a fine clear day, in the increase or full moon. Take well glazed earthen or stone pots quite new, that have not been laid in water. Wipe them clean, lay in your fruit very carefully, and take great care none is bruised or damaged in the least, nor too ripe, but just in their prime. Stop down the jar close and pitch it, and tie a leather over. Do kidney beans the same. Bury 2 feet deep in the earth, and keep them there till you have occasion for them. Do peas and beans the same way, only keep them in the pods, and do not let your peas be either too young or too old. The one will run to water, and the other the worm will eat. As to the 2 latter, lay a layer of fine writing sand, and a layer of pods, and so on till full. The rest as above. Flowers you may keep the same way. To make pacolilla, or Indian pickle, the same the mangoes came over in. Take a pound of raced ginger and lay it in water one night, then scrape it and cut it in thin slices, and put to it some salt, and let it stand in the sun to dry. Take long pepper, 2 ounces, and do it as the ginger. Take a pound of garlic and cut it in thin slices and salt it, and let it stand 3 days. Then wash it well and let it be salted again and stand 3 days more. Then wash it well and drain it, and put it in the sun to dry. Take 1/4 pound of mustard seeds bruised, and 1/2 ounce of turmeric. Put these ingredients, when prepared, into a large stone or glass jar with 1 gallon of very good white wine vinegar, and stir it very often for a fortnight, and tie it up close. In this pickle you may put white cabbage cut in quarters, and put in a brine of salt and water for 3 days, and then boil fresh salt and water, and just put in the cabbage to scald, and press out the water, and put it in the sun to dry, in the same manner as you do cauliflowers, cucumbers, melons, apples, French beans, plums, or any sort of fruit. Take care they are well dried before you put them into the pickle. You need never empty the jar, but as the things come in season, put them in, and supply it with vinegar as often as there is occasion. If you would have your pickle look green, leave out the turmeric, and green them as usual, and put them into this pickle cold. In the above you may do walnuts in a jar by themselves. Put the walnuts in without any preparation, tied close down, and kept some time. To preserve cucumbers, equal with any Italian sweetmeat. Take fine young gherkins of 2 or 3 different sizes, put them into a stone jar, cover them well with vine leaves, fill the jar with spring water, cover it close. Let it stand near the fire so as to be quite warm for 10 days or a fortnight. Then take them out and throw them into spring water. They will look quite yellow and stink, but you must not mind that. Have ready your preserving pan. Take them out of that water and put them into the pan. Cover them well with vine leaves, fill it with spring water, set it over a charcoal fire, cover them close, and let them simmer very slow. Look at them often, and when you see them turn quite of a fine green, take off the leaves and throw them into a large sieve, then into a coarse cloth 4 or 5 times doubled. When they are cold, put them into the jar, and have ready your syrup made of double refined sugar, in which boil a great deal of lemon peel and whole ginger. Pour it hot over them, and cover them down close. Do it 3 times. Pare your lemon peel very thin, and cut them in long thin bits, about 2 inches long. The ginger must be well boiled in water before it is put in the syrup. Take long cucumbers, cut them in halves, scoop out the inside, do them the same way. They eat very fine in minced pies or puddings, or boil the syrup to a candy, and dry them on sieves. The Jew's way of preserving salmon and all sorts of fish. Take either salmon, cod, or any large fish, cut off the head, wash it clean, and cut it in slices as crimped cod is. Dry it very well in a cloth. Then flour it, and dip it in yolks of eggs, and fry it in a great deal of oil, till it is of a fine brown and well done. Take it out, and lay it to drain, till it is very dry and cold. Whitings, mackerel, and flatfish are done whole. When they are quite dry and cold, lay them in your pan or vessel. Throw in between them a good deal of mace, cloves, and sliced nutmeg, a few bay leaves. Have your pickle ready, made of the best white wine vinegar, in which you must boil a great many cloves of garlic and shallot, black and white pepper, Jamaica and long pepper, juniper berries and salt. When the garlic begins to be tender, the pickle is enough. When it is quite cold, pour it on your fish and a little oil on the top. They will keep good a 12-month, and are to be eat cold with oil and vinegar. They will go good to the East Indies. All sorts of fish fried well in oil eat very fine cold with shallot or oil and vinegar. Observe, in the pickling of your fish, to have the pickle ready. First put a little pickle in, then a layer of fish, then pickle, then a little fish, and so lay them down very close, to be well covered. Put a little saffron in the pickle. Frying fish in common oil is not so expensive with care. For present use a little dose, and if the cook is careful not to burn the oil or black it will fry them 2 or 3 times. To preserve tripe to go to the East Indies. Get a fine belly of tripe, quite fresh, take a 4-gallon cask well hooped, lay in your tripe, and have your pickle ready, made thus. Take 7 quarts of spring water, and put as much salt into it as will make an egg swim, that the little end of the egg may be about an inch above the water. You must take care to have the fine clear salt, for the common salt will spoil it. Add a quart of the best white wine vinegar, 2 sprigs of rosemary, an ounce of allspice. Pour it on your tripe. Let the cooper fasten the cask down directly. When it comes to the Indies, it must not be opened till it is just going to be dressed, for it will not keep after the cask is opened. The way to dress it is, lay it in water half an hour, then fry it or boil it as we do here. The manner of dressing various sorts of dried fish, as stockfish, cod, salmon, whitings, etc. The general rule for steeping of dried fish, the stockfish excepted. All the kinds, except stockfish, are salted or either dried in the sun as the most common way, or in prepared kilns, or by the smoke of wood fires in chimney corners, and, in either case, require the being softened and freshened in proportion to their bulk, their nature or dryness. The very dry sort, as bacalhau, codfish or whiting, and such like, should be steeped in lukewarm milk and water. The steeping kept as near as possible to an equal degree of heat. The larger fish should be steeped 12, the small, as whiting, etc., about 2 hours. The cod are therefore laid to steep in the evening, the whitings, etc., in the morning before they are to be dressed. After the time of steeping, they are to be taken out and hung up by the tails until they are dressed. The reason of hanging them up is, that they soften equally as in the steeping, without extracting too much of the relish, which would make them insipid. When thus prepared, the small fish, as whiting, tusk, and such like, are floured and laid on the gridiron, and when a little hardened on the one side, must be turned and basted with oil upon a feather. And when basted on both sides, and well hot through, taken up, always observing that as sweet oil supples and supplies the fish with a kind of artificial juices, so the fire draws out those juices and hardens them. Therefore be careful not to let them broil too long. No time can be prescribed, because of the difference of fires and various bigness of the fish. A clear charcoal fire is much the best, and the fish kept at a good distance to broil gradually. The best way to know when they are enough is, they will swell a little in the basting, and you must not let them fall again. The sauces are the same as usual to salt fish, and garnish with oysters fried in batter. But for a supper, for those that like sweet oil, The best sauce is oil, vinegar and mustard beat up to a consistence and served up in saucers. If boiled, as the great fish usually are, it should be in milk and water, but not so properly boiled as kept just simmering over an equal fire, in which way half an hour will do the largest fish and 5 minutes the smallest. Some people broil both sorts after simmering, and some pick them to pieces and then toss them up in a pan with fried onions and apples. They are either way very good, and the choice depends on the weak or strong stomachs of the eaters. Dried salmon must be differently managed. For though a large fish, they do not require more steeping than a whiting, and when laid on the gridiron should be moderately peppered. The dried herring. Instead of milk and water, should be steeped the like time as the whiting in small beer, and to which, as to all kinds of broiled salt fish, sweet oil will always be found the best basting, and no ways affect even the delicacy of those who do not love oil. Stock fish are very different from those before mentioned. They being dried in the frost without salt, are in their kind very insipid, and are only eatable by the ingredients that make them so, and the art of cookery. They should be first beat with a sledgehammer on an iron anvil, or on a very solid smooth oaken block, and when reduced almost to atoms, the skin and bones taken away, and the remainder of the fish steeped in milk and warm water until very soft, then strained out and put into a soup dish with new milk, powdered cinnamon, mace and nutmeg, the chief part cinnamon. A paste round the edge of the dish and put in a temperate oven to simmer for about an hour, and then served up in the place of pudding. Note well, the Italians eat the skin boiled, either hot or cold, and most usually with oil and vinegar, preferring the skin to the body of the fish. The way of curing mackerel. Buy them as fresh as possible. Split them down the backs, open them flat, take out the guts and wash the fish very clean from the blood. Hang them up by the tails to drain well. Do this in the cool of the evening or in a very cool place. Strew salt at the bottom of the pan, sprinkle the fish well with clean salt. Lay them in the pan belly to belly and back to back. Let them lie in the salt about 12 hours. Wash the salt clean off in the pickle. Hang them again up by the tails half an hour to drain. Pepper the insides moderately, and lay them to dry on inclining stones facing the sun, never leaving them out when the sun is off, nor lay them out before the sun has dispersed the dews, and the stones you lay them on be dry and warm. A week's time of fine weather perfectly cures them. When cured, hang them up by their tails, belly to belly, in a very dry place, but not in sea coal smoke. It will spoil their flavour. To dress cured mackerel. Either fry them in boiling oil and lay them to drain, or broil them before or on a very clear fire. In the last case, baste them with oil and a feather. Sauce will be very little wanting, as they will be very moist and mellow, if good in kind. Otherwise you may use melted butter and crimped parsley. Calf's feet stewed. Cut a calf's foot in 4 pieces. Put it into a saucepan with half a pint of soft water and a middling potato. Scrape the outside skin clean off, slice it thin, and a middling onion peeled and sliced thin, some beaten pepper and salt. Cover it close and let it stew very softly for about 2 hours after it boils. Be sure to let it simmer as softly as you can. Eat it without any other sauce. It is an excellent dish. To make fricandillas. Take 2 pounds of lean veal and half a pound of kidney suet chopped small, The crumb of a twopenny French roll, soaked in hot milk, and squeeze the milk out, put it to the veal. Season it pretty high with pepper and salt and grated nutmeg. Make it into balls as big as a teacup, with the yolks of eggs over it, and fry them in butter till they are of a fine light brown. Have a quart of veal broth in a stew pan. Stew them gently 3/4 of an hour. Thicken it with butter rolled in flour, and add the juice of half a lemon. Put it in a dish with the sauce over, and garnish with notched lemon and beetroot. To make a fine bitter. Take an ounce of the finest Jesuit powder, 1/4 of an ounce of snake root powder, 1/4 of an ounce of salt of wormwood, 1/4 of saffron, 1/4 of cochineal. Put it into a quart of the best brandy, and let it stand 24 hours, every now and then shaking the bottle. An approved method, practised by Mrs. Dukeley, the Queen's tirewoman, to preserve hair and make it grow thick. Take 1 quart of white wine, put in 1 handful of rosemary flowers, 1/2 pound of honey, distil them together. Then add 1/4 of a pint of oil of sweet almonds, shake it very well together, put a little of it into a cup, warm it blood warm, rub it well on your head, and comb it dry. To make Carolina snowballs. Take 1/2 pound of rice, wash it clean, divide it into 6 parts. Take 6 apples, pare them, and scoop out the core, in which place put a little lemon peel shred very fine. Then have ready some thin cloths to tie the balls in. Put the rice in the cloth, and lay the apple on it. Tie them up close, put them into cold water, and when the water boils, they will take 1 hour and 1/4 boiling. Be very careful how you turn them into the dish, that you do not break the rice, and they will look as white as snow, and make a very pretty dish. The sauce is, to this quantity, 1/4 of a pound of fresh butter, melted thick, a glass of white wine, a little nutmeg and beaten cinnamon, made very sweet with sugar. Boil all up together, and pour it into a basin, and send to table. A Carolina rice pudding. Take 1/2 pound of rice, wash it clean, put it into a saucepan with a quart of milk, keep stirring it till it is very thick. Take great care it does not burn. Then turn it into a pan, and grate some nutmeg into it, and 2 teaspoonfuls of beaten cinnamon, a little lemon peel shred fine, 6 apples pared and chopped small. Mix all together with the yolks of 3 eggs, and sweeten to your palate. Then tie it up close in a cloth, put it into boiling water, and be sure to keep it boiling all the time. 1 hour and 1/4 will boil it. Melt butter and pour over it, and throw some fine sugar all over it. A little white wine in the sauce will be a great addition to it. To distil treacle water, Lady Monmouth's way. Take 3 ounces of hartshorn, shaved and boiled in borage water or succory, wood sorrel or respise water, or 3 pints of any of these waters boiled to a jelly. And put the jelly and hartshorn both into the still, and add a pint more of these waters when you put it into the still. Take the roots of elecampane, gentian, cypress tunninsil, of each an ounce, blessed thistle, called carduus, and angelica, of each an ounce, sorrel roots 2 ounces, balm, sweet marjoram, and burnet, of each half a handful, lily-combe valley flowers, borage, bugloss, rosemary, and marigold flowers, of each 2 ounces, citron rinds, carduus seeds and citron seeds, alkermes berries, and cochineal, each of these an ounce. Prepare all these simples thus. Gather the flowers as they come in season, and put them in glasses with a large mouth. and put with them as much good sack as will cover them, and tie up the glasses close with bladders wet in the sack, with a cork and leather tied upon it close, adding more flowers and sack as occasion is. And when one glass is full, take another, till you have your quantity of flowers to distil. Put cochineal into a pint bottle with half a pint of sack, and tie it up close with a bladder under the cork, and another on the top, wet with sack, tied up close with brown thread. And then cover it up close with leather, and bury it standing upright in a bed of hot horse dung for 9 or 10 days. Look at it, and if dissolved, take it out of the dung, but do not open it until you distil. Slice all the roses, beat the seeds and the Anchovies berries, and put them into another glass. Amongst all, put no more sack than needs. And when you intend to distil, take a pound of the best Venice treacle, and dissolve it in 6 pints of the best white wine and 3 of red rosewater, and put all the ingredients into a basin, and stir them all together, and distil them in a glass still, Balneum Marie. Open not the ingredients till the same day you distil. End of section 46. Section 47 of the Art of Cookery made plain and easy by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Receipts for perfumery, etc. Advertisement. The following collection of approved receipts in perfumery hath been added to this edition of the Art of Cookery, in order to render the work of more extensive utility than the former, and which, it is presumed, will be considered by the reader as a valuable acquisition. Receipts for perfumery, etc. To make red, light, or purple wash balls. Get some white soap, beat it in a mortar, then put it into a pan and cover it down close. Let the same be put into a copper so that the water does not come to the top of the pan. Then cover your copper as close as you can to stop the steam. Make the water boil some time. Take the pan out and beat it well with a wooden stirrer till it is all melted with the heat of the water. Then pour it out into drops, and cut them into square pieces as small as a walnut. Let it lie 3 days on an oven in a bandbox. Afterwards put them into a pan, and damp them with rosewater. Mash it well with your hands, and mould them according to your fancy. That is, squeeze them as hard and as close as you possibly can. Make them very round, and put them into a bandbox or a sieve 2 or 3 days. Then scrape them with a little washball scraper, which are made for that purpose, and let them lie 8 or 9 days. Afterwards scrape them very smooth and to your mind. Note well, if you would have them red, when you first mash them, put in a little vermilion, if light, some hair powder, and if purple, some rose pink. To make blue, red, or purple wash balls, or to marble, ditto. Get some white soap and cut it into square pieces about the bigness of dice. Let it lie in a bandbox or a sieve on the top of an oven to dry. Beat it in a mortar to a powder and put it into a pan. Damp it with rosewater, mix it well with your hands, put in some hair powder to make it stiff. Then scent it with oil of thyme and oil of caraways. If you would have them blue, put in some powder blue, if red, some vermilion, if purple, some rose pink. Mix them well together with your hands and squeeze them as close as possible. Make them very round, of a size agreeable to your mind. Put them into a sieve 2 or 3 days. Then scrape them a little with a washball scraper, and let them lie in the sieve 8 or 9 days. Afterwards, scrape them very smooth and agreeable to your mind. If you would have them marbled, after being scented with oil of thyme and oil of caraways, as in the first process, cut them into pieces about as much as will make a ball each. Make it into a flat square piece, then take a very thin knife and dip it into the powder blue, vermilion or rose pink, according to the colour you would fancy, and chop it in according to your mind. Double it up and make it into a hard and round ball, and use the same process as before mentioned. White almond wash balls. Take some white soap and slice it thin. Put it in a bandbox on the top of an oven to dry 3 weeks or more. When it is dry, beat it in a mortar till it is a powder. To every 4 ounces of soap, add 1 ounce of hair powder, half an ounce of white lead. Put them into a pan and damp them with rose water to make it of a proper consistency. Make them into balls as hard and close as possible. Scrape them with a ball scraper, and use the same process as before mentioned, letting them lie 3 weeks in a sieve to dry. Then finish them with a ball scraper to your mind. Brown almond wash balls. Take some common brown hard soap, slice it thin, and put it in a bandbox on the top of an oven to dry for the space of 3 weeks or more. When quite dry, beat it in a mortar to a powder. To every 3 ounces of soap, add 1 ounce of brown almond powder. Put it in a mortar and damp it with rose water to make it of a proper consistency. Beat it very well, then make them into balls according to a process before mentioned, letting them lie 3 weeks in a sieve to dry. Then finish them with a ball scraper, agreeable to your mind. To make lip salve. Take half a pound of hog's lard, put it into a pan with 1 ounce and a half of virgin wax. Let it stand on a slow fire till it is melted. Then take a small tin pot and fill it with water, and put therein some alkanet root. Let it boil till it is of a fine red colour. Then strain some of it, and mix it with the ingredients according to your fancy, and scent it with essence of lemon. Pour it into small boxes, and smooth the top with your finger. Note well, you may pour a little out first, to see if it is of a proper colour to your fancy. A stick, or composition, to take hair out by the roots. Take 2 ounces and a half of rosin, and 1 ounce of beeswax. Melt them together, and make them into sticks for use. To make white lip salve, and for chopped hands and face, 6s. and 3d per pot. Melt some spermaceti in sweet oil. Add thereto a small bit of white wax. When it is melted, put in a small quantity of white sugar candy, and stir it well therein. Then pour it into pots for use. French rouge, 5s. per pot. Take some carmine and mix it with hair powder to make it as pale as you please, according to your fancy. Opiate for the teeth, 2s. and 6d. per pot. Take 1 pound of honey, let it be very well boiled and skimmed, 1/4 pound of bole ammoniac, 1 ounce of dragon's blood, 1 ounce of oil of sweet almonds, half an ounce of oil of cloves, 8 drops of essence of bergamot, 1 gill of honey water. Mix all well together and pour it into pots for use. Deliscott's opiate. Half an ounce of bole ammoniac, 1 ounce of powder of myrrh, 1 ounce of dragon's blood, half an ounce of orris root, half an ounce of rock alum, half an ounce of ground ginger, 2 ounces of honey. Mix all well together and put it in pots for use. To make shaving oil, 1s. per bottle. Dissolve a quantity of oil soap, cut into thin slices in spirits of wine. Let it stand a week, then put in as much soft soap till the liquor becomes a clammy substance. Scent as you please, and bottle it for use. To take iron moulds out of linen, and grease out of woolen or silk, 1s. a bottle. Take 4 ounces of spirits of turpentine and 1 ounce of essence of lemon. Mix them well together and put it into bottles for use. Wash for the face. Take 1 quart of milk, 1/4 pound of saltpetre beaten to a powder. Put in 2 pennyworth of oil of aniseed, 1 pennyworth of oil of cloves, about 4 thimblesful of the best white wine vinegar. Put it into a bottle and let it stand in sand halfway up in the sun or in some warm place for a fortnight without the cork. Afterwards cork and seal it up. Liquid for the hair, 2s. 1/4 pint. To 3 quarts of sweet oil, put 1/4 pound of alkanet root, cut in small pieces. Let it be boiled some time over a steam. Add thereto 3 ounces of oil of jessamine, and 1 ounce of oil of lavender. Strain it through a coarse cloth, but do not squeeze it. To make white almond paste. Take 1 pound of bitter almonds, blanch and beat them very fine in a mortar. Put in the whites of 4 eggs, 1 ounce of French white of Troyes. Add some rosewater and spirits of wine, a little at a time, until it is of a consistency for paste. To make brown almond paste. Take 1 pound of bitter almonds, beat them well in a mortar. Add to them 1 pound of raisins of the sun stoned. Beat and mix them very well together, and put in a little brandy. Sweet scented bags to lay with linen, at 1s. 6d, 2s. 6d, etc., 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 each bag. 8 ounces of coriander seeds, 8 ounces of sweet orris root, 8 ounces of damask rose leaves, 8 ounces of calamus aromaticus, 1 ounce of mace, 1 ounce of cinnamon, half an ounce of cloves, 4 drachms of musk powder, 2 drachms of white loaf sugar, 3 ounces of lavender flowers, and some rhodium wood. Beat them well together and make them in small silk bags. Honey water, 1s. per bottle. 1 quart of rectified spirits of wine, 2 drachms of tincture of ambergris, 2 drachms of tincture of musk, half a pint of water. Filter it according to your fancy and put it into small bottles. Orange butter. Melt a small quantity of spermaceti in sweet oil and put in a little fine Dutch pink to colour it. Then add a little oil of orange to scent it. And lastly, while it is very hot, put in some spirits of wine to curdle it. Lemon butter is made the same as orange butter, only put in no Dutch pink and scent it with essence of lemons instead of oil of orange. Marischal powder, 16s. per pound. 1 ounce of cloves, 1 ounce of mace, 1 ounce of cinnamon, beat them very well to a fine powder. Add to them 4 pounds of hair powder and half a pound of Spanish burnt amber beaten very fine, 1/4 ounce of oil of lavender, half an ounce of oil of thyme, 1/4 ounce of essence of amber, 5 drops of oil of laurel, 1/4 ounce of oil of sassafras. Mix them all well together. Virgin's milk, 2s. per bottle. Put 1 ounce of tincture of benjamin into a pint of cold water. Mix it well and let it stand 1 day. Then run it through a flannel bag with some tow in it. Put it in bottles for use. Eau de bouquet. Take 1 quart of spirits of wine, half an ounce of musk, 2 drachms of tincture of saffron, mix them well together and let them stand 1 day. then filter it with any water. The Ambrosia Nosegay. Take 1 pint of spirits of wine, 1 drachm of oil of cloves, 1 ounce of oil of nutmegs, mix them and filter it as you please. Pearl water. Mix pearl powder with honey and lavender water, and then the pearl powder will never be discoloured. Eau de luce. 2 ounces of the best rectified spirits of wine, 1 drachm of oil of amber, 2 drachms of salt of tartar, prepared powder of amber 2 drachms, 20 drops of oil of nutmegs. Put them all into a bottle and shake it well. Let it stand 5 hours, then filter it, and always keep it by you, and when you would make eau de luce, put it into the stronger spirits of sal ammoniac. Milk fluid water. 1 quart of spirits of wine, half an ounce of oil of cloves, 1 drachm of essence of lemons, 15 drops of oil of rhodium, a little cochineal in powder, to colour it of a fine pink. Let it stand 1 day, then filter it, but with no water. Miss in her teens. 1 quart of spirits of wine, essence of bergamot 1 ounce, oil of rhodium 2 drachms, tincture of musk half a drachm, and half a pint of water. Mix them well together and put them into bottles for use. Lady Lily's ball. Take 12 ounces of oil soap shaved very fine, spermaceti 3 ounces, melt them together. 2 ounces of bismuth dissolved in rose water for the space of 3 hours, 1 ounce of oil of thyme, 1 ounce of the oil of caraways, 1 ounce of essence of lemons. Mix all well together. Hard pomatum. Take 3 pounds of mutton suet, boil and skim it well till it is quite clear. Pour it off from the dross which remains at the bottom. Then add thereto 8 ounces of virgin wax, melt them together and scent it with essence of lemon. Make it into rolls according to fancy. Soft pomatum. Take a quantity of hog's lard, boil and skim it very well. Put in a small quantity of hair powder when it is cool, to make it agreeable to your mind, and scent it with essence of lemons. Note well, you may take a small quantity out first and let it cool. If it is too soft, add a little hair powder to make it stiffer. Nun's cream. 1 ounce of pearl powder, 20 drops of oil of rhodium, and 2 ounces of fine pomatum. Mix all well together. Eau sans perel. 1 quart of spirits of wine, 1 ounce of essence of bergamot, 2 drachms of tincture of musk, add to them half a pint of water, and bottle them for use. Beautifying water is Balsamium cosmeticum, a small quantity put into elderflower water. Lozenges for the heartburn. Take 1 pound of chalk, beat it to a powder in a mortar with 1 pound and a half of white loaf sugar and 1 ounce of bole ammoniac. Mix them well together and put in something to moisten them to make it of a proper consistency or paste. Make them into small lozenges and let them lie in a bandbox on the top of an oven a week or more to dry, shaking the box sometimes. Lozenges for a cold. Take 2 pounds of common white loaf sugar, beat it well in a mortar, dissolve 6 ounces of Spanish licorice in a little warm water, 1 ounce of gum arabic dissolved likewise. Add thereto a little oil of aniseed, mix them well to a proper consistency and cut them into small lozenges. Let them lie in a bandbox on the top of an oven a considerable time to dry, shaking the box sometimes. To make dragon roots. Take some mallow roots, skin them, and pick one end with a pin or needle till you have made it like a brush. Then take some powder of Brazil and some cochineal, boil them together, and put in the roots till you think they are thoroughly dyed. Then take them out and lay them by the fire to dry. To make shaving powder. Take some white soap and shave it in very thin slices. Let it be well dried on the top of an oven in a bandbox. Beat it in a mortar till it is very fine. Sift it through a fine sieve and scent it as you please. Windsor soap, 2s per pound. Get some of the whitest soap, shave it into thin slices, melt it in a stew pan over a slow fire, and scent it very strong with oil of carraways. Pour it into a drawer made for that purpose. Let it stand 3 days or more, and cut it into square pieces to your fancy. Soap to fill shaving boxes. Take some of the whitest soap, beat it in a mortar, and scent it with oil of carraways. Make it flat. Then chop in some vermilion or powder blue to marble it, with a very thin knife dipped in the same. Double it up and squeeze it hard into the boxes, then scrape it smooth with a knife. Tooth powder, 1s per bottle. Burn some rock alum and beat it in a mortar, sift it fine. Then take some rose pink and mix them well together to make it of a pale red colour. Add thereto a little powder of myrrh and put it into bottles for use. Cold cream. Take 1 pint of trotter oil, 1/4 pound of hog's lard, 1 ounce of spermaceti, a bit of virgin wax. Warm them together with a little rose water and beat it up with a whisk. The genuine receipt to make Turlington's balsam. Balsam of Peru, 1 ounce. Best storax, 2 ounces. Benjamin, impregnated with sweet almonds, 3 ounces. Aloes succotaurine, myrrh elect, purest frankincense, roots of Angelica, flowers of St. John's wort. Of each of these, 1/2 ounce. Beat the drugs well in a mortar, and put them into a large glass bottle. Add thereto a pint, or rather more, of the best spirits of wine, and let the bottle stand by the kitchen fire, or in the chimney corner, 2 days and 2 nights. Then decant it off in smaller bottles for use, and let them be well corked and sealed. Note well, the same quantity of spirits of wine poured on the ingredients, letting them stand by the fire or in some warm place for the space of 6 days and nights, will serve for common use. Pour off the same in small bottles, and let them be well corked and sealed. To make Sirop de Capillaire. Put 7 pounds of common lump sugar into a pan, and thereto add 7 pints of water. Boil it well, and keep skimming it. Then take the white of an egg, put it in some water, and beat it up well with a whisk. Take the froth off and scatter it therein, and keep it skimming until it is quite clear. Then add thereto 1/2 pint of orange flower water. Mix it well together, let it stand till cold, and put it into a stone bottle or in bottles for use. Let them be quite clean and dry before it is put into them. Otherwise it will make it mothery and spoil it. Note well, if you choose to have it of a high colour, burn a little sugar in a pan of a brown colour. Afterwards put a little capillaire thereto, stir it about with a wooden spoon, and mix it well with the capillaire according to your fancy. For a consumption. An approved receipt by a lady at Paddington. Take the yolk of a new laid egg, beat it up well with 3 large spoonfuls of rose water. Mix it well in 1/2 pint of new milk from the cow. Sweeten it well with Sirop de Capillaire, and grate some nutmeg in it. Drink it every morning, fasting for a month, and refrain from spirituous liquors of any kind. Note well, Mr. Powell, who kept the Crown, a public house in Swallow Street, St. James's, was in so deep a decline as to be scarce able to walk. When he coughed, the phlegm he brought from his stomach was green and yellow, and he was given over by his physician, who, as the last resource, advised him to go into the country to try what the air would do. He happily went to lodge at Paddington. The woman of the house, understanding his condition, recollected that an old lady who had lodged in the same house had left a book with a collection of receipts in it for various disorders, instantly fetched it, and found the foregoing, which he, having strictly followed, found himself much better in a fortnight. And, by continuing the same, in less than a month, he began to have an appetite, and with the blessing of God, in a short time by degrees, he recovered his health, to the astonishment and surprise of all who knew him, and declared to me he was as well and hearty as ever he was in his life, and did not scruple to tell every person the means and method of his recovery. Note well, this receipt I had from his own mouth. To stop a violent purging or the flux. Take a third part of a gill of the very best double distilled aniseed. Grate a third part of a large nutmeg into it. To be taken the same quantity an hour after breakfast, 1 hour after dinner, and, if occasion, an hour before going to bed. Probatum est. For obstructions in the womb. Succotaurine aloes, 1 ounce. Cardamom seed, 1/4 ounce. Snake root, 1/4 ounce. Gum myrrh, 1/4 ounce. Saffron, 1/4 ounce. Cochineal, 2 scruples. Zedoary, 2 scruples. Rhubarb, 2 scruples. Let these drugs be well beaten in a mortar, and put them into a large bottle. Add thereto 1.5 pints of mountain wine. Place it near the fire for the space of 3 days and nights, shaking it often. Let the patient take a small teacupful twice a week in the morning, an hour before rising. Another for obstructions. 3 pennyworth of alchemies, 2 pennyworth of Venice treacle, and 1/4 ounce of spermaceti, to be made into 4 boluses, 1 to be taken every evening going to bed. 1/2 pint of pennyroyal water, 1/4 pint of hysteric water, and 1/4 pint of peppermint water, to be taken every morning and evening, a teacupful. For a hoarseness. 2 ounces of pennyroyal water, the yolk of a new laid egg beaten, 30 drops of cochineal, 20 drops of oil of aniseed, mixed well and sweetened with white sugar candy. A large spoonful to be taken night and morning. End of section 47. End of The Art of Cookery Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glasse.